The House will come to order. Please join Representative Ricks in the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Gregorio, please call the roll.
Representatives Amabile, Bacon, Paisley, Benavidez, Burnett, Byrd, Bockenfeld, Basenecker, Bradfield, Caraveo, Carver, Catlin, Cutter, Doherty, Duran, Escar, Exum, Froelich, Geithner, Gonzalez Gutierrez. Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez is excused. Gray. Representative Gray. Representative Gray is excused. Hanks. Herod. Holtorf. Hooten. Jackson. Representative Jackson. Representative Jackson is excused. Judah. Kennedy. Kipp. Larson. Representative Larson. Representative Larson is excused. Lontine. Luck. Lynch. McCluskey. McCormick. McKean. McLaughlin.
Present.
Michelson Janae. Representative Michelson Janae is excused. Mullica. Neville.
Here.
Ortiz.
Here.
Pelton. Pico. Ransom. Rich. Ricks. Roberts. Sandridge. Sirota. Snyder. Soper. Representative Soper. Representative Soper is excused. Sullivan. Tipper. Titone. Valdez A. Representative Valdez A is excused. Valdez D.
Good morning.
Van Beber. Van Winkle. Weissman. Will. Williams. Woodrow. Woog. Young. And Mr. Speaker.
Should look better. Okay, all right. All right. Yeah. We'll just wait because that speaker's so serious. Recognizes us. Oh, she's never that song.
With 60 present, 5 excused, we have a quorum. Representative Ricks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that the Journal of Thursday, May 20th, 2021 be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk.
Wow. That's very good, Representative Ricks. I think the ayes are going to win. The motion before us is the approval of the journal as corrected by the Chief Clerk. All those in favor say aye. That was the best one I've heard in a while. All those opposed, no. Wow. For the first time, literally ever, the ayes truly have it. The motion is approved. Announcements and... All right. Announcements and introductions. Representative Herod.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the Appropriations Committee met today, and I gotta tell you, people have really been stepping up their game. We have had some amazing jokes, especially this morning. We even had limericks, if you can believe that. We had jokes related directly to people's bills, and we had a few repeats. Now, we're not going to give a repeat winner today, but I will tell you, those who've already won, keep upping their game and continue to make the committee laugh. We even had some jokes that were only appropriate for teenage boys, Representative Byrd. But the winner today actually phoned a friend and did really well. So we have to give the award to Representative Young. Come on down, Representative Young. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Is that a disco light?
Excuse me, a disco light?
What's wrong with the disco light?
Kmart Blue Light Special.
Oh, we don't have Kmart in my district.
No one has Kmart.
All right, Representative Young will share the joke with you all.
When she can find it on her phone. So we had an early childcare bill. So I asked my niece, Fiona McNamara, to help me out, and it keeps disappearing. There we go.
Let me help.
What do you, how do you put a space baby to sleep?
I don't know.
Rocket. You get it?
The joke was, how do you put a space baby to sleep? You rock it. So she wins the award, and Representative Young, I want to make sure that your niece gets these amazing prizes. We have some socks, thank you to Healthier Colorado, and we have some bubbles. Congratulations.
Thank you on behalf of Fiona.
Further announcements and/or Representative Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to, hey, did you know it's the clothing drive today? But I mostly just wanted to give a shout out this morning to ARC of Colorado, ARC Thrift Stores up in the gallery. Where are you guys? Thank you all for being here today, and thanks for the terrific partnership. We've got Lloyd Lewis, the president and CEO, and he has been motivated by his wonderful son, Kennedy, who is 16 and has Down syndrome and is a student at Cherry Creek High School. And ARC is one of the state's largest social enterprises and employers of people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. In the past 15 years, ARC Thrift diverted over That's not right. It's not 1 pound. It's a lot. More than 1 pound of trash from the landfills. And store proceeds fund the ARC advocacy chapters and other nonprofits, including supporting vets, unhoused, domestic violence victims, elders, and other underserved communities. So that's something we can all get behind. They provided over $15 million in aid to Colorado COVID relief efforts since the outbreak. Over $50 million. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you so much for your great partnership.
Further announcements or introductions? Representative Titone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a tribute, and I'd like to have it read at length, please.
Great. Members, we have a tribute. Mr. Gregorio, please proceed.
State of Colorado, the House of Representatives, convened in the 73rd General Assembly, hereby extends sincere commendations to Julia Trujillo. A lifelong Girl Scout, Julia's local and statewide activism earned her the distinction of a 2020 Girl Scouts Gold Award, the highest honor given to less than 5% of Girl Scouts each year. Her recognition went even further by being only 10 exceptional young women recognized by the National Gold Award. As a National Gold Award Girl Scout, Julia took on the opportunity to become a role model and share her experiences and expertise with Scouts across the nation through panels, interviews, and discussions. This award opens a great number of doors to Julia and her future endeavors. As a high school junior, Julia Trujillo founded the first intersectional feminist club at Arvada West High School. The club brought students together to engage in feminist issues with an intersexual lens on race, ethnicity, gender, sexuality, class, ability, and religion. She is taking on the next stage of her life in the fall as an entering freshman at Willamette University and plans to study politics and policy. District 27 will miss her deeply and wishes her all the best. Julia possesses an incredible sense of compassion and leadership and is a testament to the impact Gen Z is making on our state right now. It is our pleasure to honor her with this tribute.
Representative Titone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I met Julie a couple years ago in the summer when she brought a bill idea to my attention with her club, and that was the menstrual hygiene product bill. And that bill didn't make it through because of the pandemic, but this year, Representative Harrod and I, along with Senator Winter, are bringing it back. And Julie is up in the gallery today, and she is this gold award that she won with the Girl Scouts is just really an incredible award, and she's one of the 10 national winners in 2020. Only 10 in the whole entire country won that award, and please congratulate her. Thank you very much, members.
Any further announcements or introductions? Seeing none, Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for consideration of resolutions for Senate Joint Resolution 18.
Thank you for that. Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for immediate consideration of Senate Joint Resolution 18. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of the Senate Joint Resolution 18.
SJR 21-18 by Senators Woodward, also Representative Lynch, concerning the designation of United States Highway 287 from the intersection of State Highway 66 to the intersection of State Highway 402 as the SPC Gabriel David Conde Memorial Highway.
Representative Lynch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move SJR 21-18 and request it to be read at length.
Mr. Gregorio.
Whereas Gabe David Conde was born on November 2nd, 1995, and whereas Gabe Conde was raised in Missouri and moved with his family to Berthoud, Colorado in 2009, and whereas Gabe Conde was an athlete and stellar student at Berthoud High School and spent his time hunting, camping, and seeking adventures in his signature white hat and boots that he was never without, and whereas, though he excelled academically and attended the Colorado School of Mines as a freshman, Gabe Conde was drawn to a life of service with the goal of becoming a Green Beret. And whereas, SPC Conde enlisted in the United States Army as a Special Forces recruit in 2015 and was assigned to the 3rd Battalion, 509th Infantry Regiment, 4th 4th Infantry Brigade Combat Team, 25th Infantry Division, stationed at the Joint Base Eldorf-Richardson in Anchorage, Alaska, until his deployment to Afghanistan in 2017. And whereas, nearing the end of his deployment, on April 30th, 2018, SPC Conde was killed in action by small arms fire during a combat operation. And whereas, to honor the memory and legacy of SPC Conde, a man described by friends and family as a gentleman, a true warrior, a man of God, veterans and active duty military in his hometown of Berthoud, Colorado, chartered a new VFW post in his name. And whereas, Berthoud VFW Post 12189 was chartered on April 30th, 2019, exactly 1 year following SPC Conde's death. And whereas, SPC Conde served his country and lived his life with honor, dignity, and integrity, and was a hero to all who knew him. And whereas, it is only fitting that SPC Conde's bravery and love of God, his country, and his fellow man be recognized, that so we may never forget his sacrifice to our great nation. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of the 73rd General Assembly of the State of Colorado, the House of Representatives concurring herein, that the portion of United States Highway 287 from the intersection of State Highway 66 to the intersection of State Highway 402 be designated as the SPC Gabriel David Conde Memorial Highway, and that the Colorado Department of Transportation may accept and expend gifts, grants, and donations for the purposes of the initial placement of signs to mark United States Highway 287 from the intersection of State Highway 66 to the intersection of State Highway 402.
Representative Lynch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Specialist Gabriel David Conde was killed in action April 30th, 2018, during an intense firefight in Afghanistan. Gabe was providing cover fire from the roof of a building to protect his fellow U.S. Army Green Berets in Afghanistan and Afghan Army commandos who were maneuvering through the urban terrain to reach the building. Gabe stood strong, without regard for his own safety, engaging enemies while also calling out enemy positions to our ground forces. He continued engaging the enemy and defending his fellow soldiers, even as enemy rounds and shrapnel struck the building and his body armor. It was during this intense battle that Gabe was struck by a single bullet that missed his armor and killed him instantly. An Afghan head wrap that Gabe wore across his chest was found to have 6 bullet holes in it. I never had the pleasure of meeting this young man, but this is the epitome of what service to our country is all about. I could not be more honored to be involved with us acknowledging his service by having just a little stretch of road named after him. But not only was he a soldier, this book is composed of his writings. He, through his time, was constantly writing, constantly documenting what he was going through, documenting what it's like to be a 20-something-year-old in the world we live in today. I'd like to read just a little bit from this book, and this was actually a note from his father that happens to be in this book as well. It said, several of Gabe's writings alluded to the possibility of his own life being cut short. He seemed to think about his morality more as his time in Afghanistan increased, or mortality, I'm sorry. After he had already been on more than 50 missions, Gabe asked me during a phone call if I could tell him if I knew how he would die. I replied, Gabe, I can't tell you that, but I can tell you that when you die, it'll be your choice, and it'll be the right choice. Gabe understood what I meant. He had dedicated his life to God. He trusted and believed that God would protect him, and he would choose whether to give his life for his friends when that time came. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Lynch. Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I attended Gabe's funeral. And we all go to a lot of funerals. I have never heard of a young man who lived life so fiercely. And I came away from that funeral just thinking, you know, here he had his life charted for him. He was bright, school of mines, and he said, nope, I want to go do this. And at his funeral, several pieces of these writings were read, and I just thought this was such a warrior, such a fiercely lived young man, that that he absolutely touched my soul. This highway comes up and touches the southern part of Loveland. Our whole community just stopped in their tracks when we heard that Gabe died, not because we all knew him, but because the story of his life was amazing. Amazing in just short years. The fact that he would write these things down and he would send them to his mom and dad, and not just that, the relationship that they had was unbelievable. He poured his life out in those writings, but he poured his life out in the world. Bravo Zulu. Rest in peace.
Thank you, Mr. Minority Leader. Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to Minority Leader McKean for his words, and most especially to Representative Lynch for reading those words. If there's any moment I get choked in more tightly than reading of the death of a young American in a brother in arm, I don't know what it is. I will say I served as an enlisted man. I served as an officer. Specialist Conde here is an E4, but the important thing is the heart on these people. The best training I ever got in my military career was by E3s and E4s training commissioned officers and doing it with the expertise and the strength of character to speak to somebody senior to them in our organizations with confidence and with absolute solitude and belief in their positions. So we see a lot of memorial markers for law enforcement, for military. Thank you for reading this today at length, because we, the drivers of those vehicles, owe it to our kids sitting in the back seat to know something about Specialist Conde and some of the other folks to be able to relay the story and keep their memory alive. Last point. I had the opportunity to go down to Andersonville Prison in Georgia, and the Union forces were kept there, and Wisconsin lost an entire unit. They put an obelisk up, the state did, and on that obelisk is inscribed, "To live in the heart of others is not to die." And so I would ask us to keep him in our hearts. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Hanks. Is there any further discussion on Senate Joint Resolution 18? Seeing none, is there objection to a voice vote? Seeing none. The question before us is the adoption of Senate Joint Resolution 18. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Senate Joint Resolution 18 is adopted. Representative Lynch.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask that the morning roll call be added.
Seeing no objection, the morning roll call will be added as co-sponsors. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for consideration of Senate amendments to House bills.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for consideration of Senate amendments to House bills. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title to House Bill 10. And members, this is on the bottom of page 4 of your calendar. Please read the title to House Bill 1015. That was with sponsors Carver and Tipper.
House Bill 21-1015 by Representatives Carver and Tipper, also Senators Lundin and Janal, concerning security protections for certain criminal justice system personnel.
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We propose to concur with the Senate amendments to House Bill 1015.
I think you might have to say the word move.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Speaker. I move that we concur with the Senate amendments to House Bill 1015.
Thank you very much. Do you want to tell us why?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you may recall, this is the bill that gives protection to those in the criminal justice system as far as doxing of their personal information that puts them and their families in harm's way and gives them some mechanisms to protect their personal data. The Senate amendments extended that protection to those that work in the community corrections system. Ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1015. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Oh. All right, for those participating remotely, Representative D. Valdez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative D. Valdez votes yes. Representative Bacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Bacon votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Neville is excused. Please close the machine. With 61 aye votes, 0 no votes, and 4 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1015 is adopted. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1015 as amended.
The question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1015 as amended. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote? I'm sorry. Let me just keep the order straight. Sorry about that. Representative D. Valdez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative D. Valdez votes yes. Representative Bacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Bacon votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Please close the machine. With 60 aye votes, 1 no vote, and 4 excused, House Bill 1015 is repassed as amended. Mr. Gregorio, please read. Oh yeah, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title to House Bill 1235.
House Bill 1235 by Representatives Byrd and Benavides, also Senator Story, concerning measures to improve public safety through the modification of the regulation of fireworks.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to concur with the Senate amendments.
That is a proper motion. Would you like to explain why? Representative Byrd.
Yes. So what we did is we amended in the Senate back in the ability for an in-state seller of valid display fireworks, the ability for when somebody comes to purchase those fireworks to give your in-state driver's license. You can now use a Colorado driver's license in addition to your valid license to export these display fireworks to another state. The original version of our bill took out the ability to show your in-state driver's license and limited this to only out-of-state driver's license. So we expanded the business opportunities for legitimate sellers of fireworks who have the intent to sell to export out of state. I respectfully ask for your support.
Is there any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, the question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1235. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative D. Valdez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative D. Valdez votes yes. Representative Bacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Bacon votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote? Sorry, one more time, Representative McLaughlin.
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Tipper. Please close the machine. With 39 aye votes, 22 no votes, and 4 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1235 is adopted. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1235 as amended.
The question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1235 as amended. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative D. Valdez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative D. Valdez votes yes. Representative Bacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Bacon votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Hanks. Please close the machine. With 36 aye votes, 25 no votes, and 4 excused, House Bill 1235 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1011.
House Bill 1011 by Representative Caraveo, also Senators Gonzalez and Moreno, concerning the expansion of multilingual ballot access for electors in the state in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Representative Caraveo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1011.
Would you like to tell us why?
The Senate put on an amendment saying that the Secretary of State can allocate funds to clerks if they need it to implement this bill. I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1011. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative D. Valdez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative D. Valdez votes yes. Representative Bacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Bacon votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Doherty, Kipp, Larson, Will. Please close the machine. With 40 aye votes, 21 no votes, and 4 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1011 is adopted. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1011 as amended.
Question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1011 as amended. See no further discussion. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative D. Valdez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative D. Valdez votes yes. Representative Bacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Bacon votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Hanks. Please close the machine. With 40 aye votes, 22 no votes, and 3 excused, House Bill 1011 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1122.
House Bill 1122 by Representatives Froelich and Larson, also Senators Colker and Janal, concerning establishing a commission to improve first responder interactions with persons with disabilities and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1122.
Would you like to explain why?
Actually, members, we're very grateful to the Senate because we worked with them to add Alzheimer's and dementia to this bill, and in part after the events in Loveland. So we actually really like this. In fact, I'm so happy to concur, I almost didn't need a poem. But then Representative Landgraf, my thoughts did roam. So I'll keep it brief to all your relief. Please vote yes.
Any further discussion? Representative Larson.
Ditto.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1122. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative D. Valdez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative D. Valdez votes yes. Representative Bacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Bacon votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Please close the machine. With 53 aye votes, 9 no votes, and 3 excused, the motion to concur with Senate Amendments to House Bill 1122 is adopted. Majority Leader Esker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1122 as amended.
The question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1122 as amended. See no further discussion. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative D. Valdez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative D. Valdez votes yes. Representative Baisley, how do you vote? Oh my gosh. Sorry, I looked at the screen. Representative Baisley, I think you've already voted, so no reason to respond to that. Representative Bacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Bacon votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Please close the machine. With 49 aye votes, 13 no votes, and 3 excused, House Bill 1122 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of the House Bill 1211.
House Bill 1211 by Representative Amabile, also Senator Lee, concerning regulations for restrictive housing in local jails.
Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to concur with the Senate amendments to House Bill 1211.
As a proper motion, would you like to tell us why?
In the Senate, we accepted amendments that were offered by stakeholders and made the policy easier to implement.
Is there any
I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1211. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative D. Valdez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative D. Valdez votes yes. Representative Bacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Bacon votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Callan, Duran, Holtorf. Please close the machine. With 39 aye votes, 23 no votes, and 3 excused, House Bill 1211, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1211 is adopted. Majority Leader Esker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1211 as amended.
The motion before us is the motion to repass House Bill 1211 as amended. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative D. Valdez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative D. Valdez votes yes. Representative Bacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Bacon votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Please close the machine. With 39 aye votes, 23 no votes, and 3 excused, House Bill 1211 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of the House Bill 1272.
House Bill 1272 by Representatives Cutter and Bradfield, also Senator Danielson, concerning enhancing supports to the Office of Child Protection Ombudsman and its role concerning child protections.
Representative Cutter.
Oh, go ahead. Okay.
Or Bradfield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to we move to concur with the Senate amendments to House Bill 1272.
Would you like to explain why?
Oh, go ahead. Do you?
Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment that the Senate put on said that for the Ombudsman program to make an investigation, there had to be a specific complaint needed to be filed. Simple enough.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, The motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1272. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative D. Valdez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative D. Valdez votes yes. Representative Bacon, how do you vote? Sorry, one more time. Representative Bacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Bacon votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Please close the machine. With 61 aye votes, 1 no vote, and 3 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1272 is adopted. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1272 as amended.
The question before us is the motion to repass House Bill 1272 as amended. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative D. Valdez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative D. Valdez votes yes. Representative Bacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Bacon votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Please close the machine. With 55 aye votes, 7 no votes, and 3 excused, House Bill 1272 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1142.
House Bill 1142 by Representative Bacon, also Senator Gonzalez, concerning measures related to eyewitness identification techniques and in connection therewith requiring reporting data related to eyewitness techniques and regulating the use of show-up identifications.
Representative Bacon, this is House Bill 1142. Please proceed. Representative Bacon.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
I'm going to be sure I get froze here. Okay, thank you. I move that we concur with the amendments to House Bill 1142.
That is a proper motion. Would you like to explain why?
Yes, we were able to continue to work with other district attorneys and sheriffs to be able to bring some amendments to get them to support the bill. So just want to say thank you to Senator Gonzalez, and we're looking forward to passage. I encourage you all to vote aye.
Thank you, Representative Bacon. Is there any further discussion on the motion to concur? Seeing none, the question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1142. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative D. Valdez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative D. Valdez votes yes. Representative Bacon, how do you vote? Representative Bacon votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Wantine and Mr. Minority Leader. Please close the machine. With 47 aye votes, 15 no votes, and 3 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1142 is adopted. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1142 as amended.
The question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1142 as amended. See no further discussion. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative D. Valdez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative D. Valdez votes yes. Representative Bacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Bacon votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Please close the machine. With 42 aye votes, 20 no votes, and 3 excused, the House Bill 1142 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of the House Bill 1006.
House Bill 1006 by Representatives Escar and Will, also Senators Garcia and Heisey, concerning fifth-day school week supplemental enrichment programs.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We move, I'm not taking all the heat for this one, we move to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1006.
Would you guys like to explain why?
Absolutely. I was told it was a technical amendment in nature, and when I went through and looked at the bill, we apparently forgot to add the words "through high school" in a sentence.
Any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, the question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1006. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative D. Valdez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative D. Valdez votes yes. Representative Bacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Bacon votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Please close the machine. With 54 aye votes, 8 no votes, and 3 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1006 is adopted. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1006 as amended.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1006 as amended. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative D. Valdez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative D. Valdez votes yes. Representative Bacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Bacon votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Please close the machine. Oh. Mr. Minority Leader, how do you vote? Minority Leader McKean votes yes. With 51 aye votes, 11 no votes, and 3 excused, House Bill 1006 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Representative Bacon, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of the House Bill 1180.
House Bill 1180 by Representatives Valdez, D. and Will, also Senator Quorum, concerning measures to increase biomass utilization throughout the state.
Representative Will.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1180.
Would you like to tell us why, Representative Will?
So basically what happened in the Senate is this is no longer a study. They allocated $2.5 million for implementing biomass utilization, and also can take gifts, grants, and donations also. That was in that amendment, so ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the motion to concur? Seeing none, the motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1180. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative D. Valdez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative D. Valdez votes yes. Representative Bacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Bacon votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Please close the machine. With 50 aye votes, 12 no votes, and 3 excused, House Bill 1180, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1180 is adopted. Majority Leader Eskar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1180 as amended.
The question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1180 as amended. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative D. Valdez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative D. Valdez votes yes. Representative Bacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Bacon votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Weissman, Van Winkle, Ricks. Please close the machine. With 52 aye votes, 10 no votes, and 3 excused, the motion to repass House Bill 1180 as amended is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1219.
House Bill 1219 by Representatives Eskar and Mullica, also Senators Moreno and Buckner, concerning a special license plate to recognize nurses in Colorado in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Eskar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We move to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1219.
Would you like to explain why?
Sure. Our senators over in the Senate decided that they needed to change up the ledge deck a little bit.
Is there any further discussion on the motion to concur? Seeing none, the question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1219. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative D. Valdez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative D. Valdez votes yes. Representative Bacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Bacon votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Please close the machine. With 41 aye votes, 21 no votes, and 3 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1219 is adopted. Majority Leader Eskar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1219 as amended.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1219 as amended. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative D. Valdez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative D. Valdez votes yes. Representative Bacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Bacon votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Please close the machine. With 48 aye votes, 14 no votes, and 3 excused, the motion to repass House Bill 1219 as amended is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Majority Leader Eskar. Mr. Gregorio, reports of committees of reference.
Committee on Appropriations, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1230 be amended as follows and be so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1279 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1286 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1288 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1294 be amended as follows and be so amended and be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1302 be amended as follows and be so amended and be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1303 be amended as follows and be so amended and be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1304 be amended as follows and be so amended and be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1307 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1313 be amended as follows and be so amended and be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 39 be amended as follows and be so amended and be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 98 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 103 be amended as follows and be so amended and be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 201 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Committee on Agriculture, Livestock, and Water. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1301 be amended as follows and be so amended and be referred to the Committee on Finance with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 237 be amended as follows and be so amended, be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. Committee on Business Affairs and Labor, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 173 be amended as follows and be so amended, be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. Committee on Education, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 116 be amended as follows and be so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 185 be amended as follows and be so amended, be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. Committee on Energy and Environment, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1318 be amended as follows and be so amended, be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. Committee on Education, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the Senate Bill 29 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. Senate Bill 202 be amended as follows and be so amended, be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I make the next motion, I just need to say that there's been a crime committed in this chamber. There was a breakfast burrito sitting on my desk waiting for me, and it is now gone. But it's okay, because being 8 months pregnant means I have a lot of food in my office, so we're good. Mr. Speaker, I move that we proceed out of order for immediate consideration of. I move that the following bills be made special orders today, May 21st at 10 a.m. Members, I'm going to rattle off some numbers, but know that there's pieces of paper up here with them already in order for you. House Bill 1230, House Bill 1313, House Bill 1312, House Bill 1311, House Bill 1307, House Bill 1319, House Bill 1276, House Bill 1294, House Bill 1209, House Bill 1304, House Bill 1302, House Bill 1303, House Bill 1286, House Bill 1279, House Bill 1288, House Bill 1297.
Seeing no objection, those bills listed by the Majority Leader will be made special orders at 10 a.m. Representative Caraveo. Seeing no objection, Representative Caraveo will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for reading a bill at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads. Bills will be laid over upon motion of the Majority Leader, and it will be a warm day, so the coat rule is relaxed. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title to House Bill 1230.
House Bill 1230 by Representatives Paisley and Titone, also Senators Zenzinger and Woodward, concerning creation of a user-friendly state internet portal related to state agency rules.
And before we start, reminder, we are on seconds now. If everybody could please quiet down, take your conversations off the floor if they are necessary. Representative Titone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1230, the Appropriations Report, and the State Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs Report.
To the Appropriations Report.
On appropriations, we appropriated some money. Ask for a yes vote.
Any discussion on the Appropriations Report? Representative Van Winkle. You need to make room for the representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just real quick on this,
And I already can't hear myself talk, Madam Chair.
Members, reminder, I just said it 1 minute ago. If you could tone the conversations down, take them off the floor if necessary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I sure do appreciate that, and I appreciate you. And I appreciate this bill, too. It's definitely got great intentions. It's definitely moving things in the right direction. My issue here, is specifically with the appropriation clause, is the Department of the Office of Information Technology has become quite famous as to every time there's a bill that affects anything with the office, they dramatically add in, 3, 4, 5 new employees and large fiscal impacts. The entire point of the Office of Information Technology was to actually do the opposite, where we have that full-time staff there doing their jobs. And so I guess my question is it really necessary for the Office of Information Technology to hire 4 or 5 new people and appropriate I believe it's $500,000 this year and half of that for next year. So I guess it's half a comment on how the Office of Information Technology does this with every bill that includes touching a computer. And also, I suppose, a question as to, is it really necessary?
Further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report. Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the constructive criticism, Representative Van Winkle. I think it is a constructive criticism for an organization that has grown to nearly 1,000 employees. The way this office has worked is all of those 1,000 employees, before it was quite that big, was in the 800 or so. Those employees existed in all of the agencies across the state, and they were brought in together into a focus within one IT department. So that's what the OIT is all about. And I think it is something that we ought to always question. So I appreciate your bringing up let's question this. What this, I think it probably is at least close to an estimate of what the level of effort would be. Because there is created here a massive effort to rebuild websites and to manage them towards making all of the agencies across the state with whom businesses interact and all the databases behind them for the regulations to be an easier place to do business in Colorado. So when someone wants to open a new business, regardless of what variety, and there's of course an incredible variety of businesses, for them to be able to weave their way through in a standard and friendly way, informative way, and to be able to interact with that, to know what's required of them across all agencies, and for them to also express modifications to those regulations, to those rules, and so on, that is going to be accommodated in here as well. So it is a significant effort, and I'm not shocked at the FTE count, but I do think we have to kind of always keep our eye on that growth. But I think it's within reason, so thanks for bringing that up, but I think we're okay with this allotment.
Any further discussion on the committee report? Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've got a question for the sponsors as well. I've got some experience setting up these sorts of things under contract. Right now, every agency has a pretty extensive website. You can go to that agency. You've got all the rulemaking. And your appropriations report. I'm sorry. I'll hold my comments.
Any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, Representative Van Winkle.
And my apologies, Madam Chair. Again,
worries.
I like the bill, but so one quick question, and I don't quite understand this. The revised fiscal note, which is the most recent one I have, which was dated May 12th, lists total expenditures at $523,000. Real quick, this appropriation. Never mind. I withdraw the question. I found it within the appropriation report. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All of those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the State Affairs report, Representative Titone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the State Affairs Committee, we ran an amendment that made some changes to the bill, substantially reduced the appropriation required to do it because there were a few things in the language of the introduced bill that was a little unclear, and we made sure that that language is very clear, that we're not creating a new website, we're creating a search interface. And this search interface is what this whole bill is about. And I would like to run an amendment to the committee report, and I move Amendment L003. And have it be displayed, please.
The amendment has been properly moved and is now displayed. Please continue, Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in our stakeholder process, we talked to a lot of the agencies involved in where this information was going to be pulled from, and the Secretary of State's office was one of those places. And the Secretary of State's office asked us to add some extra language into the bill that would be specific to their office, and this will help them get on board with the bill, and I ask for a yes vote.
Any discussion on L003? Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a clarification. So the Secretary of State reached out and would like this verbiage in the bill. Is it for them to be, shall advise? Say, shall advise the development of the search interface. So is it more or less the Secretary of State wants input in the search interface? So why does the Secretary of State need to be advised? How is the Secretary of State even associated with this? Thank you.
Representative Titone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, I mean, we haven't talked about the bill yet. The bill creates a search interface for businesses to find information about rulemaking pertaining to the business. Business-related things are housed in the Secretary of State's office. So the Secretary of State wants to be involved in the process of getting the information that they house in their department into this search portal. So that's all this is.
Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So yeah, the stakeholder process included the governor's office, as you can imagine, because the governor's office oversees the IT department, OIT, Office of Information Technology. We also had lengthy conversation with SIPA, the State Internet Portal Authority, initially, for them to provide this service of creating a user interface or more, a search engine across all of the agency portals, and eventually came down to it made more sense, especially after there was a change in leadership at SIPA, to put this under the Secretary of State, to involve them to the degree that we have. And of course, that's where business licenses are gained and many rules made. So it eventually, with all of the stakeholder interactions that we've done over the past couple of years on this bill, then Secretary of State's office needed to participate in a much greater involvement than originally intended. So yes, this amendment makes sense to accommodate that conversation and Secretary of State's heavy involvement in this process. Thank you.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is adoption of L003. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L003 is adopted. Back to the State Affairs and Military Services, Military and Veteran Affairs report. Any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is adoption of the State Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Titone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So to the bill now, we're talking about what this is for, and this is creating an internet search portal thing that allows people who own businesses to find out what rules have changed pertaining to their business. This is a business bill. This is for all the businesses out in Colorado to make sure they have access to all the different rules that pertain to their business as they change. We do a lot of things down here to make changes. The rules change, and they need to know about it, and they need an easy way to find it. I just wanted to point out some of the supporters of this bill: the American Petroleum Institute, the Press Association, the Realtors, the Colorado Competitive Council, the Denver Metro Chamber of Commerce, the Douglas County Business Alliance are all in favor of the bill. So this is a great bill. I hope you vote yes on this bill.
Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I first got interest in this bill actually just before I was sworn in for the first time 2.5 years ago, when a constituent-to-be approached me in Teller County and told me about her new business that she was just creating, which was a dog grooming business. And she was having struggles trying to figure out what her licensings that she needed to have. And turns out there was a significant hurdle for her to begin that business, which of course was just going to drive around with one of those little trailers behind her vehicle and pull up to people's driveways and wash their pets and so on, groom their pets. But where did she go? Where was she going to go for that? And now, just earlier this session, we had a kickoff of the Aviation Caucus, and that includes folks that want to create new private airports in the state. How do you negotiate? How do you navigate all that? You're coming in, you want to groom pets, or you want to open up a private airport. Just trying to start at a high level and figure out what licenses, what regulations to comply with, and so on is quite an effort. This attempts to make doing business here in the state of Colorado a pleasant experience, to walk away impressed with the government as they had to interact with it. So I think this will go a long way. It'll take a while to build, but I'm proud of this effort. It's been long in the making, and I do encourage a yes vote.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So members, we heard this in State Affairs, as you may have guessed from the report. And I was one of the votes in favor. In fact, I think it was unanimous, if I remember correctly. And this is a really good bill. But just a little bit of history on this. This was, I believe, a similar bill was offered last session when I served on the Business Committee. And that also received wide support, if not unanimous support as well. This is, I think, a great idea. I commend the bill sponsors for offering it. I think it makes a lot of sense that we try to help our businesses, especially our small businesses, help them navigate through the regulatory frameworks that we have here in Colorado. But the one thing I would want to just talk about briefly that did concern me a bit was this fiscal note aspect here. As you can see on the fiscal note here for budget year 2021-2022, it's $523,000 in total expenditures. And then the following year, it does decrease, but it's still a six-figure amount of about $222,000 and some change. The reason I want to bring that up is because I think while this is a good idea and we do need to do this so that businesses are well equipped to make sure that they are knowledgeable about what the rules of the road are, and they can further comply with that. My concern is that we're spending a lot of money with putting this together. I know in the private sector, there are companies or businesses who can put something together like this for I think less than what's listed out here in this fiscal note, and I'm not sure why that is. If it's a labor issue, or if it's potentially the overall problem is maybe there's too many regulations or rules in place that we have to somehow create a portal that will house all these things. But at the end of the day, I do think we do need to do this, but I'd hope that we could do this for cheaper. And so I would encourage who's ever going to be implementing this, do what they can to cut down costs and drive drive an easier time for these businesses to comply and know exactly what they have to deal with. But in any event, I think it's a good bill. I voted for it last year. I voted for it again this year. I certainly encourage a yes vote as we move forward. I just ask that if there's a way to lower costs, then we do that. So please vote yes.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair, esteemed colleagues. As we discuss this bill, House Bill 21-1230, I think the bill sponsors have brought together and over the years have brought together and moved forward on this particular effort to have a single central point and a single portal, a website portal. But what I don't understand is the fiscal note. You know, I imagine there's some really smart kids out there that could do this as a school project, bringing these websites together and put them on a single portal. But yet we say it's going to cost over $500,000 in the first year, and then $200 and some thousand every year thereafter. So my real concern, representing House District 64 and the citizens of southeastern Colorado, is the cost. The cost of all of the activities.
1 second, Representative. Everybody, there's some really loud conversations going on in the area, and it's getting loud up here. So if you could please tone it down so that we can hear the representative. Please continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the consideration. So as we watch the wheels of government work this session here in the House chamber, there are literally hundreds and hundreds of bills that have the best of intentions, but have an FTE that is 2 to 3 or 4 personnel. And I believe the fiscal analysts use a factor of 65,000 to template the cost of one FTE, close to that, plus or minus $5,000 or $10,000. And it does depend, obviously, on the particular function and skill of that employee. But I did a little cowboy math, and I said, if of the 300 and some bills we've already ran, this is only 120, or 230 rather, I think, as we run the numbers on the bills as they work their way up. If we had 100 bills that we've already ran through this year's legislation at 3 FTEs, it's $19,500,000. That's around $20 million on, and that's if we ran a couple hundred bills, 220, 230 bills, half of them having this FTE. Some of them have a much higher cost in the fiscal note, but we're talking about 20 million. Now, the citizens of my House district and those taxpayers may wonder, where does that additional 20 million come from? Here's my additional concern as we move with legislation like this in the fiscal note considerations. If we run another 100 bills or 200 bills, 200 plus bills, and we say half of them have this type of a fiscal note, there's another 20 million. So the cost here, that's now 40 million. And the question that my constituents say and ask of me is, who's paying for this? Who's paying for this? Are you going to make me pay for this as a taxpayer? Oh, no, Tabor protects that. They can't raise your taxes, but they can raise your fees. Well, isn't that a tax? Boy, do I have trouble with that conversation. Isn't that an indirect tax? Boy, do I have trouble as a country legislator with that conversation. But to this point, we're going to spend over $500,000, and I know it's fashionable to ask for gifts, grants, and donations, and I don't know if that's in this bill, but I want to ask the bill sponsors if gift grants or donations are in this bill. Because the state government now is going to have their hand out across the state to ask very wealthy people I've heard them called oligarchs. I can't spell that, and I don't even know for sure what it means. To give to the government to help the government balance their books. I get very concerned as we continue to grow government with bill after bill after bill. And I want to see if there's a way, particularly with this, where we don't have to spend $500,000 to do this in the next 12 months or 13 months, and then spend another $230,000 to sustain it. Truly, this could be embedded in existing offices with existing personnel. I don't know if that's a consideration. I'd ask the bill sponsors. But I am very, very concerned, Colorado, with what we're doing and what we continue to do in this state by growing government incrementally in baby steps. A bill like this in and of itself is harmless. But you add hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of additional bills that run through this chamber, and all of a sudden you're not talking about tens of millions, you're talking about hundreds of millions. And then all of a sudden a state budget you were talking about $27 billion, then grows to $33 billion, now it's $39 billion, pretty soon you're at $45 billion.
Representative, if you're veering a little bit from the bill, if we could kind of bring it back to the bill concerning an internet portal.
Thank you very much. So with this particular bill here, I am very concerned with $500,000 and the FTE they're allocated to this, because I truly believe 2 college kids in a basement could probably do this and build that, what is called the state's highly visible, or actually the state's main website portal, and make it available by June 30th, 2022. I imagine a couple real sharp college kids from any university in this state in their basement could probably do this in a month and probably do it for less than $50,000. Thank you.
Representative Pica.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And expanding on that point, I used to run a couple of IT projects for the Defense Department and a couple other areas, and this is very similar. In fact, we did build portals and we did do that sort of database management and so forth. But right now, every agency, rulemaking agency across the state has a website. Most of them should have a portal. I think they all do. All of those engaged in rulemakings have these processes in place. So to bring them together, this should be a streamlining, a coherent bringing together of all these different assets, and that's not what I see in the bill. What I see is another increase of 3.5 FTEs, and these are fairly highly technical FTEs that don't come cheap. So I'm not sure that the fiscal note adequately covers this, but in addition, it extends that to over 3 FTEs indefinitely on top of an IT department overall, as I was stated earlier, over 1,000 people. So that's a question I have, is how long is this really going to take? Does it really take that? As said before, you could consolidate that with a website that has a link to each agency, and you could do that in an afternoon. It doesn't take that level. So that's one question I'd ask the sponsors. Why do we have 3 people indefinitely in the indefinite future? And I have a follow-on question.
Any further discussion? Representative Woog.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, there's a lot to like about the bill. I certainly think when you mentioned helping businesses, creating efficiency, making it easier for people to look up information, that's a very key factor. What I do have some concern with some of my other colleagues up here that they've mentioned that we are increasing full-time positions, adding employees. So that's certainly a concern of mine. I believe that as time goes on, this particular legislation in this particular group of people that are creating this, I don't feel we're going to need all of them. I think it's up to 3 eventually if I'm 2.8 employees, something like that. So I think we need to consider if there's an option to, once things are up and running and we maybe need 1 employee running this whole thing is my hope. I don't know if you want to speak to that, but I would hope that we could decrease the total employees. Representative Holtorf's correct. I hate to think we're just going to keep growing government, have these positions that probably are not going to be needed in the future once things are running smoothly. So I don't know if you want to respond to the employee thing. I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Representative Woog. Yes, I'm happy to respond to it. So, I run a small, at this point, software company right now, and looking forward to getting back full-time to work on that in about 3 weeks from now. But yeah, these efforts are, I don't know, maybe they don't look as large of an effort because it's people sitting at a keyboard doing this, but the result of what they have to bring together is quite substantial. In this case especially, when you think about the heterogeneous environment that we run, we have 26, I don't recall how many agencies that we have, and agencies that touch businesses or the businesses have to interact with, it's very substantial. And for someone to come on to Secretary of State's website and invoke the search engine in the first place to try to match their particular effort is going to have to account for a lot. So there's a lot of search engine technology obviously being put together or being leveraged towards this. Massive databases that include, of course, all of the regulations with which the businesses will have to comply. So those search engines will have to be able to pull those up. And that's just quite an effort. There's a lot of analysis effort, a lot of architecting, and then a lot of software development to be done. So I do find 3 people pretty easily justifiable when they're going to have to interact with a lot of agencies, and then they're going to have to develop that code, and the code's going to have to be standardized in a nice, friendly way. I mean, think about the user community now. We walk around with our smartphones, wherever I laid mine last, and I just realizing I've misplaced it. And but we expect so much out of user interface that it's intuitive, that it gets us there. And that's really what we're trying to do, is build, not just because frankly what we have everything now. And that was the initial pushback that we got from the agencies was, hey, we have everything now. Why are you two coming to us and saying we need to provide this to the business community? And the actual response is, well, the business community came to us and said, can you do something about this? It's really difficult to try to navigate through all of the many agencies and figure out. I said, can you just act like one state instead of a bunch of agencies that are trying to figure each other out? So that is the effort, and it's significant, and I believe that the head count is justified. We just need to make sure we have the right skill set, but that's up to the OIT, and OIT has been being run very well these days. So.
Representative Pica.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that explanation. But I still rise in question to some of that. And I'll give you a concrete example, or an electrifying example, because it was out of utilities. We put together a portal. Now, this is not rulemaking, but it's very similar in structure. So we put together a portal that pulls all of the different permitting processes, all of the GIS databases, all of our pipeline mapping, the electrical interface mapping, water line, and everything else that we have, including that from those cable companies that we were able to get information from. And we generated a portal. And we're able to now go to a search base where you can go to each and every single House, and if you have the appropriate permissions, you can pull up all of the utility interconnections. And this is something we do that supports all of the contractors that come in, all of the different companies, all of the different builders who want to come in and develop something to look where all that infrastructure is. Initial cost to do that, but it resulted in a reduction of manpower to set this up and provide that information readily available, which is already available as it was parceled out in different areas. So that's my concern here, is that we go down this road and make it easier. We streamline the information. We pull the databases together. It should result in a reduction, not an increase. And what I see in this bill is an increase indefinitely. Initially, if I remember right, 3.8 to set it up, and then 3.1 to maintain it. And that's where I kind of have concerns. This should result in a streamlining. It should result in a reduction in manpower, or we're going the wrong direction. IT is supposed to work for us. And when I say IT, I don't mean the people. They do. But I mean the technology is supposed to work for us, make our lives easier, and not require an ever-increasing manpower load. And that's my concern at this point.
Further discussion? Oh, sorry, Representative Branson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this bill is a very good bill. I want to actually thank the sponsors for bringing it. I know they're both members of the Joint Technology Committee, and you probably know that we deal a lot over across the street with the Office of Information Technology, and I know that one of the questions I generally ask when we get a funding request for anything computer, I always ask, has the JTC reviewed this request already? Because we always want to hear for their response, and they generally do a deep dive into what's happening in all things technology. And when I was going through this bill, I was, first of all, grateful that one of the sponsors brought up that it was supported by the Douglas County Business Alliance, which, of course, I'm from Douglas County, represent Douglas County, so that's one of the groups that I always love to hear from when we're talking about business-related bills, and I was very happy to see that they were in support of this. And I, too, support the concept of making our interfaces easy to use and easy to interact with, and most of all, user-friendly. And so I very much appreciate all the pieces that were brought into this bill to put some requirements for that. One of the pieces that I found very interesting, but that after I thought through it, I realized how smart it was to include the pieces on search engine optimization, SEO, and then also ensure that searches yield accurate and quick results. Because I do know that people often are looking for an answer, a form, who to call, and if the SEO is in place and working properly, those answers should be able to pop right up for people that are trying to interact with our state website. The other pieces that I really appreciated was, to meet the state security standards and tech specifications. Clearly, too often, systems from any group, whether it's a business or a government entity, can run slow or possibly not be working properly. And we never want to be the ones that are causing the problems. We want to be part of the solution and not part of the problem. So having a repository for sharing templates, forms, and documents required for compliance with rules. We keep adding rules in this body. We keep adding requirements. We keep adding reporting requirements, whether it's to one of the departments or for licensing or anything else. And for it to be easier to find those forms and documents, I think is crucial, and I'm really glad that that piece is involved in this bill. And finally, the public comment process. I was so glad that the sponsors put that in, that there was going to be a standardized comment form for feedbacks of all rules, and that there would be a downloadable hearings calendar. Again, I know people that are following certain departments, following certain things that are happening within our government, and for them to be able to download a hearings calendar would be very important for them, and I support that. I've actually voted yes on this bill in committee. You know that I'm very careful with spending taxpayer dollars, but this was worth it, and I really, again, want to thank the sponsors for bringing this bill and saying that our internet portal would be user-friendly. All that being said, the one piece that I did have an issue with in this bill, even after voting yes for it in committee, was I was trying to figure out if we as the General Assembly found and determined and declared that passing this bill is necessary for the immediate preservation of public peace, health, or safety. I was unable to find any justification for a safety clause in this bill. I did not, while I think it's important to pass this, I will be a yes vote. I was a yes vote in committee. I don't believe that this act is necessary for the immediate preservation of public peace, health, or safety. So with that, Madam Chair, I do move L005 and ask that it be displayed.
That has been properly moved and is now displayed. Please continue, Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I just explained why I think this amendment would be helpful on this bill. I don't believe that adding a new portal or adding this user-friendly element to the portal is necessary for the immediate preservation of public peace, health, or safety. It will be very convenient, very user-friendly. I think it will be good for the citizens of Colorado and the people that use our internet and our entire portal. That being said, I don't believe it's necessary for the immediate preservation of public peace, health, or safety. I urge an aye vote on the amendment.
Further discussion on the amendment, Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I stand in support of this amendment. Obviously, we're talking about this amendment. We're not talking about the essence of the bill. No, I don't think this warrants a safety clause. I don't think this is an emergency. I don't think anybody will get hurt if we give it some time after the signing from the governor. I don't think there's anything wrong with giving the people some time to get a look at this, get a second look after signing, and make a decision if they want to do anything about it. And obviously, there's a slim chance that they will actually act on any type of petition clause. But I think it's more the sentiment, the sentiment of, hey, it's there if we want it, and that we respect certain aspects of the Constitution and use safety clause in a manner that is appropriate. So sometimes I look back at these bills, and I'm sure we may come up and say that there's a reason it needs to be enacted quicker. I wish we had somewhat of a middle ground between a petition clause and a safety clause, and where bills like this could fit in. And that's what I'll probably ask to the sponsors is, so what's the emergency? Because they may have a legitimate emergency or legitimate that this thing needs to be expedited, but does it go up to the level of a safety clause? So that's why I wish we had something a third in the middle. Maybe we give the people less time to petition or something in that realm. But it would be good. It would be good to have something there in the middle and do a petition clause. So. This is something that we discuss in a lot of other bills where we need to respect the voter and the will of the voter. We need to continue to give them this option. And it really doesn't matter if they use it or not. It really doesn't matter. It's just that it's there. And that we take the safety clause in a serious manner. Because if you look at the different bills out there that have legitimately used the safety clause, they're drastically different than this bill in the quick importance of it. So I think a lot of people our constituents are pretty getting a little frustrated about how we abuse the safety clause. I think it's something that we need to really evaluate. I think it's something that we need to address and have more conversations on it. I think it's something that our constituents, some of them, a lot of them do know about it, but a lot of them don't know about it. So I think it's more conversations we have to have with our constituents about the safety clause and having their say and how we respect their say, that this option. So it's a great thing. It's a great thing. But I think we need to really slow down and take a look at this and really think about why we're here. Because our names are representatives and we're supposed to represent the will of the people. And if we strip their authority to have a real say in this, I don't know if we're representing them very well. Now, obviously, they put that power in our hands if it's an emergency, but that's what we got to address. Is this an emergency? Is it vital? And so I ask people, look at the essence of the bill. You don't really have to make a judgment if it's a good bill or bad bill, but make a judgment of if it's an emergency to where people will get hurt. And then you got to look at yourself and make a decision. Is the safety clause appropriate for this or is it not? So ponder over it. But I like this amendment. I don't think the safety clause is needed at this time. And hopefully we all can come together behind this one. This is one of those amendments where we can all come together and start respecting the safety clause. Then we can move on to debating the essence of the bill. Use our time wisely with that. So I ask for an aye vote on this. Thank you.
Representative Tatone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I appreciate the amendment, Representative Ransom. I think that, in most cases, I would agree that a petition clause would be absolutely perfect for this. But if you look in the bill and you look at the timeline of when this is supposed to be done, this bill is supposed to help our businesses get the rules that they need. And we want to do it in as quick amount of time as possible. And the deadline in the bill is July 2022. So if we delay another 90 days with the petition clause, we're going to hurt businesses. And that's going to cause a problem. I appreciate this, and I would normally say yes to this, but because of that timeline in the bill, I would have to say no to this amendment because it is going to hurt businesses if we delay this anymore, because our businesses are very important and the information that they need is of utmost priority right now to get off the ground with this pandemic, and I wouldn't want our businesses to suffer any more than they already have by delaying this product to get to them. So I would ask for a no vote on this.
Representative, there's a competition. Woog.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I appreciate that, Representative Tatone. It is important that our businesses can function efficiently and get the information they need. The safety clause, however, it does say the General Assembly hereby finds, determines, and declares that this act is necessary for the immediate preservation of the public peace, health, or safety. So I don't think that the businesses, their peace, health, or safety is affected. And maybe we bring an amendment. Maybe we don't need to have this in effect by the date you mentioned. It's important, and I do like efficiency, as I mentioned, but I think we don't need to rush this one. It's not an emergency. I mean, we can argue back and forth, I think, for quite a while, but to to argue that this, affects the public peace, health, or safety, I'm just having a trouble with understanding that one. So I do support this amendment, and I think the majority of our legislation probably doesn't need that safety clause. So I will support this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I actually support your bill. I think it's a good bill. So thank you for bringing that. But I do support this amendment. And I wish that you would think that it's a friendly amendment. A few months is not going to make a lot of difference. So I'm asking for an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I appreciate the bind that businesses are in, but it's not as if they don't have access to this now. The issue that we're talking about doing is to consolidate this and have it up to improve the access. If you want to say that the businesses are struggling through our current IT system, well, I'm not going to necessarily argue with that point. But I am going to question whether or not we can't, with a petition clause, still meet those deadlines. That doesn't strike me as that heavy an issue to consolidate this information, consolidate the links and so forth. And let me give you an example. Go back a little bit time, shortly after 9/11, and I was working in NORAD, working information technology programs, command and control systems. And we had handed us a task to put together a very critical system in time to support the following State of the Union address. We didn't have a year. That was a program when the Secretary of Defense said, I want to have this system up and running. And we said, sure, here's the normal timeline, which had a different year on it than what he had in mind. He said, no, I want it by the State of the Union, and we had 3 months to put together a system far more complex than what is envisioned here, with 0 additional manpower. And we met that goal. So when I take a look at this, and I won't go into details of what that system was or what it did, because somebody might shoot me. But we can do this within the constraints that we have without running up the manpower bill indefinitely, and the safety clause simply isn't appropriate for this type of program. I'm not talking about hurting our businesses because they have access to it. I'm absolutely in favor of doing a portal, of doing what you have in this bill, but I think we can tweak this and we can make this more reasonable and more cost effective to the people who are actually paying the bills, which is everybody out there.
Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And you ever get in line to talk and then the person in front of you says what you're going to say? So that just happened. But let me, I'm going to try to stress his point. Representative Pico, fine representative from El Paso County. And maybe I have it wrong. Maybe because we don't want any, if this is that important to businesses, that we need it out there quick, maybe I am wrong. I don't. What I want to know is what part of this bill needs to be out so quick. That's a good question, and that was a big blow by Representative Gray right there. But what part of this bill needs to be out so quick, and what information is not out accessible now? What information in this is not accessible now where we need a safety clause on it to get it out quick? Is it something that it may take a Google search 10 more seconds to find? Is that 10 more seconds the difference between a business failing and a business surviving? So that's my question. What information will this bill help give to business owners that is not accessible now? Because if there is some information, and then we'll analyze how vital it is that information warrant a safety clause? So I think that's the two questions. What's the specific information that's not accessible now through a search? And is that information needed so quickly that it warrants a safety clause? So that's something I think we really need to discuss, more specifics, because I may be wrong. Representative Pico may be wrong, probably not, but that's what we need to look at. Because if we come up and say, listen, there's a piece of information that you cannot find on the internet that will, if the people don't get it within minutes after the governor's signing, the businesses will go under. If I get that piece of information, I may be opposed to this amendment. Or is that information not accessible on the internet anyplace? And I may have missed something when I read the bill of anything that can't be accessed someplace else or is so needed. So the essence of this bill is it seems like it is a lot of great information that's being put together to make it easier for business people. But I could have misread. So it's something that we need to ponder over. I could be wrong. I would like to maybe discuss if I'm wrong on this. And maybe I'll change my mind. Maybe I'll stand up here with everybody and say, yeah, this does warrant a safety clause. And we need to get on it. And we need to protect our businesses. I'm curious if a business owner is watching us right now and they're saying, I need this now. I need this information now. As soon as that governor signs it, give me this information or my business is going under. I wonder if somebody's watching us saying that. Give me this. It's an emergency. I need it now. I can't search an extra 10 seconds for it on the internet. I need this portal. It's an emergency. I don't know if somebody's watching saying that. I'm on the edge of going under. I'm on the edge. I need the portal information now. Give it to me now. I can't wait. I don't know if that's happening. What they're probably doing is looking at us going, why'd you guys shut down our economy and wreck our businesses? Maybe you could help us that way by not regulating the heck out of us and feeding the heck out of us, and maybe that's probably what they're saying.
Representative Sanders, you're drifting.
I digress. I apologize.
Thank you, sir.
But so we're here to represent our people and respect what they're doing and respect their authority to maybe override our decisions through a petition clause. So I think we should honor that. Thank you, everybody, for listening.
Yes, Representative Hortor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the amendment that is changing this particular House bill on page 6, line 10, section 2, from a safety clause to a petition clause. And as I listened to the discussion about the merits of the safety clause versus the petition clause, I go back to the bill on the same page. This would be page 6, line 5 through 7. Now, I understand oftentimes the wheels of government move very slowly. There are layers of bureaucratic rules, policies.
Representative Hortorf, please stay to the amendment, Amendment L005. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chair, and I'll get to my point here in a second. That may create the perception that if we don't start this right now, that there may be injury or suffering to the citizens, to the businesses, to those individuals in the state of Colorado and organizations, entities, companies, nonprofits, private sector, public sector, personal, that may perceive that this needs to happen ASAP, as soon as possible. But in the bill, the Technology Committee, at the first practical opportunity after June 30th, 2022, is to discuss the implementation of the portal. Well, if you look at the mechanics of a petition clause, I believe that the ability for this committee to have met the intent of this bill could easily be done by June 30th, 2022. So I truly see no reason for a safety clause per se. Now, I have been the one that has stood in the well and said the safety clause is the most overused clause in legislation. Repeatedly, time and time again, I come up and mention this. I think it should be only used when it truly applies to the preservation of public peace. Perhaps in a state of emergency where there is not public peace, a safety clause may be appropriate. Public health, as we have seen over the last year, more than a year now, 14 months, in a pandemic, public health, or the safety of the citizenry. I just don't see how we can in good faith say that this bill needs a safety clause. Now, I don't want to in any way imply that this bill doesn't have merit, that a portal that merged all of the different agencies together would not have merit. But I will tell you that Representative Ransom, who brings this amendment forth, is probably one of the most experienced representatives in our caucus. She probably has more institutional knowledge than any representative. If you talk about time of service in the state capitol, legislative experience both in the House and the Senate. And so when this amendment comes forth from the amendment sponsor, which let me check, oh yes, by Representative Ransom, I really think that we should listen, we should pay attention, and we should consider. I believe, let me do some cowboy math now, over a decade's worth, a decade's or more worth of experience in the legislative capacity.
Representative Hortorf,
Yes,
we
sir.
all appreciate Representative Ransom. She is an excellent legislator, but we're talking about the petition or the amendment L005. Please stick
Yes,
to
sir.
that. Thank you,
Yes,
sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So with that, Amendment L005 to House Bill 1230, brought forth by my good friend and colleague, Representative Ransom, I believe should be passed without hesitation, without reservation, and in the spirit of time, ladies and gentlemen, and this is to my colleagues, without further discussion.
Thank you. Any further discussion on L005? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L005. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The amendment is lost. Where are we? We back to the bill? Okay, back to the bill. Representative Van Bever.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to move an amendment, and this is, and have it properly displayed. Thank you.
Please move the amendment.
All right, I'd like to move amendment L004. And I would
It
begin.
is before us. Please proceed, Representative Van Bever.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would begin with saying that this is a great bill. I love the idea of creating an efficiency for businesses. If I think about the kind of feedback that I get from my constituency when it comes to needing a transparency, needing transparency, needing the ability to easily navigate the systems that and the rulemaking that they must face in order to be as a successful business as possible, this is the bill that fits that need. And so when I look at the ledge deck and it talks about creating high visibility, increasing that transparency, making an ease of use that was not there, and that the functionality is something that improves the ability of businesses to maximize on how they do their businesses. I also do appreciate the piece with the public comment so that the public can come back in and work cooperatively on that invitation style of communication, that back and forth, where we can then provide an opportunity as a constituency to ensure that they're coming in and letting us know how we can make it all better here in the state of Colorado. And so I think the third thing that I really appreciate is the clarity. So this amendment, what it does is, as I look at a need in a bill for what could be added for efficiency, when I make websites and I do marketing materials and things of that nature for different businesses, they do not pay me past the point of the project being completed. And so what this amendment does is ensures that we don't continue to pay employees or full-time employees of the state of Colorado that were hired to develop and implement this web portal. When they are done, then their FTE is gone, and we ensure that we as legislators have taken responsible fiduciary trust, and we've ensured that funding stops as soon as that is done. So I ask for an aye vote on Amendment L004.
Thank you. Further discussion on Amendment L004? Yes, Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to make a clarification on Amendment L004 that on line 2 there was a typo. We've changed employee to employ. So if you saw a quick sleight of hand there on the projector, it now says employ, not employee. Same amendment, and I am in support of L004. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. Representative Pico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in very strong support of this amendment. When I was a contractor for the Defense Department and as well as industry, back when I was gainfully employed, this was a standard practice to bring in contractors, work on a project, get the project done, and then leave, and then go hunt for another project. This is normal. This is a normal process. What is currently in the bill continues to grow the staff. And as I've said before, this should not be a permanent 3 FTE forevermore to build and maintain a website when the bulk of the information is already in every single agency. I want to stress that point. The information is already available. But what we want to do is stand this up. So let's do a little bit of efficient, effective government. Put the people on task, get the task done, and then they move on to some other project. That's how industry works, and it's time to bring that ethic into government. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion on Amendment L004? Yes, Representative Ramson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm in support of this amendment as well, and would like you to understand that the reason is when I see new FTE come into the state anytime, it seems like we have these eternal programs that just go on and on and on. And it's so refreshing to actually have an amendment where there would be accountability to everybody involved. While, as I mentioned before, I am in complete support of this bill and truly want this portal to be implemented and brought in, by having a defined end to the creation portion would just make sense. It would just make sense that we would not continue the FTE and continue the program on a perpetual, ongoing, eternal basis, as many government programs are. It would just make sure that the creation and part is separate, and that we would then be able to end any additional FTE. So with that, I want to thank the sponsor for the amendment, and I urge an aye vote.
Thank you, Representative Ransom. Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so I'm reading this amendment. I think I'm okay with it. I'm not an expert in this field. I know Representative Pico had some experience. Would this be considered a contractual agreement? Like you hire somebody, you don't hire a full-time employee? Or do you hire a full-time employee, a non-1099, and then say you're going to let them go afterwards? It seems like, and then an employee, if you're doing 1099 work, is not an employee, it's an independent contractor. So should this be employed? Are we going to have any conflict with that, or should there be have independent contractor on there? I don't know. Because when you contract with somebody, they're technically not an employee. So, but I think that's how it needs to be. I mean, why hire full-time employees why hire full-time employees? Let's just save some people some money. Be efficient. Thank you.
Yes, Representative Titone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think there's a bit of a confusion about how the money is allocated and how it's used in OIT. And I encourage any of the members who might be trying to figure this out to talk to Kate Sneed at OIT. She can explain it to you in a little bit more better detail. But I did ask her about this, and the way that it works with OIT is that OIT has a group of coders and programmers that they retain as employees, and then they pay them based on reappropriated dollars that they get from other agencies. But in this case, it's the general fund because it's a new program, and they allocate 2.8 FTE amount of money. So it's not actually people, these are people we already hire, so we don't have to get rid of anybody. You actually fire people if you do this that actually work for OIT. We don't want to fire these people. These are good employees that we want to retain, and we want to keep them on staff. They're just doing the work. We're allocating the money so they can do this work. So please reach out to the OIT people and clarify anything, but I assure you that this is the way it works, even though it may appear a little bit different.
Seeing no further
no vote.
discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L004. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The amendment is lost. We are back to the bill. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1230. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. House Bill 1230 is adopted. Okay. Ms. Ngoro, please read the title to House Bill 1313.
House Bill 1313 by Representatives Benavides and Gonzalez Gutierrez, concerning permitting the Office of Child Protection Ombudsman to initiate investigations on behalf of unaccompanied immigrant children who are housed in state licensed residential child care facilities.
Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1313, the Appropriations Committee report, and the Judiciary Committee report.
To the Appropriations report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In appropriations, there is funds being appropriated to the Judicial Department for use by the Office of the Child Protection Ombudsman, and this is coming from the general fund. I ask for an aye vote on the appropriations report.
Thank you. Further discussion on the appropriations report. Yes, Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in committee, we heard testimony that. I understand. We heard testimony that suggested that there would be only one residential facility that houses right now about 18 to 20 kids, could potentially house up to 100 kids
In appropriations, the amount designated is about $100,000 for almost one full-time employee. And under what I understand the bill to do, I don't believe that that is actually a reasonable amount of full-time employee, that the bill and what is expected and contemplated under the bill would rise the level of one full-time employee. In fact, I think that the ombudsman should be able to do what is contemplated under this bill without adding an appropriation at all. And so I would like to move Amendment L003. And what this amendment would do would simply be...
Hold on just a second, Representative Luck.
Sorry.
Okay, now it's before us. Go ahead. Please proceed.
Thank you. What this amendment would do would actually strike the appropriations and then require the state ombudsman to come back and do that out of their pre-existing budget. I ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Speaker Pro Tem, Representative Benavides.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Luck, for coming forward. And as we stated in committee, that the facility that houses 18 to 20 has been in the process of making application to expand to up to 100 children, and there is negotiations going on for opening up another facility that would house up to 450 children. So with that in mind, and since we only have a week or two to go, that's the intent, to have the FTE. I agree with you if it was limited to 18, but that's not what was said in committee, and that is not our understanding. So I'd urge a no vote to the amendment.
Thank you. Further discussion? Yes, Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to clarify, I did note that there was that expansion of 100. The 450, I must have missed that was contemplated that it would get up that high, but we don't actually have any information that clarifies indeed that this second facility is open, or do we have confirmation that a contract has been signed or that there is guaranteed of this expansion? It's in negotiations. Okay, well, I would still say that in light of all of the conversations we've had about the budget and all of the different issues we haven't been able to fund, that until that actually is finalized, I would still suggest that we expect the state ombudsman to do this without any additional appropriation. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? Yes, Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. I do agree that under existing support and resources that this job could be done. So that's why I support this amendment. But I'd also like to point out that members, when unexpected, I shouldn't say unexpected in this case because there are ongoing negotiations, but if other expenditures do arise, we can always handle that situation through our supplemental process. So I think for right now, we should not have to appropriate further funds, and that if we do need to, we can revisit that in the future through our supplemental process.
Thank you. Further discussion on Amendment L003? Yes, Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And for those of you that are watching this amendment, please know that it did pass this morning in appropriations, but it was on a complete party line basis. So in the interest of trying to have unity within this body, and also just to have a real strict eye on the amount of money that we are spending as we keep implementing new programs and new jobs, while I have a lot of respect for and completely appreciate the Office of the Child's Ombudsman. I have met with them, and they do tremendous work in that office. I agree with what I've been hearing from my colleagues about not putting money in via an appropriation at this time. So I will ask for an aye vote on the amendment, and I thank the sponsor for bringing it.
Seeing no further discussion on amendment, the question before. Yes, Representative Hotorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I, in turn, with respect to this amendment, rise in support of this. And truly, my comments go back to my concerns previously. This particular legislation is to try to react to some federal policy that is growing the capacity in the immigrant children space in this country, and now that's going to spill over to our state. And our ability for the Ombudsman, the Office of the Child Protection Ombudsman specifically, to react to and deal with what is federal policy. So my concern goes back to the fiscal note that says now we're going to have to put another FTE, and in this case it's over $100,000 that we have to, in the fiscal note, that we have to appropriate for this FTE to do what is now caused by policy that is outside of our state. It even says in the appropriations, I believe, the report here, Committee on Appropriations, unaccompanied immigrant children means a child under the age of 18 years without lawful immigrant status in the United States who has been designated an unaccompanied child and transferred to the custody of the Office of Refugee Resettlement of the Federal Health and Human Services pursuant to federal law. So the federal government now, through policies that are allowing immigrants to come unabated into our country, are causing us to promulgate legislation now and make us spend more state money in this office to deal with this situation. And I don't think that we, as a state, should have any obligation. I think that burden should be placed on the federal government for their policies that are allowing this to happen, which causes a spillover effect into our state. So, I'm in support of this amendment, but I also say, and there's an old saying that we used to hear, and it goes like this, you know, if you want to cause harm, then invoke death by 1,000 cuts. So as we continue to deal with more and more policy decisions that cause another cut, then we have to invest more and more money to buy the Band-Aids to heal that cut. Now, I don't know if that's a very good analogy or not. I try to be respectful and to the best of my ability, but truly here we're going to spend another $100,000 without hesitation, without reservation, without flinching. And some people, I've even heard this, and I don't agree with it. Well, that's just pocket change in this building. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that pocket change is the taxpayers' pockets you're digging in, and that's their change. So here we go, spending other people's change. So I just really have problems. Today is one of those days where I really have problems, and this amendment, I think, helps to some degree with the date. But I really want to caution all of us in this chamber. We have to be more considerable with the taxpayers' dollars. It's not our money. It's the citizens' money. And in my district, the Colorado citizens in the 9 counties that are House District 64 are growing very tired of how we throw 100,000 here, 500,000 there, 1.2 million here, 3 million there. at all of these legislative requirements. So I'm in favor of this amendment. I think it's a good amendment. It comes from a very intelligent place, from a person that has her background in constitutional law, who is thoughtful, who is always standing up for the rights of the citizens. The Colorado common person who goes to the convenience store, fills their tank with gas, buys a six-pack of beer, buys a pack of cigarettes, and just wants to go home. But wait a minute.
Representative Fort Torf, let's stick to the amendment, please. Thank you.
Thank you for your leadership, sir. I digress, and I apologize as my mind wanders thinking about my people in eastern Colorado. So please, on this Appropriations Committee report, think about this particular amendment. It comes from a good place, it is thoughtful, and the person that brings this forth has my utmost respect and admiration. And her education is grounded in constitutional law. So it's not frivolous in nature. It actually, if she brings it forth, it has a place, and I believe it has a place in Colorado Revised Statutes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your leadership. Thank you for your time. Esteemed colleagues, thank you for your continued attention. I will be speaking more today on so many important issues.
We look forward to that. Thank you, Representative Fort Torf. Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I stand in support of the Luck Amendment. And I think, this has to do with money, so I'm going to stay on topic here. What I'm concerned is we have some states that are paying for this, some states that are not. It's basic human psychology that if you start paying for certain things, it can attract people. And what I don't want is for somebody to sit there and go, well, Colorado's paying for this, so we're going to go push or motivate people to come to our state for our tax money to support them. So I'm curious about the motivation that this could have on some people in the world.
Representative Sanders, let's stick to the amendment, sir. Thank you.
So, Chair, so I can't say how giving free money away attracts people in the world. Is that what you're saying?
I'm asking you to stick to this amendment.
Do you understand?
To strike the appropriation clause for Amendment L003.
Well, I think you should read the amendment because I'm speaking to it.
Please stick to the amendment. Thank you.
Read it then.
Any further discussion on Amendment L003? Seeing none, the question before us is adoption of Amendment L03. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The amendment is lost. We're back to the bill. Representative Luck. To the Appropriations Committee report. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in light of the fact that we can't strike the full amount, I would like to propose Amendment L002 and ask that it be displayed. Oh, I move L002 and ask that it be displayed.
Thank you. The amendment is before us. To the amendment, Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So right now, the Appropriations Committee has designated $90,600 for 0.9 of full-time employee. This amendment would reduce that to a third, so it would be $30,200 for 0.3 full-time employee. Again, I believe that that would be more than enough to investigate complaints of this or investigate situations involving these 18 to 20 children right now in this one facility. And I also think that it could be used to investigate other amounts of children at that one facility. And until we know for sure that this other facility is coming online, I think this isn't a reasonable approach via our funds. So I ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Further discussion on Amendment L002? Yes, Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, members, and of course, we're not to the bill yet. And when we get to the bill, you're going to see that there was a unanimous vote in the committee on the policy. But here is the issue, and quite frankly, something that is a bit concerning. In the committee, we had Q&A on the number of unaccompanied children currently in the state and what the expected increase was likely to be. Since we're looking at what would be reasonably needed for this policy change in the upcoming fiscal year. Now, that's what's properly before the Appropriations Committee. And in the committee, what we heard was that we have 20 children, and the expectation, or at least the number I heard in the committee Q&A, was that it might expand up to 100. It is a bit concerning to me that now we are hearing quadruple that, 450. So I don't know if that's the expected increase in the upcoming fiscal year, if that's the expected increase the second or third year out, or where that number is coming from. Because that certainly is the number that has the direct correlation to how much money is needed for the ombudsman to be monitoring, making visits to these facilities, talking with the children. Obviously, how much staff time is needed to do that properly with 20 children or 100 children is vastly different than the amount of staff time needed to do it for 450. So respectfully to the bill sponsors, I think if what we currently have is 20, and then in the Q&A with what was presented by folks that from the Ombudsman's office, from those that testified in support of the bill, the number we heard was around 100. At least that's the number I heard. If there was mention of a higher number, then my apologies to the bill sponsors, but I didn't hear that. So I think the appropriations amount needs to be proportional to what the expected number is in the upcoming fiscal year. Understanding that if it is more than that expected number, that there is an opportunity for the Ombudsman's office to request a supplemental. We have a process for that. And to make that course correction midway through the fiscal year. But I do believe that a 0.9 full-time equivalent, additional staff support to provide the services of what we heard in committee is excessive, and that's why I rise in support of this amendment, ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Further discussion on this amendment? Yes, Representative Buckenfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you, Representative Exum.
Honor to serve with you, sir.
I rise in support of this amendment. You may note that on the first amendment, I did not rise in support because I do think there is a cost associated with having to oversee this population. However, I think a lot needs to be said in what Representative Holtorf pointed out, that this is taxpayer dollars. And government efficiency is something that we should constantly strive for with taxpayer dollars. And we have a relatively small population today that this fiscal note is anticipating, or the original fiscal note is anticipating on growing. We should be making plans to deal with the population today, and if that population of these children coming into our state grows, then we should be making adjustments at that time, because we don't know if it's really going to be 18 or 20 and how many more children the federal government's going to be bringing in. I mean, we've heard 100, we've heard 450, and so we shouldn't be budgeting for and planning for 450 when that's not a reality. So I would ask you, for the sake of government efficiency and for the sake of doing everything we can to maximize on our taxpayer dollars, that we support this reduced amount initially to deal with this population. So I think it's a good amendment. I rise in support of this amendment, and I ask you for an aye vote.
Thank you. Representative Lynch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you, sir.
I look forward to when we talk more about this bill, because we saw a clear victory in judiciary, and I can't wait to talk about that. But to this amendment, I just think this makes a lot of sense for us to approach this in a very systematic, one step at a time approach. And I think this number, based upon what we heard in committee, this number makes it so that we're not denying any of the services, but we're still funding the ombudsman, and the amount of work that is there today is potentially going to increase. But let's deal with that through the proper processes that we go through here to increase that when that need arises. I rise in strong support of this amendment.
Thank you. Further discussion on Amendment L002. Yes, Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as I mentioned earlier, we reviewed this in appropriations this morning. And as part of our work in appropriations, we are given what's commonly known as the canary sheet, which includes the fiscal note and then some other information that's put together by our very smart and well-versed nonpartisan staff over in Ledge Council. And I always appreciate the work that they do to research those fiscal notes to make sure that we have as much information as possible as we consider the amounts being asked for to implement specific policies that are brought before us in each additional bill that would have a financial impact. So when I was going over the fiscal note and then looking at this amendment, which would clearly lower the amount that goes to the Ombudsman Office, I did want to mention that I so completely support and am appreciative of our Ombudsman Office here in Colorado. She does a spectacular job, and I will say her staff does as well, in helping people that are dealing with the whole topic of child welfare. And I really do want to thank the entire office for the work that they do. But when I just wanted to point out a couple things in the fiscal note. One of the things that our analysts do is come up with a summary of the legislation. And there's a few pieces in here that you may or may not have picked up, but that are very apropos as we look at this amendment to decide whether or not lowering the amount as proposed in L002 would be appropriate. The bill allows the Office of the Child Protection Ombudsman, CPO, to self-initiate an independent and impartial investigation and ongoing review of the safety and well-being of unaccompanied immigrant children residing in a state-licensed residential child care facility, which is also abbreviated as RCCF, and who are in the custody of the Federal Office of Refugee Resettlement. The CPO must report the results of any investigation in its annual report. And in addition, the Department of Human Services and the CPO must coordinate site visits to investigate and review residential child care facilities that house unaccompanied immigrant children. The bill grants the CPO access to certain third-party records when the CPO deems the documents necessary for the investigation. Finally, RCCFs must notify the CPO and DHS within 30 days after the arrival of an unaccompanied immigrant children. So when you look at that summary and then try to evaluate exactly what level of FTE is needed, especially initially, I think that that's very crucial that we look at that summary and then tie in the assumptions that they made as the analyst was coming up with the original fiscal note. So the fiscal note assumes that 50 beds in state-licensed RCCFs will be available for the federal government to place unaccompanied immigrant children, and that all 50 beds will be used. Now, that brings in some policy pieces that clearly are not to be discussed at this moment when we're looking at L002 as far as the federal government placing these unaccompanied immigrant children. However, when we're looking at whether all 50 beds will be used or not, that is part of the assumption that I think we really should be looking at when we're evaluating L002. So the expenditures then are listed, and there's a nice table on page 2 of the fiscal note for those of you that are following along. And under the table with all the various costs, including the central an amount for personal services, operating expenses, capital outlay, translation, outreach, materials, and centrally appropriated costs, that comes up to the amounts that we're working on in the appropriation. But then the staffing piece is clearly what is front and center in L002. Based on the assumptions listed above, the bill will require 1.0 FTE to investigate the conditions of RCCFs that house unaccompanied immigrant children. Now, will it take a full FTE? That is an assumption that came through here in the fiscal note, but that is what we heard in one of the previous speakers say that in Judiciary Committee that was definitely brought up to be questioned, and clearly we will be able to discuss that more later on this morning. Currently, the preferred caseload for a CPO analyst is 25 cases, with investigations being finished in 90 days. The fiscal note assumes that investigations into RCCFs may take longer than 90 calendar days. Why? We're not told that. And therefore, a CPO analyst will be able to handle more than 25 cases. FTE costs are shown in Table 2 and include personal services, operating, and capital outlay costs. Costs in fiscal year 2021-22 are prorated for the general fund paid 8 shift, which is clearly another topic that I can answer questions. If any of you want to know about the paid 8 shift, I'll be happy to answer those questions offline. We have extensive conversations about that when we are doing line item setting and working on the budget each year. So there's a couple pieces, though, that I really want to make sure we talk about when we are looking at this amendment and also the fiscal note that generates the full FTE as opposed to the 0.3 FTE. Translation services are included, and what is said here in the fiscal note is that expenditures in the CPO will increase by $5,340 per year for translation services. The fiscal note assumes these services will cost $53.40 per hour and that 100 hours will be required. Again, I'm not sure whether that is something that we should be appropriating money to right now, or if that is something we can see as time goes on and then work on a supplemental next year to then try to make sure that the amounts of money are there and in place, because anything that we pass here in this body clearly needs to have the correct amount of appropriations. We don't want to have unfunded mandates on anyone, not on our local state departments, nor on, you've heard me talk about unfunded mandates as far as counties and municipalities are concerned, but it's just as crucial for our valuable state employees and our valuable departments, and that includes the Office of the Ombudsman. So, and then outreach materials, the bill allows the CPO to create and distribute outreach materials to the RCCFs and individuals who have regular contact with an unaccompanied immigrant child. The fiscal note assumes that printing and distribution costs will be $2,831 per year. Once again, I just think that this is something for us to really consider whether that is an accurate amount as we are evaluating whether we need a full FTE right away the first year, or if that would, or if the 0.3 FTE is a more appropriate amount. So with that, folks, thanks for jumping in and digging into the fiscal note. I do that a lot. Clearly in my role, I think the fiscal notes are very important. I want to thank our nonpartisan staff that puts them together. They do an awful lot of research to come up with accurate numbers, but at the same time, we as the General Assembly, it's our job to look at whether we feel that policy should be put into place with that same amount. So with that, I urge an aye vote on L002, and I thank the sponsor for bringing it.
Thank you, Representative Ransom. Further discussion on, yes, Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I did want to provide a bit more context for this request. Currently, the Office of Child's Ombudsman has a budget of approximately $961,000, which is the equivalent of 8 full-time employees. And so by adding this almost one additional full-time employee, 0.9, and the $90,000, we are basically increasing this office by around 10% or more than 10% in terms of full-time employees. If this office is able to service the entire state with 8, I think that they can service this group ranging between 18 and potentially 450, but right now we're talking 18 to 20 kids with this 0.3 full-time employee increase. And so I continue to urge an aye vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Luck. Further discussion on Amendment L002. Yes, Representative Hortorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we discuss this legislation that is so important, we're talking about building capacity, we're talking about these immigrant children. I just grow concerned that the chamber is not flush with members to listen to this important dialogue. We're just not maybe tuned into the amendments that are coming in. So with that, Mr. Chair, I call division.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L002? Yes.
Yeah, we can still do debate.
Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, the sponsors are asking for a no vote on this amendment. The money that's being utilized is not only for an FTE, it's also for translation services. Excuse me. It's also for translation services. And I just want to explain, with the Office of the Child Protection Ombudsman, they work for the entire state. And so, any comments around, how much money that office gets, it's for their work for the entire state of Colorado. This is to address specifically this facility, and we're looking at increase in number of beds. And so, like I said, this is, again, for FTE and translation services. I ask for a no vote on this.
Thank you. Further discussion? Seeing none, a division has been called. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in favor of Amendment L002 to House Bill 1313, please stand and remain standing, or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. All those opposed to Amendment L002, please stand and remain standing in one place until the count is taken. You may be seated. Amendment L002 is lost. We are back to the Appropriations Committee report. Any further discussion? Seeing none. The question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The Appropriations report is adopted. To the Judiciary report, Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, in the Judiciary Committee, it passed out of the committee unanimously. There was one minor change that was made just to make sure we had proper language in identifying and defining unaccompanied immigrant child and what that actually means. I ask for an aye vote on the Judiciary Committee report.
Thank you. Further discussion on the Judiciary report. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Judiciary report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The Judiciary report is adopted. To the bill. Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. This bill actually came out of some things we heard in the Judiciary Committee earlier this year, that we were unaware that any of these children were being housed here in Colorado. So on a completely different bill, one of the witnesses had mentioned it. So as a result, we started looking into this and found that there are children that are being sent here through USCIS, I'm guessing, or the Border Patrol, whoever sends them up, on the Office of Refugee Resettlement, and that the intent is that we will have more than are already here. And again, this is not something any of us have control over, and I think that's why it garnered a unanimous vote, because ultimately the problem is we have children here and no one is looking out after them to ensure that their care is appropriate as far as their health and welfare. As I mentioned in the committee, when these children are brought here, it is under what was called the Flores settlement with regard to detained immigrant children that are unaccompanied. And it requires that they be placed in facilities that are licensed by the states that they are placed in. And the facility that is housing these children right now is licensed by the Colorado Department of Human Services. And they did do one inspection that they shared with myself and Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez, where they go in to make sure that the facility is maintained well, is proper to house the number of children, that the people working there are adequately credentialed, and the numbers are the numbers they should have. And they showed us pictures they took of the facility. But that's all they do. They don't do anything per se with the children. And under the Child Protection Ombudsman's office, that office has the ability to look into the health and welfare of children that are housed in other facilities. This is not the only licensed facility, meaning it's held by a private contractor that houses children. So they are able to do that based on a complaint. And children, when they're taken out of a home and put in a placement place like this that Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez can explain more, there are still people around them. There's family members that can check on them and others. These children are fully unaccompanied. There's no one checking on them. And they are in our care, and our means the state. They're here. And what this bill does, it creates an expansion of the authority of the Child Protection Ombuds Office to not require them to act based on a complaint. Because some of these kids are very young, even the ones that are older are not used to this kind of a complaint process. Many don't speak the language, they don't understand our systems. And so to expect them to file a complaint is not a rational expectation at all. So this would allow the Child's Ombuds Office to go in and check on these children periodically. And that's what the bill does, is just an expansion of the powers of the Ombuds Office. So with that, I would urge a yes vote.
Thank you. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, just as I explained in committee, the current facility that's in operation is a residential child care facility that is licensed by the State Department of Human Services. They have a additional designation for this particular, these young people, and it's a shelter designation that they're given under the RCCF license. Members, you heard my colleague talk about the fact that these young people don't have anyone checking up on them. And although the State Department of Human Services goes in to investigate the facility to make sure that all the things are in place in the facility, in a normal child welfare case where you have a child who is removed from their home and placed in a residential child care facility through a local Department of Human Services, there are folks such as social caseworkers and guardian ad litems that are charged with oversight of that young person going in, and they're mandated to go in and check on the child at least once a month and see where that child lays their head, to be able to talk to them outside of the presence of the caregiver, or in that case, the facility staff members, to be able to check on them, to ask them if they feel safe, to ask them if their needs are being met, including medical, mental health, and emotional needs are being met. And members, we have heard a lot of concerns coming up that their needs are not being met. We have children that are here unaccompanied that are coming potentially with some medical conditions, with a lot of trauma, both emotional and mental health issues. And there is grave concern that they are not adequately being properly cared for while they're waiting to be reunited with a family member here. And so, members, this is about the health and safety of children. Children that are in a state-licensed facility, that we should be obligated to make sure that they are getting the same types of protections that any of our children in our foster care and our residential child care facilities are also afforded. I ask for a yes vote.
Thank you. Representative Balkenfeld.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In committee, I supported this bill, and I rise in support of the bill today. I feel this is a humanity bill, and as the sponsors have mentioned, that generally there's other eyes and ears that keep an eye as a check and balance on our youths that are being overseen by the state. In this particular case, they're unaccompanied children. We don't have that extra eyes and ears if there was an issue to make a complaint. So it only made sense that we expand the responsibilities of the ombudsman to kind of fill in as that check and balance. So that's basically the reason I supported the bill in committee, and I continue to support the bill. As long as these unaccompanied children are in our state, we have an obligation to have the ombudsman be that extra set of eyes and ears. The Child Protection Ombudsman is our eyes and ears for this population as long as these children are in our state. I ask for an aye vote on this bill.
Thank you. Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I also rise in support of the bill. You know, I think the bill sponsors laid out the circumstances very well of what the issue that was brought to the committee. This is a Colorado state licensed residential child care facility. So this bill, to me, regardless of what your views are on federal immigration law and policy, put that aside. Regardless of what your views are on current administration policies at the border, that's not what this bill is about. There have been numerous bills in the past that have, in my view, interfered with the operation of ICE facilities in a way that I think actually violated federal preemption. That's not what this bill is about. This bill recognizes that we have unaccompanied children in Colorado who are in Colorado state licensed residential child care facilities, including very, very young children. And we heard from witnesses that they are coming with a range of medical issues, emotional. Some may have suffered sexual abuse. And we have a situation, unlike any other residential child care facility here, where there are no family members, there is no guardian ad litem, there is nobody checking in to see how these children are doing and how they're being treated. And this falls within the expertise of the State Child Ombudsman, an agency that performs very important child welfare functions in the state of Colorado. And it simply provides them an avenue to check on these children and make sure that they are being properly cared for. So you don't have to agree with the policy and decisions made on why they're here. They're here, they're in a state licensed facility, and we need to make sure that there is some oversight to ensure that these children are being properly cared for. And with that, I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Representative Tipper. Okay, Representative Lynch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, bill sponsors, for having the foresight to see this problem, which I think is only going to get worse. It's oftentimes frustrating in committee when you go, what? How many people are involved in this? Right now, I think it was 26 is what I heard. But I think that number's only going to grow. On the premise, it's sad that we have this issue because we're having unaccompanied children dumped on us. And I think that's only going to get worse. But as my colleague mentioned, that ship has sailed. That's going to go down. That's going to happen. And we cannot, in good conscience, step away from our role of government to keep people safe, especially children. And like was mentioned, no matter how much we want to beat up on the federal immigration policy, which is failing us and causing us to have to deal with this issue, I believe that it is our role to take care of children in this state, and I would urge a yes vote.
Thank you. Representative Tipper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members. The only thing I wanted to add is, as a testament to why we really need this bill, is we actually aren't quite sure how many children are in Colorado right now. And we were getting varying numbers. Representative Lynch, you said 26, and we were saying we thought it was between 18 and 21, which is the number of beds. But I remember in committee, I think that we were actually asking, does the state know how many unaccompanied minors are in the facility? So if that's an unclear answer, we understand that one of the organizations that has worked very aggressively in this space has built a good relationship with the facility to know, but ultimately it's not up to that nonprofit, it's up to the state. So thank you for the support and ask for a yes vote.
Thank you. Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've listened to the testimony with interest here. It seems to me this is an issue that was brought on by the federal government, and it ought to be absorbed by the federal government and managed by the federal government. And we should be working to demand the federal government follow up and frankly pay for these kids being here. They put them here by policy, and for us to make a state agency or a state process to fix a federal failure, I think is the wrong way to go. I think what we ought to be doing is asking the governor to talk to the federal government and fix this issue at the federal level. So I'm a no on this, but thank you.
Thank you. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So members, I'm not actually quite sure where I am on this bill. Normally when it relates to this issue and the majority brings something forward, it's usually I'm a no, but I believe there is some merit to what I'm hearing here, but I do have a couple of questions associated with it. And I'm happy to hear answers from the bill sponsors, but I'm actually more interested in why my colleagues decided to give their support unanimously to this particular bill. But here are some questions I have. First off, it has to deal with necessity. I think Representative Hanks, when he made his comments just a minute ago about how the federal government really should be focused on that, I thought it peculiar because when we've had discussions surrounding this topic, it's usually been what the majority has said, that this is an issue for the federal government to handle, and we need to go ahead and let that be the case. So that's number one, is necessity. And as it relates to the necessity of it, aren't there standards, aren't there measures in place that account for the welfare of these children? And if there are not, where are you hearing that they are not? Because I heard from the bill sponsors previously that there were concerns. Okay, there are concerns. But is there any sort of empirical evidence or examples that you could point to how these children are somehow being harmed, either intentionally or not? And I guess that's my first question of a few. So either the bill sponsors or even my Republican colleagues who voted for this, if anyone can give me a little bit of clarity, that'd be helpful. So I'll step out of the well now.
Thank you. Further discussion? Yes, Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I come here in support of this bill. Representative Cutter and I ran a ombudsman bill earlier, and we voted on the amendment from the Senate today, and we voted on the bill. And I am glad to see another bill for them. I came over to you. I had concerns because the ombudsman program must have a formal complaint before they can kick into action and do anything. And I was glad to find out that the bill is a formal complaint, not a complaint, a concern that this child protection program can look into. And thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative Bradfield. Further discussion on the bill? Yes, Representative Balkenfeld. And I see Representative Sanders in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In answer to Representative Williams' question and what concerned me in regards to this initial bill was that there were reports coming out of Texas and out of the media how these children have been put in facilities down there during a period where we had a COVID-19 pandemic, that many of these children had diseases, they had issues, many of them were sexually molested, and the federal government hid that. They wouldn't let reporters go into that facility, and there was a reason why. And I don't have the answer what the reason why is, but I'm not putting anything on this current administration at the federal level in what they're doing down at that border of having any relevance whatsoever. Politics has gotten into this issue, and they're covering stuff up. And now they're bringing these kids into the state of Colorado, and we even hear testimony that we don't have a clue of how many of these unaccompanied children are in our state. And we're trying to pass a bill for our ombudsman to go and take care of these children and keep an eye on them, being our eyes and ears, like I said before, and we don't have a clue of how many of these children the Biden administration has put in Colorado with diseases, COVID-19, and unsanitary conditions.
Representative Balkenfeld,
Yes, sir.
please stick to the bill. This is
I am
not
to
a
the bill,
this is
sir.
not a federal government bill. This is a state
Sir,
bill.
this is the federal government bringing in unaccompanied children
Mr.
to the state
Balkenfeld.
of Colorado. It's a federal issue, and I have a right to speak on it.
Representative Balkenfeld, I'm asking you to stick to the bill,
I am to the bill.
to the state investigation.
So we have to
Thank you.
have, I'm answering Representative Williams' questions. I am to the bill. So we have to have that extra set of eyes and ears, because it's a humanitarian situation. And we can't expect the federal government in this day of age and the politics that they're playing at the federal level to do the humanitarian thing. So the state of Colorado has to step up. When they're in our state, we're going to take care of these children. There's nobody else looking out for them. That's why we have to pass this bill, and we have to hold the people who are sending these children into our state accountable and make sure that they're doing the right thing, because they're not following up. They weren't following up on the Texas border, and they're not following up when they get them here to Colorado. The conditions were unbelievable. The media they wouldn't even let the media in to see what they were doing. We can't allow politics to get involved in these young children's lives and how they're being impacted. And by golly, it's time the state of Colorado steps up and that we do the right thing and we be the eyes and ears and we stand up to the federal government if they're not doing the right thing and make sure they adequately fund the needs of these children. I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Madam Speaker Pro Tem Benavides.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. I just want to compliment my colleague from Brighton. I am as concerned about these children that are brought here, and I hope that concern is shared by everyone, no matter what side of the aisle you sit on. These are children. Our responsibility is to make sure they are cared for. It is not about federal policy. It is about them being here in a state licensed facility and no one to check on them. That, I think my colleague was indicating, that is our responsibility. And I think his inspirational speech is important, and I hope it moves members who have concerns about this, because this is not about federal policy. This is about state policy. We have a state licensed facility that are housing children and no one to check up on them. The Child Protection Ombudsman will do that on our behalf as a state. This is about the state policy of licensing these facilities and caring for children. And I, again, compliment my colleague for being as inspired to speak from his heart about the need for us to take care of these children. I urge a yes vote on this bill.
Thank you, Representative I had Sanders in the queue. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't think there's any doubt that any kids should be taken care of. I'm just curious, is there any plan associated with this bill that after we take care of certain kids that you don't have, that the federal government doesn't see, that's a great place for kids, we're going to keep on putting more kids there and spending more tax money. That's what I'm kind of concerned about, is we have so little money in this state, and we have so many people hurting, and so many kids hurting now. We don't have enough dollars to go around. And are we going to get in a situation where the federal government sees Colorado is a great place to start moving these kids? That's just my concern. I'd like to get that answer. Also, why was Colorado chosen? Because my question was, how did the kids get here? I think Representative Bockenfeld answered it. The federal government brought them here. I'm guessing it's 100% of them. Why was Colorado chosen? Why was it chosen to be a good spot? Do all 50 states are chosen? Or are the states chosen by how much state funding they'll give to help take care of the kids? Could that be it? Could that be it? I mean, if you have Colorado saying, we're willing to give money, and then you have another state not willing to give money, which one is the federal government going to pick? And then you got our constituents, our kids in the background going, hey, where's our money? I'm just curious if that such situation has been dealt with. I guarantee there's some maybe kids in some schools going, I think I could use the money that my parents have paid in taxes. It'd be great if we could help every kid in the world. It would be great. But I think after we help these kids, is there a way that we can say, federal government, this is your situation, you pay for it? I mean, even if we do, even if more kids do come here, is there a way to say, tell the federal government, you need to pay for it? Because I think everybody agrees these kids need to be taken care of. Who pays for it? I think those questions need to be answered, because I think I've heard, and tell me if I misspoke, I heard it was like 50 kids first, then 100 kids, and now I'm hearing 450, then I'm hearing I don't know. And then is there a prediction in the future, a year from now? Will the federal government, Colorado's doing a great job, let's just keep on sending more kids. Because Colorado's willing to pay for it. It's just concerns. I think our taxpayers are looking down, taxpayers that are looking at their dilapidated schools going, what about my kids? So it'd just be nice if we could discuss that. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate Representative Bockenfeld answering my question, as well as the bill sponsors coming up and further elaborating on it. So I do recognize, certainly those examples out of Texas, right? I'd like to hear more if there are any examples in Colorado, but be that as it may, I did want to address sort of the interplay between what we're doing, what the federal government is doing, or lack thereof. Obviously, we have these licensed facilities, and they're licensed through the state, but they are also contracted through the federal government to house these unaccompanied minors. And so I guess my next question is, given that there are certain standards stipulated within the contracts to provide this service for the federal government, such as the welfare and maintaining the welfare of these children, if they are not upholding their end of the bargain, so to speak, then who's actually holding them accountable? And it sounds like the implication anyway is that the federal government is not holding them accountable. Am I correct in that assessment is my next question. And I would be happy to hear from either the bill sponsors or who's down here. Representative Luck, for instance, maybe she knows, since she was one of the individuals in the committee. So that's my second question here. Are there actual violations occurring in Colorado? And number two, if the answer is yes, then is this the right way to go about it? Aren't there other ways to remedy the situation, such as working with the current congressional delegation, so as to work with the proper channels at the federal level to rectify the problem? Because I don't think anyone here would argue that we want our children, regardless if they're here lawfully or not, we don't necessarily want them to be put in harm's way. We don't want them to be treated wrongly. So I get that, but again, my question is, if these individuals or if these children are being mistreated, is that not a violation of the contracting agreement that these facilities take on as a service to the federal government? Did that come out in testimony, number one? Number two, if that is a violation, then wouldn't the proper remedy be, instead of this, wouldn't it be better to work with the current Colorado delegation at the federal level to rectify the problem? Or was that even discussed in committee? That's my question.
Thank you. I think she wants to answer the question. Thank you, Representative Lynch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Madam Speaker Pro Tem Benavides.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to clarify, I understand people have questions about all of the related laws. We were just talking about some of those, and those are real legitimate questions, but those are not what this bill is about. This bill is solely about Colorado law because Colorado Department of Human Services licenses these facilities. As part of that contract, they have to follow the requirements of that licensing. And so they are assuring that the facility is managed to those licensing requirements. And because most facilities have someone else looking in on the children, as the Assistant Majority Leader explained, that's what this bill is about, to make sure that something checks on the children. It's not about federal policy and what ifs. It's very, very narrow. All this bill does is give the Child Protection Ombudsman's Office the authority to go in without a complaint and check on the health and welfare of children. That's it. And they do it because it's a state licensed facility enforcing state law. Nothing else. And honestly, if you have questions, just like your colleague over here, come here and I'll answer them for you. This bill is not about that. And if you have concerns, I can explain. This is not about federal law or anything else. It's about Colorado law in licensing these facilities. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you. Representative Lynch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to kind of continue on, you answered most of the things I was going to, but in Representative Sandridge's concerns, that was one of my big concerns, is that are we, by providing this service, which it really isn't a service, are we making our facilities more attractive for these individuals to come to our state? And the answer is no, because all this bill does is allows us to at least know what's going on in there, identify needs. That's a whole different appropriation. This doesn't address anything to do with the actual funding or even existence of these facilities. It just gives us some oversight and allows us to make sure we're doing the right thing for these kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Van Vever. And Representative Carver, I see you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I come to this discussion as somebody who has worked with everything from preschool all the way to post-collegiate. And so when it comes to the topic of children and ensuring that innocence, true innocence, is protected, there's nothing more laudable and noble than that.
Thanks, Dana.
To protect children, to ensure that family is reconnected, to ensure that they're not being taken advantage of in the most egregious ways possible. So as I spoke to the bill sponsors, and we look at the bill on pages 4 and 5, on page 4, around line 26, this is the State Department and the Office of the Child Protection Ombudsman may share final reports based on their site visits. And so who is the ombudsman sharing that information with? And so the clarity there is that they're sharing that information with the Colorado Department of Human Services. From that point on, it is up to them to open a case and look at that facility and decide, do we look at the license? Do we figure out how far and to what extent this complaint is legitimate, and how do we move on from that point to protect this child? I would posit that the next question that has to be asked is, for the onus of the state of Colorado and for the funding purposes and for what comes next, Mr. Governor, what are you doing to help with this situation?
Thank you. Further discussion? Yes, Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do want to provide a little bit more information that came out in committee testimony with regards to the questions asked by some of my colleagues. During the Q&A with the head of the State Ombudsman's Office and also the Denver Health and some of the other agencies that have been involved, we did ask if we have the State Ombudsman's Office going in and performing these oversight visits, investigations, etc., is there a federal preemption issue because these facilities are being run by a federal government contractor, albeit they must have a state license to operate a residential child care facility? And the answer to that was no. There was not a federal preemption issue. And so I had a number of discussions with the state ombudsman director, and I said, well, clearly you would have with the company that is operating this facility pursuant to a federal government contract, certain standards that are required as far as the care of children and ensuring that certain services are being provided. And during that exchange, the state ombudsman said, look, when we go in and do these visits, if we find things that concern us, or if we do a full-blown investigation, we're going to work with the facility operator in addressing those issues. And so, in response to the question by my colleague on whether there is, anything in the federal contract or federal regulations that addresses care of the children, yes, there is. But the issue still becomes you do not have any oversight. You do not have in residential child care, other facilities within the state, you do not have family members. You do not have guardian ad litem. You do not have CICASA. And you have children, quite frankly, from what we heard in testimony from Denver Health, that have significant medical, emotional issues. Some have been sexually abused. And so you have a population that, if anything, may be more vulnerable, have more needs than what you would see in other state-licensed residential child care facilities. And so the ombudsman was very open and frank in her discussions with committee members, that as they are doing oversight, as they are talking to the children, and as they see concerns, that they would be working closely with the facility operator to address those concerns. And again, what is driving this bill, the necessity for a statutory change? It is that right now, for the state ombudsman office, they can only visit the facility or otherwise do oversight or an investigation upon receiving a complaint or upon request. And when you are talking about children, many of whom who speak different languages, it is simply unrealistic to think that our current statutory provisions, that the ombudsman can only get involved if there is a complaint filed. And so that is the driver of this bill. It's to recognize that this is a somewhat unique situation and that we need to adjust the role of the ombudsman to ensure that we have some effective oversight and that the children are going to be properly treated. So I did just want to put that on the record since that information did come out during the committee hearing.
Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you, Representative.
I do disagree a little bit with my dear friend, Representative Benavides from Adams County. These children are the ward of the federal government. And we are a republic. And yes, the federal government can hire folks in this state to take care of the children, but if our ombudsman goes in and takes a look and finds a problem, just like they would if they found a problem in a home, that they would be appropriately taking action. And if they identify a problem, it needs to be brought to the attention of the people here in the state of Colorado, and the parent over those children, the people who are overseeing the children of the federal government. And our Attorney General should be stepping up and representing the people of this state. And if it's the federal government that we have to step up to and say that there is a problem in this facility, and we gave the facility the opportunity to fix it, and the federal government hasn't adequately funded it, just like the state of Texas Attorney General is standing up to the federal government, our state Attorney General needs to be standing up to the federal government and telling them that we're not going to stand back as a republic and have you put children who aren't properly cared for in our state. So I do see it from a perspective that we have a responsibility as a state, and our ombudsman has a responsibility to identify any problems that there are, and the wards of those children, they're the ward of the federal government, and that's who we need to look to. I still ask for an aye vote.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just want to kind of bring it back to what I see this bill as. I'm not going to speak to the motivations or whatever of the bill sponsors. I'll just tell everyone kind of how I see it. It seems to me that the implication inherent within the bill is that there is potentially some sort of mistreatment going on with these children in these state licensed facilities. And so if there is a problem going on, then what's the responsibility of Colorado? What's the responsibility as it relates, or as the federal government is concerned as well? And so that's why I keep talking about the federal aspect here, because it's to my understanding, apart from the state licensing aspect here, that the facility itself is contracted by the federal government. And within those contracts to provide that service to the federal government, that they are required to uphold certain standards outlined in that contract. And so, one of the words that really stuck out to me during this debate was oversight. And my question really has to do with, well, isn't there oversight already? And it seems to me that that's not necessarily being answered. It's kind of being danced around a little bit in this discussion, at least, and I'm not saying that's on purpose on anyone's part. I'm really just trying to narrow down this aspect here, because it seems to me fundamentally that we're being told there's not enough oversight, and I'm saying, okay, if there's not enough oversight, do we have any proof of that? And then once we ask the question of where's the proof, I get, well, we don't have any, so we need to go ahead and go get some proof by interjecting the ombudsman's office without a complaint. And this whole time, I'm saying to myself, well, if there is let's just say all things being equal, there is a problem, then why aren't we forcing the federal government to resolve the problem, is my question. Why are we putting money towards this office to go rectify a problem that is, I think, as Representative Bockenfeld eloquently put it, a problem of the federal government? So I guess my question is this a fishing expedition, essentially, or is there a legitimate problem? And if there is a legitimate problem, is this the best way to handle it? And that's essentially my question. And I'd invite the bill sponsors or any of my Republican colleagues who voted in favor of this to provide me a little bit more clarity.
Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And definitely, I'm not an expert in this field, so I think I have a few questions as well. Basically, what is different now that we need this? Because we've had immigrant kids here, since probably the beginning of our state. Well, what's something why do we need this now and not 5 years ago? Is something changed? That's what I'm asking. Is the number so high? I don't think we know. Is the number so high that we need this? Just how did we do it 5-10 years ago? And how will this bill improve the situation? Because I know the kids that are here now aren't the first, I guess, undocumented kids without parents. They're not the first ones in this state. So how did we deal with it in the past, and why is this bill pertinent? And just curiosity, in the past, who paid for it in the past? Did the federal government, or does the state have a history of paying for it? So just kind of would like to know that as well. Thank you.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I voted in favor of this bill in committee. And I think it's important for us to just go back a few steps and understand a few basics. So right now, the Office of Child Protection Ombudsman is responsible for making sure that the kids of our state are taken care of in particular instances. Now, in those particular instances, as it stands, they have to wait for a complaint to be filed. Now, presumably, that complaint will be filed by someone who is an interested party in the life of that child. A family member, a friend, somebody within that child's community who has access, a guardian ad litem, a CASA CASA volunteer, someone who has a direct interest in that child's well-being and welfare. And if they go and they visit that child and they see or they hear things that are concerning, that there's abuse going on or potential abuse going on, they file a complaint with this office. And then the office has the authority to begin an investigation and to make sure that that child, in whatever facility it's in, he or she is in, will be able or is being taken care of appropriately. And if not, to address whatever abuse is going on. In this situation, though, these kiddos do not have an interested party in their life to be that overseeing authority, to be checking in on them regularly, to be making sure that they are getting what they need and that they are being well taken care of. And so then the question becomes, should the state step in and fill that role? If there's nobody else to ensure their protection, whose responsibility does it become? Under this bill, we say the state ombudsman's office has that responsibility, that they should have the responsibility to check in on those folks, on those little ones, and make sure that everything is going well. They shouldn't have to rely on a complaint. They should be able to initiate that investigation. Now, obviously, our hope would be that they initiate an investigation into the one residential care facility that we have in this state at present, and they find absolutely nothing. That all of these guys are being taken care of beautifully. And that all of the trauma that they have experienced in their travels is not being added to by their care in our state. Representative Williams asked, what is the need here? What is the need? It's unfortunate that we don't have an answer to that question that will satisfy. I wish that we did. But we don't. We don't know fully the state of these kids. We have heard from a number of pediatricians from Denver Health that those kids in this category that they have treated in the past have had serious medical issues, that they have had communicable diseases, that they have had a whole host of concerns that need to be treated. But we can't give to you right now a breakdown of the 18 to 20 kids that we understand to be at this one facility, where they're at and what their status is. We can't give you that. But we're hopeful that under this bill, we can get that information. Now, it's interesting, this dynamic between state authority and federal authority. The state licenses these facilities, and under that license, they have to maintain certain standards of cleanliness and care. But the federal government also contracts with these facilities, and presumably those contracts have care provisions in them as well. So one could argue that both authorities, both jurisdictions, do have oversight responsibility in this matter, that it's not just one or the other, that there is a degree of concurrent jurisdiction over the well-being of these kids. We are simply expanding our level of authority to include the opportunity for a self-initiated investigation on the part of the state to make sure that all is well. Now, hopefully, again, when they do this, they will find nothing. But if they find something, then it would be my hope that that information would, in its aggregate form, right, not in any sort of form that would somehow betray the privacy of any of those kids, be able to be pushed up to the federal government and to our delegation. And pressure could be put on them to ensure that those federal contractual standards are indeed being met. These little guys have no one in their life to look out for them in this way right now. We have a responsibility to be that one, that guardian as a state, to make sure that no harm is coming to them so long as they are in our state. And I will say, as it stands, we have no authority to tell the federal government we're not going to take these kids in. We have no idea how many they're bringing in. We have no idea where they're placing them as it stands. But under this bill, at the very least, we can come to understand how many are here and how they're being treated. And so I continue to stand by my aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to answer Representative Williams' question as to why this is necessary here in the state of Colorado. Because the federal government's already demonstrated on the border that they'll deny access to some of these facilities. We can't even get the president or the vice president of the United States to go down and check on the facilities. So I want to see, and the reason I support this bill is I want to see this bill passed. I want to see the responsibility of Colorado's Child Protection Ombudsman to come knocking on the door of one of these facilities and try to see the federal government tell the Colorado Child Protection Ombudsman that they're not going to allow them to have access like they did when they were down on the border. And if that happens, I think the people in the state of Colorado is going to stand up and say enough is enough. We want these facilities opened up, and we want full disclosure about what's going on. So I hope that answers your question, Representative Williams.
Representative Williams.
Thank you. And I certainly don't doubt the good intentions and what we're trying to accomplish here. But I do want to talk about a little bit in response to Representative Luck's I think well thought out of argument for this bill. And as it relates to what we all have to deal with, priorities and scarcity. We all have finite resources that we have to commit, especially as it relates to a state government, because we can't print unlimited amounts of money. We're confined by a balanced budget. And so the question for me, especially as it relates to this issue, and I think what my constituents would want me to ask, is this something that is the proper role of state government? And as I do a little bit of research, especially after what Representative Luck, Bockenfeld, and others have talked about, I came across this. And it seems to me that it's exactly doing what this office would be doing if this bill would pass. And this is in the Office of Refugee Resettlement, an Office of the Administration for Children and Families. And about the program here, it says, by definition, an unaccompanied child has no lawful immigration status in the United States, is under 18 years of age, has no parent or legal guardian in the United States, or no parent or legal guardian in the United States is available to provide care or physical custody. Following apprehension by a federal agency, usually the Department of Homeland Security, UCs are transferred to the care and custody of ORR while awaiting immigration proceedings. ORR promptly places a UC in the least restrictive setting that is in the best interest of the child, taking into consideration danger to self, danger to the community, and risk of flight. ORR looks at each child's unique situation and incorporates child welfare principles when making placement, clinical, case management, and release decisions that are in the best interest of the child. Unaccompanied children have many interrelated reasons for undertaking the difficult journey of traveling to the United States, which may include rejoining family already in the U.S., escaping violent communities or abusive family relationships in their home country, or finding work to support their families in home countries. The age of these individuals, their separation from parents and relatives, and the hazardous journey they take make UCs especially vulnerable to human trafficking, exploitation, and abuse. the majority of UCs are cared for through a network of state-licensed ORR-funded care providers, most of which are located close to areas where immigration officials apprehend large numbers of children. These provider facilities are state-licensed and must meet ORR requirements to ensure a high level of quality of care. Care providers operate under cooperative agreements and contract. Services include classroom education, healthcare, socialization, recreation, vocational training, mental health services, family reunification, access to legal services, and case management. They also provide a continuum of care for the children in a shelter facility, foster care, or group home, staff secure or secure care facility, a residential treatment center, or special needs care facility. And it goes on here, members. I mean, program responsibility, everything that the office, the Ombudsman's office would presumably do is already being done. So I renew my question. Is this actually needed given the fact that the federal government's already doing it? And if they're not doing it appropriately, then isn't the better course to force the congressional delegation or our governor to interface with the federal agencies and make sure that it is getting done? Absent any evidence that hasn't been presented here, it would seem to me that the federal government is already doing this. And if they're already doing it, why are we committing our resources, which are finite, to this program when there are other priorities that we should be addressing in this state?
Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I love second readings in that I actually like to read the bills or have the bills read. But I also like the debate, and this has been a very interesting debate. I came up initially as a no vote. I have been swayed by a lot of conversation on both sides that this may have some merit, because these, the kids are always innocent in this, whatever we're talking about. They didn't have a choice in a lot of the directions that they've been sent down. And I'm certainly not insensitive to that. So I want to vote yes, but then in the course of the debate, Representative Williams comes up with a program from the federal government, ORR, Oscar Romeo Romeo. And we go, what are we doing here? We have to figure out, is this duplicity of effort? And if it is, then why are we doing it? If it's not, please enlighten me. Thank you.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, esteemed colleagues. As we have this discussion, I grow confused as to what exactly the bill does, what are the intents of the bill, are the bills, is the bill language duplicitous with federal language? And I will tell you, as we move into the ending weeks of this session, oftentimes we read bill summaries and we read analysis and fiscal note summaries, but we don't really get into the language and the details of the bill. Now, where I'm from in eastern Colorado, I know sometimes people say we talk slow. Oftentimes we listen slower because we truly want to understand and we don't want to rush to judgment. So with that, and I will tell you, when we ask for bills to be read, there's this machine that talks real fast. And too fast for me to understand, I will say. And for the people of eastern Colorado in my district that are like me, and not all of them are, but people like me from the country, I'm going to do something that I've actually had people to speak to, which is when you all down there in the well asked for the bill to be read, this machine just...
Representative Holtorf, can you return to discussion on House Bill 1313?
Yes, Mr. Chair. But that's what it sounds like. I'm going to do something with all due respect. As I read House Bill 211313, House sponsor Benavidez and Gonzalez Gutierrez. Senate sponsorship, none. House committees, Judiciary, Senate committees, none. A bill for an act concerning permitting the Office of the Child Protection Ombudsman to initiate investigations on behalf of unaccompanied immigrant children who are housed in state-licensed residential child care facilities. Bill summary. Note, this summary applies to this bill as introduced and does not reflect any amendments that may be subsequently adopted. If this bill passes third reading in the House of Introduction, a bill summary that applies to the re-engrossed version of this bill may be available at http://leg.colorado.gov. Under current law, the Office of the Child Protection Ombudsman has a duty to receive complaints made by or on behalf of a child relating to the child protection system. Once the Ombudsman receives a complaint, the Ombudsman may investigate and seek resolution of the complaint. The bill extends the scope of the Ombudsman's duties to self-initiate, impartial, and independent investigations and ongoing reviews of the safety and well-being of unaccompanied immigrant children who live in a state-licensed residential child care facility, and who are in the custody of the Office of Refugee Resettlement of the Federal Department of Health and Human Services. The Ombudsman may seek resolution of such investigations and ongoing reviews by referring an investigation and ongoing review to the State Department of Human Services Department or the appropriate agency or entity, and making a recommendation for action relating to the investigation and ongoing review of the facility. The Ombudsman may request review and receive copies of information, records, or documents that the Ombudsman deems necessary to conduct a thorough and independent investigation and ongoing review of the facility. The Ombudsman shall report the result of the investigation and ongoing review in the Ombudsman's annual report. The bill requires the facility to notify the Ombudsman and the department within 3 days after the arrival of an unaccompanied immigrant child. The bill permits the department and the Ombudsman to coordinate site visits to investigate and review a facility. The department and the Ombudsman may share final reports based on their site visits. Now, Colorado, that's the bill summary that I know everyone can understand because it's not at double speed. Now, I want to get into the bill language just so it's clear to me and others what we're really talking about, because we have now danced between the federal government, the state government, responsibilities, fiscal note, financial dollars, who should be obligating funds to cover those expenses, who has responsibility for those expenses. But here's what the bill says, Colorado. Here's what the bill says. And I'm going to read it so I can understand it back home. Be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado. Section 1, in Colorado Revised Statutes 19-3.3-103. Add parentheses 1, parentheses A.5 as follows, colon. 19-3.3-103. Office of the Child Protection Ombudsman, powers and duties, access to information, confidentiality, testimony, judicial review definitions. Now, one thing I learned for those folks listening at home is that number is actually the number in the Colorado Revised Statute that you need to reference. And I believe the first number is the book that you need to pull so you can reference this. And so in this particular number, this is the language that's going to change in Colorado Revised Statutes. I had to learn this my first year, and now my second year I'm still learning. But just so you understand what we're doing, Colorado, I'm going to read this and continue. The ombudsman has the following duties at a minimum. Parentheses A.5, parentheses 1. Notwithstanding any provision of this section to the contrary, the ombudsman may self-initiate an independent and impartial investigation and ongoing review of the safety and well-being of an unaccompanied immigrant child who lives in a state-licensed residential child care facility, as defined in Section 26-6-102, and who is in the custody of the Office of Refugee Resettlement of the Federal Department of Health and Human Services as set forth in 8 U.S.C. Section 1232 et sec. And I understand that USC stands for United States Code, but Colorado, I cannot tell you what et sec stands for. But I will ask my colleagues who have gone to law school after I'm done reading this, so we all know what we're talking about, what that means. The ombudsman may seek resolution of such investigation and ongoing review. Oh, thank you. To my esteemed colleague from El Paso County who has actually answered the question for Colorado, I do thank you. Et sec, stop short of safety clause. Well, that is an abbreviation. I'll try to remember that. Referring, this is line 5 now, page 3, just so I don't miss any lines. Referring an investigation and ongoing review to the State Department or appropriate agency or entity and making a recommendation for action relating to an investigation and ongoing review. Parentheses, Roman numeral 2, parentheses A. In self-initiating an investigation and ongoing review of the safety and well-being of an unaccompanied immigrant child who lives in a state-licensed residential care facility, the ombudsman has the authority to request, review, and receive copies of any information, records, or documents, including records of third parties that the ombudsman deems necessary to conduct a thorough and independent investigation and ongoing review as described in subsection parentheses 1, parentheses 8.5, parentheses capital I of this section without cost to the ombudsman. B, thank you. I appear to be getting more help than I thought I needed. But I do understand. I appreciate the help of all of my colleagues in this chamber as I seek to understand and grow as a legislator in this state. The state-licensed residential child care facility shall notify the ombudsman and the State Department within 3 days after the arrival of an unaccompanied immigrant child. The ombudsman may create and distribute outreach materials to a state-licensed residential child care facility and to individuals who may have regular contact with an unaccompanied immigrant child. Roman numeral 3. As used in this subsection, parentheses 1, parentheses 8.5, unaccompanied immigrant children means a child who has no lawful immigration status in the United States and has not attained 18 years of age and has no parent or legal guardian in the United States, or no parent or legal guardian in the United States is available to provide care and physical custody. Now I'm going to pause there just a minute to say something very important to the citizens of Colorado and to all those who are in this status that I would dare say that there would be any parents that would load up their kids and tell them to go without them anywhere in the world, relinquishing that supervisory responsibility and duty of care and custody. That I just do not understand, but it is happening. And this bill is a result of that happening. But I tell you, what a testament to the greatness of the United States of America, ladies and gentlemen, the greatest country maybe in the history of mankind. When people from other countries will take their children, have them embark and say, go, run, go to the beacon on the hill. We are so confident that as you make that journey as children, which I think would be a treacherous and dangerous journey, and I would not put my children on that journey, I don't think anywhere in the world. But these people do. And so they come across that border. Hundreds and hundreds a day, thousands and thousands a month. Tens of thousands a month, as I see reported in the news. And then we in this country, who are some of the most generous people in the world, who are some of the most compassionate people in the world, open our arms and open our state treasury and open our facilities to help these people. I tell you what, I almost feel like a proud father who just had a daughter born when I think about what this country does for the rest of the world. God bless America. Now, let me get back to the bill because I am digressing. Mr. Chairman, I can feel the energy on the back of my neck, and I do appreciate your leadership. Section 2, in the Colorado Revised Statutes 19-3.3-108, amend parentheses 1 introductory portion and add parentheses 1 parentheses C as follows. 19-3.3-108, Office of the Child Protection Ombudsman Annual Report. On or before September 1st of each year, commencing with the September 1st following the first fiscal year in which the office has established, the Ombudsman shall prepare a written report that must, it was shall, which is struck, must include, but need not be limited to, information from the preceding fiscal year and any recommendations concerning the following. Now, for my constituents in Hasty, Colorado, or maybe out there in Sugar City, I want to kind of define what that means. So we're coming into we're in a fiscal year, 2021, I believe. So July 1st, we, as a state, roll into the new fiscal year, at 2021-2022. So the way I understand this, depending on when the governor signs the bill, the first report that you will see may be in 2022 or 2023 with regard to this matter. I will continue for the folks out in Lone Star or Plattner, or even out in Burdett. Results of the Ombudsman's self-initiated investigation and ongoing review of the safety and well-being of an unaccompanied immigrant child who is housed in a state-licensed residential child care facility as described in Section 19-3.3-103. Section 3, in Colorado Revised Statutes 26-6-107, add parentheses 5 as follows. So now Colorado, we're adding something to statute, and it's going to fit in the red books right between some lines. 26-6-107, investigations and inspections, local authority reports rules, parentheses 5. That's why it says add 5 in parentheses. As described in section 19-3.3-103, the State Department and the Office of the Child Protection Ombudsman shall coordinate site visits to investigate and review residential child care facilities that house unaccompanied immigrant children who are in the custody of the Office of Refugee Resettlement of the Federal Department of Health and Human Services as set forth in 8 USC Sec 1232 et sec. The State Department and the Office of the Child Protection Ombudsman may share final reports based on their site visits. Now, I know my folks out there in Crowley. I know y'all, maybe many of you have never been to Crowley. It's a beautiful little town. Maybe on the way past Ordway as we head out there to the reservoir. You know, I know you've asked me, what are we doing up there? Why do they read things so fast? Because we want to understand what's going on in state government. Well, House District 64, Eastern Colorado, I will tell you that it is my duty and obligation as your state representative to make sure in every case when there's any doubt or question on any piece of legislation that you are not subject to the triple speed mechanical presentation of this type of legislation. And I promise you, Colorado, as we continue this session, I will continue to make sure you all in eastern Colorado, in rural Colorado, can very clearly understand what is being said, what is being debated, and what is being discussed in this chamber that affects your lives directly, and more importantly, affects your pocketbooks. As state government reaches into your pocket for more and more tax dollars and more fees.
Representative Holtorf, let's get back to the bill, please.
Yes, sir. As we move forward with this type of legislation that has a fiscal note that has to be covered. Mr. Chair, I'll yield the dais to the next person that would like to talk. And thank you, colleagues, for your patience. Thank you for understanding. And thank you for listening.
Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and frankly, thank you, Representative Holtorf, for reading that. And I might speak to, maybe out of turn, to members of House District 64 and maybe to members of House District 60. But, you know, these bills are complex, and we're here for 120 days. We're going to see, in the course of that 120 days, for the people of Colorado, approximately 700 bills.
So, Representative Hanks, I understand the discussion here, but we got to keep it to the bill that we're talking about. So that's House Bill 1313, please.
And I was right back there with the next sentence, and that is, this bill was 4 pages long, and look at the discussion it has required in order to get clarity on it. And it has been useful. I told you earlier, I have been moved from a no vote to a yes vote, with the exception of what Representative Williams brought up about the Office of Refugee Resettlement. It's a Department of Homeland Security federal government agency that is doing all of these functions that are proposed to be under the Office of the Ombudsman in a state-run operation. I ask again, what are we doing here if we already have a federal government program funded by federal government dollars? Why the duplicity of effort? Again, like Adlai Stevenson, I shall stand by.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have asked this question of the bill sponsors, and the initial response that I've been given is that ORR requires a complaint to be filed in the same way that our current state ombudsman requires a complaint to be filed. But as was stated earlier, we're wanting to circumvent the complaint process because these individuals don't have interested persons in their life to put forth that complaint. There was also a statement made that the ORR doesn't make regular checks of these facilities. Moreover, I was told that there are different standards between the Office of Refugee Resettlement and Colorado and the CDC, with Colorado and the CDC's standards being higher. I was also informed that though the bill sponsors reached out to the Office of Refugee Resettlement, they have on this bill, about this bill, they have not received any communiques back. All of that being said, I am seeking to verify that information. I myself have a call into the Office of Refugee Resettlement, and so I will just leave it there, and my hope is that before this debate is over, I can be able to articulate to you directly from them. Thank you.
Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As Representative Luck was discussing, there is a difference in the medical screening from CDC as from the Office of Refugee Resettlement. And I'd like to share that with you. The various screening, if you, both of them do a TB test for tuberculosis, but the CDC is much more accurate. HIV testing, all children by CDC, and HIV is only 13 years old or less. Pregnancy testing, CDC is with all girls. And ORR just does for girls greater than 10 years, or if the child discloses sexual activity or abuse if they are when they were younger. And we have a note here about that. It says the sexual activity, abuse history, drug use, it's well known that many children, including traumatized, unaccompanied children, will not disclose sexual activity, abuse, sexual assault, and drug use to medical providers, particularly when they do not know of specific confidentiality protections or how gathered information will be used around deportation. And for all accompanied children, it is recommended to test for HIV, hepatitis B, hepatitis C, syphilis, gonorrhea, chlamydia, and pregnancy. So, back to the testing that is done. Both
Representative Bradfield, can you inform us how this relates to House Bill 1313, please?
Okay, this is all, I'm almost done. They're tested for lead, hepatitis B, C, and all of the other diseases that I mentioned. It is hoped that these children that are here are getting the CDC version of the medical examination, and that would be something I'd appreciate knowing. Thank you.
Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One thing I do stand in support in is that if there's any kids here, we need to make sure they get taken care of. But I think the question is how and who pays for it. I know Representative Holtorf read the bill, helped me understand the bill a little bit better because I just skimmed over it kind of quickly, and so I guess I have a better grasp. I think, but there's still some questions that I have, specifically, what will this bill do that we're not already doing now? And I'm kind of getting the impression it will increase certain standards. I think at the state level we have better standards. That's what I'm kind of hearing. So, and don't let me know if I'm wrong. It's that we're kind of doing what we're supposed to be doing, but this will make it better at a higher level. Also, I'd still like to know why now? Like I said, the group of kids that are here today aren't the first group of immigrants here. We've had other services in place for probably decades. Why aren't those services adequate now, and why do we need this bill? And that's where I'm kind of struggling with. I think everybody wants to take care of these kids, but what in the current policy doesn't allow us to do it? And it could be something simple, just like, hey, we need to up our game. That could be the answer. I don't know. But it seems like from some research that we're all doing, there is already a system in place. These aren't the first immigrants that have ever been here. And it seems like we've already had to deal with this. We already have certain policies in place. How will this make it better? So I still have those questions. And why is it such an emergency? And then I look back too. If this is so paramount, why are we waiting now? Why haven't we done it 80 years ago? Because gosh, immigrants have came to our country without parents, or our state without parents. Have we been lacking in the last 50 years or so? That's concerning as well. So that's what I'm kind of still trying to grasp is what this bill will do that it's not already doing. And it'd be nice if there's some safeguards saying that the federal government would pay for it. Actually, it'd be nice if there's a way we could send a bill to the country of origin for them to pay for it. But I don't think that'll happen. So, but yeah, those questions are still in my mind, and hopefully throughout this discussion we'll be able to answer them. Thank you.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did just want to state for the record that if Representative Williams does turn out to be accurate and the federal government already does this service, jurisdictional authority as well as governmental efficiency, finite resources, those calculations may end up changing my vote. So I just wanted to put that on the record. Thank you.
Any further? Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. But would that change, what if the standards were different? Would that change the vote? What if the federal government...
So, Representative Sanders, this is a question you're posing to Representative Luck. It's not to House Bill 1313. So please either ask her offline or proceed to discussion on House Bill 1313.
I'll focus it back. I think we all should ask ourselves if the federal government does offer these services, is it good enough? Is it good enough? And does this bill make it good enough? So I think that's something, it's a good point to ask, that even if we find out, hey, the federal government's taking care of it, is it not good enough? That we need to step in, offer this bill, and make it up to par. If the kids aren't being taken care of well enough, or have the proper resources, that's a different story. So I think sometimes when you ask a question, when you get the answer, it breeds more questions. So just another concern. Thank you.
Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I did ask the question about duplicity of effort. I'm asking the sponsors of House Bill 211313, is this not duplicity of effort? The bench is empty. I would like an answer. Thank you.
Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, members, what this bill does, it expands the authority of the Child Protection Ombudsman. Under the statute, the Child Protection Ombudsman can only look into these facilities that house children if a complaint is filed. This bill says that for these facilities, a complaint does not have to be filed. So no one is looking at these children. There are not family members. There are not guardian ad litems. There are not CICASA people. There's no one looking in on this child. So no, this is not a duplication of effort. No one is doing this. No one in this state is looking in on these children. This will be the only entity that will be doing that. This is not duplicative. I don't know how many ways to say it, and I certainly can help interpret statutes if somebody isn't understanding these 4 pages of statutes. But no, this is not duplicative of any existing law in Colorado. No one is looking in on this child, these children, unless we pass this law and allow the Child Protection Ombudsman's Office to go in and talk to these children without a complaint. That's all this bill does. I urge a yes vote.
Any further discussion on 1313? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1313. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1313 passes. Madam Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I apologize to the sergeants. I'll pick up my mess. Mr. Chair, I move that the committee rise and report progress and beg leave to sit again in 5 minutes, about 5 minutes at 1:35 p.m.
You have heard the motion. Is there any objection? Seeing none, the committee will rise, report progress, and be granted leave to sit again at 1:35 p.m. on May 21st. The House will come back to order. Mr. Gregorio, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Your Committee of the Whole begs, reports as follows. It has risen, reports progress, and begs leave to sit again at May 21st at 1:35 p.m.
The committee will sit again on Friday, May 21st at 1:35. Are there any announcements? Representative Byrd. Okay.
Members, Finance, even today, I'm going to talk to you about finance. So mark your calendars. If we hadn't had enough finance this week, we will have more finance fun tomorrow, 9 a.m., and I want to list the bills so that we can all be prepared. So tomorrow morning, 9 a.m., we will be hearing House Bill 1301, House Bill 1306, House Bill 1314, House Bill 1315, and House Bill 1229. We will meet in our normal committee room 0112, again Saturday, 9 a.m., more finance fun.
Thank you, Representative Byrd.
And I'll repeat the numbers. I've just had a request to repeat the numbers. So again for finance, House Bill 1301, 1306, 1314, 1315, and 1229.
Thank you, Representative Byrd. Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I've been given permission to have a couple of hours off this afternoon, and I'm kind of looking forward to it. No, I'm not really, but thank you.
So approved. Mr. Gregorio, report from Delayed Bill Committee.
Pursuant to
Report from Delayed Bill Committee will be printed in the Journal. Reports of Committee of Reference.
Committee on Energy and Environment, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends following Senate Bill 108 be amended as follows and be so amended and be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 230 be amended as follows and be so amended and be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation.
Message from the Senate.
Mr.
Message
Speaker.
from the Senate will be buried in the Journal. Message from the Reviser.
We herewith
The
transmit.
Reviser will be printed in the Journal. Representative Judah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have received permission to be absent on Monday.
So approved. The committee will, the committee will be in a brief recess. What? The House will be in a brief recess. The House will come back to order. Representative Roberts. You have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, the House will resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for continuation of special orders. Representative Roberts will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for reading a bill at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads, and bills will be laid over upon motion of the majority leader. The coat rule is relaxed. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1312.
House Bill 1312 by Representatives Weissman and Sirota, also Senators Hansen and Moreno, concerning taxation in connection therewith, narrowing the scope of the home office insurance premium tax rate reduction and the use exemption for the insurance premium tax for purposes of the property tax, requiring the actual value of real property to reflect the value of a fee simple estate, and requiring personal property be based on the property's value and use, increasing the per schedule exemption for business personal property tax, and reimbursing local governments for the lost tax revenue for the purpose of the sales and use tax, codifying that the definition of tangible personal property includes digital goods, and specifying that the tax on sales and purchases of tangible personal property includes amounts charged for mainframe computer access, photocopying and packing and crating, disallowing the sales tax vendor fee for retailers with a substantial amount of taxable sales during the filing period for the severance tax on oil and gas, requiring the net back deductions used to be determined gross income be direct costs actually paid by the taxpayer, and phasing out tax credits and exemptions for the severance tax on coal.
Great job, Mr. Gregorio. Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you and apologies, Mr. Gregorio. I move House Bill 1312, the Finance Report, and the Appropriations Report.
To the Appropriations Report.
The Appropriations Report makes an appropriation in order to effect the policy that we are about in 1312. When we do a tax bill, in this case, there's 1 and a fraction FTE, and we need to appropriate some money for GenTax programming costs. GenTax is basically the system that the Department of Revenue uses. We ask for a yes vote on the Appropriations Committee report.
Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The report is adopted. To the Finance Committee report, Representative Weissman.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. Primarily what we did in Finance Committee was to make an amendment that was requested by the Technology Association concerning the part of the bill dealing with tangible personal property. I need to move and do move L18 to the Finance Committee report.
Amendment L18 has been moved and is now displayed to the amendment. Representative Weissman.
All right, thank you. So members, this preserves the change that I just talked about that we made in the Finance Committee last week. It also starts to put into place in the bill some things that we've been working on pretty intensively for the last week with Colorado counties concerning the part of the bill dealing with business personal property tax exemption thresholds. So as I think some members know, part of what we're doing in this bill is increasing the exemption below which a small business does not have to file a schedule for business personal property and pay tax on that at all. We needed to work out some sort of logistical details that are rippling through a few different places in the bill. We'll have some more amendments related to that, to the bill. For technical reasons, we needed to move this amendment To the Finance Committee report, what the new section that we're doing here does is basically just adds a conforming amendment in an existing section concerning statutory directive to assessors to complete certification of valuations. So more on that in a second, but we ask for your support for L18 to the Finance Committee report.
Any further discussion on L018? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L018. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L018 passes. To the Finance Committee report. Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No further amendments to the Finance report. Again, those are some changes requested and that we've held for the last week or more with the counties and also with the Technology Association. We ask for your support for the Finance Committee report reflecting our ongoing stakeholder work on this bill.
Further discussion on the committee report. Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before we start getting into we're still discussing the finance report, committee report, and before we start getting into the specifics of the bill, well, let me just go ahead and move this. I move L20 to the committee report and ask that it be displayed.
L020 has been moved and is displayed. To the amendment, Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And we have some concerns, introductory concerns about this bill from some constituents and some people that it may violate Tabor or it may violate the essence of Tabor. And I think people have different opinions. Some people believe it does, some people believe it doesn't. Some people still feel that they should have a say to override this bill. Some people interpret it as a de facto tax increase, which, and some people say it's not. So I think there's a lot of different opinions on this bill. It's very politically charged. Obviously, some people love it, some people hate it. So at the end of the day, I'm moving this amendment is to remove the safety clause. And what it does is, same thing I've said for a lot of bills, is it just gives people a say in whether to override their representatives on this. So, even if it does violate Tabor, or even if it doesn't, I think some people feel that they need a certain say associated with their taxes. And then in some areas, taxes will increase because they'll be moving certain credits. They should have a say if they enjoy that or not. And also, there's nothing wrong with giving the people who benefit from this a say too. So what this does is, and I think we need to use the petition clause, rely back on that, especially when there's something where there's adamant disagreement on it. And agreement when there's a divide there. We need to bring it to the people and let them have a say if they want to get it on the ballot and utilize this. So I don't think this bill is an emergency. I don't think at the end of the world will come if we don't implement this as soon as the governor signs it. I think it's a respectful thing to our voters. I ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on L020? Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very briefly, members, I'm going to ask for a no vote on this amendment. Part of what we're doing here is increasing the exemption on business personal property taxation. When that becomes law, about 2/3 of the small businesses in this state currently having to do anything with business personal property at all will no longer have to file. That is why the National Federation of Independent Businesses is in strong support of the bill for that reason. We want to provide that certainty about that future exemption from that kind of taxation, which we've heard a lot about in this place over the years. And we also want to get the Department of Revenue underway, making other changes as quickly as possible so that there's certainty to everybody involved. There's also language in Article 5 of the Constitution talking about the applicability of the safety clause in contexts where fiscal matters and appropriations are at hand, as they are here. So I'm going to ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Further discussion on the amendment? Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would like to speak in favor of this amendment as well. Folks, you've heard me say it over and over again that the people of Colorado sent us here to do some specific work on their behalf, but we also have the charge of obeying what they have directed us to do in all kinds of ways, and one of which is the safety clause issue versus a petition clause, that we let them have a second glance at the work that we do. And for us to say that we think what we're doing is so important that we don't have to let you weigh in on it, I think is just wrong on our part. I think that we need to actually use the petition clause more often. The safety clause is completely overused in this body, in this chamber, and I strongly recommend that we leave the petition clause in place on this bill so that people can get used to what we're doing here. They can read what we're doing. They can take a look at the work that we're doing. And then if they choose to follow through, there would be some time for them to get petitions and then have a petition in place if they want to. Would that happen? I don't know, but likely not. But might it happen? Well, the point is we want to let them have the opportunity to do so. So with that, I really want us to keep in mind that we are representing our constituents, that we serve them. We are not their rulers, we are their servants. And that means that we should be listening to what they have to say. And with that, leaving the petition clause in place on this bill would actually give them the opportunity to step in and weigh in on the actions we're taking here. So I strongly urge an aye vote on this amendment. I thank the sponsor for bringing it, and I hope that we can see this passed.
Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. I know the people of Colorado are interested in their tax structure and what we may or may not do to them or for them. I think the people of Colorado should never lose their interest. They may not notice what we do here day to day, but at least we can show them, they can see on the ballot what we have generated. And I would urge the people of Colorado, never let any tax bill come out of this body without having a petition clause, such as Amendment 020 that we're trying to put on there now. This deserves an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Esteemed colleagues, one of the most sensitive subjects that we're going to delve into, as I see towards the end of this session, is income tax and the state's corporate income tax. And the citizens of the state should, in every case, be able to decide if they want their taxes raised or not. Now, I believe the petition clause is the ultimate arbiter of the people's will. Now, if you make a shallow claim that we're adjusting personal property tax exemptions and because we don't want to put
Representative
that burden,
Holtorf, that is absolutely out of line. You cannot impugn sponsors' motives or their comments. Please keep it to the amendment L020.
Okay, to this amendment with the petition clause here, if we are going to make a concession on it, one element of tax law, but then rush to say safety clause, there is no opportunity for the Colorado citizens to say yes or no to the increase in all the other tax categories that would be considered, under this bill, and we're going to get to all those as the afternoon goes on, I'm sure. But I will tell you, saying that a safety clause is needed because of one element of tax relief, and really declaring that that's life, that depending on life, depending on health, public peace, health, and safety. To me, it doesn't make sense. Absolutely does not make sense in my mind. And I'll just speak to me and nobody else. The citizens of Colorado, I believe, post-COVID-19 pandemic are not ready to get their taxes raised, to grow government to a level that we've never seen in this state. Now I'll speak to this petition clause, because what the petition clause does is says, citizens, you have an opportunity to have your voices heard. Your voices as citizens can say, after the General Assembly has enacted what they've chose to enact, and if in fact this particular bill without this amendment, 1312, puts additional tax burden on you, the citizens of Colorado, the businesses of Colorado, as you navigate your taxes year in and year out, then you have an opportunity to say, I don't think so, state government. I don't think we want our taxes raised. So many times in this state we have had that message heard. Colorado says, I don't want what you're giving me, Gold Dome. And so we get to have our voices heard. I do not think that should be taken from the people, particularly when we talk about taxation, particularly when we talk about legislation that is going to take away those things that have helped businesses. During a COVID-19 pandemic, we've talked about and we make pleas in here about how we want to help business. We care about business. Small business means everything to us.
Representative, I'm going to direct you back to the amendment, please.
Absolutely, Mr. Chair. And all those things we say and do. But now, without considering this amendment, we actually take away their voice. We limit their ability to speak to us in a manner that is, I believe, embedded in the state constitution. So I see no better way. I see no better way than to offer that to the citizens of Colorado in every instance that we want to raise taxes and do harm to those businesses by increasing the tax burden that they must carry. Now, for those of you that are in a business or have a business or have to spend hours and hours and hours working with your accountants and your bookkeepers to try to determine what will or will not be that tax burden after that fiscal year is ended, I don't think the people of Colorado want their voices taken away. Now, I can only speak for my House district, but I will tell you House District 64 speaks loud and clear. We've had enough of taxation, and don't take away our tax breaks.
Back to the amendment, please, Representative.
Absolutely. And maybe I'll save that later in the conversation because it's important. So we're going to hammer that home later this afternoon. My people have spoken loud and clearly. But ladies and gentlemen, if you don't entertain this, Colorado, for the record, if the bill sponsors do not entertain this amendment, here's what they are saying. Because you take away this amendment and you don't allow it, here's what my interpretation of them or what is said by this through legislative language, let me clear it up here. What is
Representative,
said
the
by
bill-
legislative language is you do not have the right to regress or petition because we will not consider the petition clause. Thank you.
Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm coming to this at a different angle here, and this obviously has to do with timing. People who are getting some of these taxes and these tax breaks stripped have suffered a lot through COVID. I don't know if this is the best time. Sometimes, and that's why I asked for this amendment, is basically they should have a say in it. So there may be some people out there that say, I'm okay with the essence of the bill. I just don't think the timing's right, and I want to have a say. There may be some people out there that are usually against or in favor of this bill that may not due to the timing, and they should have a say. I think it's really important, especially when we're on a recovery time period, that when we have policies associated with taxation, we give the people a say in whether they want to put it on the ballot and vote on it. So I want everybody to stress to take a look at the timing issue. And maybe if you just look at the timing issue, you may say, yeah, this is a good amendment. People may be overly sensitive right now of getting increased taxation, and they may think differently. And a no vote, if they put it on the ballot, may not be against the bill, it may just be the timing. So people have different reasons why they're for a bill. People have different reasons why they're against it. And I think giving them the opportunity to gather signatures to get on the ballot would be a great thing. It's the ultimate. It's respectful. It's something we should consider. I don't think there's any emergency where a safety clause is justified to hurry up and strip different taxes and tax breaks. So I ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Further discussion on L020, Representative Pico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. The particular provision mentioned by the sponsor is something that I think is a good one. The idea of a business personal property tax reduction. It is something I championed before when I was in local council. But that's not the overall essence of this bill. This bill overall.
We're to the amendment, Representative Pico.
Yes, Mr. Chair, but I'm talking about what this safety clause really focuses on, and that is the ability for the people to have an option to override the will of the legislature. This bill has in it, overall, a tax increase. When you look at it overall, it is a huge tax increase.
Representative Pico, we are to the amendment. Will be ample time to discuss the contents of the bill, but right now the Committee of the Whole is discussing L020. Please direct your comments to that amendment.
Yes, Mr. Chair, the point is that this safety clause is what takes away the ability of the citizens to have their say on this. This putting the amendment clause back in there is essential for the safeguard of what we need and what this overall is. Thank you.
Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's not clear to me how we can talk about this amendment without talking about the bill, so I ask for a 2-minute recess so that you can make clear to the minority party here exactly how we should do that.
House will be in a brief recess. Committee will come back to order. Is there any further discussion on L020? Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do appreciate that, and it is much more clear to me, and I believe the whole minority now exactly what we should be speaking to and what we shouldn't be in terms of the petition clause. Now, I am in favor of this amendment because I think something that affects something so personal, which is the family budget, I think that is something that the people of Colorado should be able to have input on, have say in. It's something that they repeatedly at the ballot box have voted and said yes to some things, no to other things. I think this bill is a chief example of something that the people could put their voice on, and so I ask for a yes vote.
Further discussion on L020? Did I call the question? Okay. I hadn't called the question, but if we want to go into division, is that the request, or was there further discussion? Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And in listening to the discussion during the brief recess, understand we really just want to talk to the petition and the petition of citizens, the petition of the state of Colorado and citizens to stand up against taxes, tax increases, tax modifications, tax adjustments, things that make your tax conditions change, and maybe not for the better if you're on the side of those that do produce and provide services, goods and services, commodities, goods and services to the state, those small businesses, those medium-sized businesses, those large businesses that are out there working in their economic space. For my constituents in eastern Colorado, the ranchers, the farmers, the agribusiness and agri-service businesses, many of them are owned. The other day we're talking about investor-owned entities. Well, almost every entity is an investor-owned entity in this business space because somebody has to invest in those businesses for them to function in a free market economy. In a free market economy, and in a free market economy where people get to operate freely or as freely as allowed by government, there should be the opportunity for them to have their voices expressed. The petition clause allows for that outside of the Gold Dome. It is a wonderful tool to protect the interests of the Colorado citizens, particularly Colorado citizens that might be most impacted. And we'll get to the level and direction of impact later because we're going to honor what was discussed in the recess and try to focus completely on what is behind me. What my colleague from El Paso County is asking for and declares as we meddle in the existing tax space is for the opportunity for Coloradoans to have the right of petition. That is one of the most important rights. A right of representation. A right so you can be Everybody all right over there? Okay. All right. Boy, I lost my place. Okay. Now here I'm getting it. Don't talk to me. I'll get it. So as I was saying, a fundamental right that is given to Colorado citizens is their right of petition. It is a fundamental right that is infringed upon often as we rush to put the proverbial safety clause on legislation because it's so important. But in this case, I believe in something as serious as this. Something as serious as changing the tax code, which, oh, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, will affect the taxes for the 2021 year. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that was the COVID-19 year. The year where COVID-19 affected and impacted our Colorado economy to an extraordinary degree. A year where businesses struggled. They suffered. And with this petition clause, it actually allows them and affords them something that is a great gift, and that is called time. That is time to work out and analyze the implications of something such as this. Now, we'll get into this a little bit later. But with this clause, the Colorado citizens and those businesses that it will be impacted, and yes, businesses are citizens, and citizens are business. The foundations of almost every business is built on the backs of people. And they are citizens of this great state, or maybe from another state, perhaps. But I feel very strongly about this, and I'm going to sit here and talk about it for a while. Because I think it is wrong. Now, I'm just going to speak for me. I will only impugn myself when I just speak to myself, I believe, and I have no desire to do that to anybody. But I will tell you, I really, in my heart of hearts, think it is wrong to take away an opportunity for redress that is provided by the Constitution. For me, particularly in something that is as complex and difficult as taxation, particularly when we have gone through such a difficult time. I don't think the people of Colorado will be represented in a manner that is respectful to them, that considers their best interests in this chamber. Because as I was told earlier, we're here to represent the people. I work for the people of House District 65. Excuse me, 64. Might be 65 after we redraw the map. Because my colleague from Cheyenne Wells pointed out.
Representative Holtorf, I'm given a lot of leeway here, but is this related to the petition clause?
Well, it was just related to my comment about 64 and 65.
Okay.
Only mentioning that Representative from 65 lives 100 miles south of me. I live 100 miles north of him. Yet I represent the southeast part of the state, and he represents the northeast part of the state. And it's just kind of a conundrum that occurred in 2010, but I digress, so I'll get back to this point.
Thank you.
And I do thank you for your leadership. But just speaking to what we do when we represent the people. I don't represent state government. You know, if the state government doesn't have enough tax money, that's not my problem. That's the state's problem. And my people expect me and have told me, and that's why I'm so passionate about this amendment. Because they have this right, and we deny them this right when we say, oh, no, 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 no. We have to have the safety clause because safety is the most important thing with respect to, hold on, Insurance premium property sales tax severance. Insurance premium property sales severance tax, excuse me. I better say it again, I'll get it right. Insurance premium property sales severance tax. Thank you. So, I really believe if we are going to represent the people, honestly, if we're going to represent the people of the state and put the people ahead of what state government is looking for, what state government thinks they need, perhaps an insatiable appetite for more tax money from the tax base. But that would just be my thought. So we're going to adjust and modify and take away perhaps, but with this petition, ladies and gentlemen, this is where you show respect to the people. You want to show respect to the citizenry that elected you and put you here, I will tell you, then this is how you do it. You say, I'm going to allow the citizens to petition. I'm going to allow you to have the right that the Colorado Constitution offers you, and allow you, if you don't like something that we do here, if legislation was brought forth in this chamber, if there were certain interests that collectively were stronger than the greater interest of all persons and parties in this state, then this allows everybody else to analyze, stand up, and it actually gives them the time to say, in a process that is afforded them the opportunity to say, no, we don't like what you did in the General Assembly, in the 73rd General Assembly. We don't like what you did in this legislative session. And we, the people, are going to stand up and say, nope, oh no. We're going to take it to petition, we're going to run it on a ballot, and we're going to say, you know what? The people speak and say no. You'll have to take care of the affairs of the state with the resources you've already been given and no more in this scenario that I present. So I will tell you, this amendment is a lot more important than you all might realize. It means a lot more. It has an enormous amount of implications to those that are the taxpayers. So many people in the economy actually have found a way not to be in that tax base and not to carry the burden. In many ways. They may not be concerned about the petition. But I will tell you, those that have the burden and will be most impacted by this particular legislation, it is only proper and right that we respect them and allow them to have the right of petition. Now, I, of course, am here without reservation or hesitation saying I would offer them that right immediately. There are people in this chamber that say, oh, no, no, we're not going to give you that right. Maybe they're not worthy of it. Maybe they don't think they can handle it. Maybe they think it's just really so important for the safety of the state that the petition clause not be offered. And I would tell you that that is the wrong direction to travel. In almost every bill in this chamber, the petition clause should be the front and foremost petition that we offer to this state, with few exceptions. I continue to declare that the safety clause is overused. The safety clause is used for things other than what it was defined for and its purpose. And in this case, I would not, if I was a position of leadership, I would not take away those inherent constitutional rights for redress and petition of the citizenry of this state. And I will argue to the proponents of this bill, they should not either.
Further discussion on L020, Representative Van Bever.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would echo the sentiments of Representative Holtorf. In these United States, the right to petition is enumerated in the First Amendment to the United States Constitution, which specifically prohibits Congress from abridging the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for redress of grievances. Although it's often overlooked in favor of other more famous freedoms and often taken for granted, many other civil liberties are enforceable against the government only by exercising this basic right. According to the Congressional Research Service, since the Constitution was written, the right to petition has actually expanded. It is no longer confined to demands for redress of grievances in any accurate meaning of these words, but comprehends demands for an exercise by the government of its powers in furtherance of the interest and prosperity of the petitioners. Isn't this exactly what this bill is about and this amendment? So that we can further the interest and the prosperity of the petitioners, so we can ensure that businesses, in a time when they've been deeply damaged by the conditions of which this state has created rules and mandates and requirements and all of the things that must be tied to their licensure and how they operate, this is the time we look at the petition clause, especially when those views are politically contentious matters. The right extends to the approach of citizens or groups of them to administrative agencies, which are both creatures of the legislature and arms of the executive, and to the courts, and to the third branch of government. Certainly the right to petition extends to all departments of the government. The right to access the courts is indeed but one aspect of the right to petition. And as we think about the petition clause and what this means to the citizens of the state of Colorado, we know that in 1776, the Declaration of Independence cited King George's failure to redress the grievances listed in colonial petitions, such as the Olive Branch Petition of 1775. That is the issue. That is why we run an amendment such as this, that individuals have the right to redress grievances, to find out if there will be a response and how it will be treated accordingly. Historically, we trace this right back to the English documents, such as the Magna Carta, for which I'm thankful, and later the Bill of Rights of 1689. While the prohibition of abridgment of the right to petition originally referred only to the federal legislature, the courts, and in the incorporation doctrine, it was later expanded to have the protection of the right to its current scope over all state and federal courts and legislatures and the executive branches of the state and federal governments. The right to petition includes under its umbrella the legal right to sue the government and the right of individuals, groups, and possibly corporations to lobby the government. Some litigants have contended that the right to petition the government includes a requirement that the government listen to or respond to the members of the public. Again, speaking to that amendment, responding to the members of the public. That is why we allow the petition clause. The Supreme Court has largely interpreted the petition clause as coextensive with the free speech clause of the First Amendment. The term petition is used in the regulations that we see is restricted to those petitions which are directed at the executive or legislative branches of the government and does not include documents filed in the court of law, which are also referred to as petitions, such as petitions for quorum nobis, mandamus, habeas corpus, prohibition, and certiorari, and others. While these are commonly referred to as a petition, they are forms of civil action against the government that may result in the courts issuing a writ directing the government to act or refrain from acting in a specified manner. I am rising in support of the petition clause because in all reality, I can't imagine a worse time in the state of Colorado for us to burden businesses and or taxpayers with further inability to come and rise out of COVID in a prosperous manner. I ask for an aye vote on Amendment L020.
Any further discussion on L020? Seeing none, a division has been called. The question is the adoption of L020. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in favor of Amendment L020 to the Finance Committee report, please stand and remain standing, or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing in one place until the count is taken. Okay, you may be seated. L020 is lost. Any further discussion on the Finance Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it, and the committee report passes. To the bill, Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now that we are to the bill, we need to move and are going to ask for support on a couple of additional amendments reflecting some pretty intense ongoing stakeholder discussions that we have been doing with a variety of entities and organizations who have an interest in the tax work that we're doing here. So I'm first going to move and ask for the display of L19.
Okay, L19 has been moved and is now displayed to the amendment. Rep. Weissman.
Okay, thank you. So, members, what this part of the bill is talking about is the business personal property tax. We just got onto that conversation a little bit. Right now, we have in statute a certain level below which you don't have to file and pay taxes, and that relieves the businesses of both the tax and the administrative work. It relieves the county assessors, and to some extent the treasurers of the administrative work as well. Again, what this part of the bill is doing is raising that from $7,900, which is its current level, to $50,000. That means that many thousands, I think several tens of thousands of businesses currently having to file BPP will no longer have to do so. In conversations with Colorado counties, and counties being primary but not the sole beneficiaries of property tax, including business personal property tax that is paid, had the concern, hey, what if for some reason, future recession, for example, the state is no longer able to backfill for the delta between 7,900 and 50,000 as is set forth in the bill and as has been our intent all along and as we've talked about. They basically wanted a statutory promise, if you will, or mechanism by which we would go back down to the lower amount. Now, it is our hope that we will never do that we will continue to maintain the $50,000 exemption level, and the state will backfill it, with revenues that we have. We don't mind kind of codifying this promise. So that is what L19 is effectively doing. We've been developing this language for the last week or so with Colorado counties and the folks at DPT and so forth. So we ask for your support of L19 to the bill.
Time for discussion on L19. Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, esteemed colleagues. I do appreciate the amendment. I do appreciate the consideration from, I have to look back here. And Mr. Chair, this will take a little time unless I were able to get a copy of the amendment from staff so I can see specifically the numbers. Is there a chance I could?
I think Robin is. Oh.
And I would ask the bill sponsors to make sure that I understand the intent of this amendment, as I'm not a tax lawyer or a certified public accountant, but I am a businessman and very concerned with the impact of taxation on the businesses across Colorado. So it says that it was at $7,900 instead of $15,000. And so this amount is the alternative exemption amount. So if they have property then below $15,000, it will be exempt from the tax. Is that the way I understand? $50,000? Okay. Well, I would say that this does help, but what people that write legislation don't seem to understand with respect to business, particularly with respect to this type of amendment. The business pays for this property. They have an outlay for this property and they own the property. Then the state says, because you own this property, now we're going to tax the property that you own. Now, in so many business spaces, $50,000 of inventory is nothing. It's absolutely nothing in the inventory that businesses carry. In fact, it's not even one load of cattle. Not even one load of cattle for a cattleman. If this same analogy is applied in the agricultural business, in agribusiness. In my humble opinion, this should be raised tenfold. Actually, I don't even think it's fair to tax this property. The people already own it. Now here's the impact on business, and this is to the bill sponsors to understand. Even with this amendment, what you force businesses to do, bill sponsors, and this is my most important point, you force them to not have the desire to carry inventory because now they're going to be taxed on it. So I would ask the proponents of this amendment to talk to that a little bit, because I truly want to understand. It would be my desire for us to not tax excessively, to actually lower tax and taxes. And I just don't understand how this amendment would work towards those ends. So I'm going to ask the bill sponsors if they would be kind enough to explain that and how this amendment applies to that context.
Is there any further discussion on L019? Representative Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I rise in support of this amendment, but I do have a question about it. Because, or not in, yeah, in support. Well, I do have a question, let me just say that, because I don't know if you, I know you talked to Colorado counties, but I don't know if you talked to the county treasurers, because, and to quote them, we hate this bill. And in Section 6, which you're talking about, we believe we would not have the information necessary to calculate the loss of revenue so the state can backfill. Also, if the exemption is granted, then we believe the assessors will not get declarations, and therefore no one will know what we do not know because there's no reason to file if you are below the threshold. I'm asking about this amendment. Is it going to take care of what their concern is?
Representative Weissman.
Thank you. And at such time as we are done debating and hopefully passing this amendment, which again comes at the request of Colorado counties, we have another amendment that will, I think, address that. We just need to go one at a time. So I guess I'm back to asking for support for this amendment. We have two other amendments to the bill reflecting hours, days, weeks of conversations we've been having. I think in the introduced language, there were some erroneous references to treasurers where we meant assessors. The next amendment will take care of that.
Representative Rich.
I just want to be clear, is it going to have to do with the same things that's on in Section 6 on page 10?
Representative Rich, if you don't mind, maybe you and Rep. Weissman can discuss a future amendment off record while we discuss this current amendment. Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think where my question is on B, when calculating the exemption, I thought the calculation would be different to a different amount, but actually it's the same calculation. So I think it's just worded a little bit unusual. So basically, the calculation is the same. It's just on a higher limit, which I think a lot of people would like. So if I'm incorrect on that, let me know, but I just see the same calculation on a higher limit. And I'm curious, like, who brought that forward? Did somebody just want a better tax break, or if I'm misinterpreting it, which I very well could be. So just if anybody can answer those questions, thank you.
Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've gone through this bill, which we haven't seen for very long, and I see a bad moon rising. If I put CCR in your head now, you're welcome. We've got amendments like this. We have a bill that has scarcely been seen. We've got more amendments on the way. And the bill sponsor, when he came up here to offer this amendment, offered the hope that we would not have to go below a certain threshold. I have a real problem with running tax legislation and amendments on hopes. I think this needs significant study. In my estimation, it ought to go back to committee, but we ought to be talking at this for hours.
Further discussion on the amendment. Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to follow up on what some of the my colleagues have been saying, I'm concerned about the whole idea of business personal property tax, which we will, I'm sure, address later this evening as we are debating this bill. But the main thing I wanted to mention was, or ask about, was the state treasurer being able to notify the administrator whether all counties, and I understand that he will probably have that figure. He's very competent, and he will have that figure ready to turn over when need be. But I'm also concerned about the county treasurers having to do the backfill and just the hoping that this amount would work. Just so that you know, business personal property tax has long been something that I have been trying to work on, and I've been following, for probably 15 years or more in this body, that business personal property tax is actually quite unfair, just as a whole, that people that have businesses that are trying to stay in business will often have to keep paying tax on equipment that they use year after year after year. And I know that one of the optometrists in my district had contacted me years ago on business personal property tax, that he had to literally pay that excessive tax on a piece of equipment that he was still making payments on, and it was very, very difficult for him to stay in business. So with that, I will kind of ask for some more feedback. I actually would like to get some feedback on what my colleague from Mesa was asking a few minutes ago, and I'm hoping that we can get an answer to that before we vote on L019.
Any further discussion on L019? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L019. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L019 passes. Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as alluded to, we've had pretty extensive conversations involving a lot of people who know a lot about the appraisal and taxation and valuation of business personal property over the last week or more. This is the second of two amendments to the bill to sort of make good on what came out of those conversations. So I move L17 and ask for it to be displayed.
L017 has been moved and is now displayed. Representative Weissman to the amendment.
Okay, thank you. So I will just call out concerning the assessor-treasurer distinction we were talking about a minute ago. Look, I mean, sometimes in complicated bills, you do make a mistake, and that's on us as sponsors and nobody else. So we fixed that here. The correct reference is to the assessor. That's in line 2 as opposed to the treasurer. We had another small point. Again, the intention here was never to leave local governments on the hook. The intention was to make a state change in the exemption level and then to backfill that. So local governments get what they've been continuing to get, tens of thousands of small businesses all over Colorado. And I would suggest there's probably a disproportionate benefit in the rural areas, the bigger businesses with more intensive capital assets probably being Front Range centric if I had to guess, although I haven't mapped it. Anyway, the point here is to exempt tens of thousands of additional small businesses from having to pay business personal property tax at all, such that by the time this is done, 2/3 of those paying now will be exempt. That is a big deal. That is why NFIB supports. And again, the state is to backfill them. So this amendment is to kind of improve and clarify the language by which that happens. At the end, line 20 of the amendment, we're just adding that the warrant from the state to the county will be paid on demand to resolve any question that the state is going to make good on the payments that will flow by way of backfill to the counties. So we ask for your support on L17 to the bill.
Any other discussion on L17? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L17. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L17 passes. Representative Weissman.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. This is going to be the last amendment that we're going to move to the bill at this point, reflecting ongoing conversations we've had over weeks with industries impacted by the bill. I will move L14, ask for it to be displayed, and then say a bit more.
L14 has been moved and is now displayed to the amendment. Rep. Weissman.
All right, thank you. So we're talking about a different kind of tax now. We're off of business personal property, just to be clear. We're now talking about insurance premium tax. As a little bit of background, if you are an insurance company, you do not pay income tax. You pay a 2% tax on your gross premiums written. For the most part, certain lines of insurance are 3%. We won't talk about that. That's outside of the bill. This has been the case since 1913. Colorado has chosen to tax on gross premium instead of income. It's either or. A lot of other states are actually like this. Honestly, don't know the whole history, but it's the world as we inherit it. Now, an exception to the otherwise prevailing 2% taxation on gross premium is something that we call the RHO, or Regional Home Office Deduction, which says if you have what's called a home office, and that's a term in the statute, then you don't pay 2%, you pay 1%. The cost to the state of this exemption is over $100 million a year now. A couple years ago, the Office of the State Auditor did one in its series of tax expenditure profile reports. This is an ongoing investigation of all things tax by the legislative auditor. They're a part of our branch of government. And they look at, is a particular provision of tax effective? They try to discover if there's any evidence in the statute or the legislative record. Why was this put on the books in the first instance, and is it working? So what one would say about the RHO is it was intended to give a tax break to incentivize companies to locate offices here and hire more folks in Colorado and create jobs and have that economic multiplier effect that we want to have. What the auditor's report found, however, is frankly it's really not working. The number of insurance jobs actually hasn't really gone up over all the years, even as we continue to spend more money by perpetuating this tax break. You can look at other states that have no similar incentive. They've actually had a sharper growth in insurance sector jobs. You can look at states that have this incentive and they've been flat or even negative, which is to say there's other factors going on, other economic conditions in a state. How good are the schools? How good is the outdoor recreation economy, the weather, all other manner of things. Again, if there were a correlation between the extent of the tax incentive and the number of insurance sector jobs, you'd expect to see a graph going something like that. Instead, what you have is basically a scatter plot, which is the origin of this part of the bill that proposed to tighten, not eliminate, but simply tighten the way that our RHO works, and to say if you want to get the tax break, we're actually going to make you demonstrate that you are having not an average, certainly not a below average, but an above average share of your jobs in Colorado. In other words, we're going to propose a choice to insurance companies who, again, are not paying income tax, they're paying insurance premium tax. You can choose to have jobs in other states and pay the normally prevailing rate of taxation on gross premiums, or you can choose to locate more than the average share of jobs in Colorado, invest here, build your workforce here, and then we will reward you in the form of a 50% reduction in the rate of insurance premium tax that you pay. In the introduced bill, we proposed to add this new requirement to have 2.5%, not a whole lot, but 2.5% of your national workforce as defined in Colorado starting for calendar year 21. We have had extensive conversations with individual insurance companies and some trade organizations, and we have agreed by this Amendment 14, which is on the screen, to take a little bit more of a calibrated approach. So what this does is strikes out some of the language in the introduced version of the bill, and we are going to do two things. Instead of starting in 2021, and the way that the insurance premium tax and the RHO certification work is it kind of starts in the spring. We're kind of crowding time here, and some of that paperwork is already ongoing. So we've agreed to continue the existing lack of a requirement to actually prove up jobs in Colorado for this year. That is a big give. I want to be clear about that. We're going to instead start in next year. You'll see the reference to 2022 on line 10, and we're going to step it up over the course of a couple of years. We're not going to go right to 2.5%. We're going to start at 2, and then you'll see 2.25% in calendar year, tax year 2023. Then we're going to end at the intended 2.5% in 2024. So because the premise of this part of the bill is to invest in Colorado, bring jobs here, keep jobs here, differentially grow jobs here versus other states to get the break. We know that doesn't happen overnight, so there's going to be kind of a ramp to get to this point. Why 2.5%? Fair question. If you look at the percentage of Colorado's total economy, if you look at the percentage of our total workforce, it's somewhere around 1.7, 1.8. Again, we don't want to reward below average behavior. We don't want to reward average behavior if we're going to give a tax break that is literally millions of dollars per company. We want to incentivize above average behavior. So we're going to land after this ramp period at 2.5%, about 50%, again, better than the nationwide average. If you do that, if you measure up to that, we will reward you generously. It's going to amount to $1 million plus per company. We have that from the data. Sector-wide, it's honestly an investment break, if you will, of a couple of tens of millions of dollars when things are fully revved up. So this comes out of some really intensive negotiations with insurance industry taxpayers. We ask for your support on L14.
Any further discussion on L14? Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A lot of information there. Make no mistake about this. This is a significant tax increase. And it's being introduced right here in seconds in the middle of the bill after committee. how, and this is a legitimate question, how will this bring jobs and make it more attractive for companies to come here if you increase these taxes? So you have an insurance company looking to move here, and they have another state with the 2%, and we're increasing it. Why are they going to come here? If you're in Colorado and you have, let's just say, another state, Texas, wherever, Tennessee, I don't know, that says, we're at 2% or less. What do you think is going to happen? I mean, I don't even understand how you can say this grows jobs. And when you're taking more of somebody's money. And so let's be clear, this isn't just a little tiny amendment that fixes a misspelled word. This is significant. So I ask for a no vote on this. Thank you.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you. Members, just to clear that last point up, if what you want is a bigger tax break for the insurance industry, if what you want is for them to pay less tax over years and only gradually phase in to the point that the introduced bill is at, then you are for the amendment. And we have negotiated with the impacted taxpayers in the insurance industry. They want the amendment. If you are a no on the amendment, then what you are saying is you want to have less of a tax break sooner for those taxpayers. And a lot of people that we've been dealing with to sort of phase this in, I think, probably wouldn't be too happy. But that's everybody's personal choice to make.
Representative Baisley, I guess.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Representative Weissman, I like this amendment, support it, appreciate it. I have a question about it, and that's, I believe, line 19. Let me get it. So, in that section I.7, but it says, for purposes of the calculation required in the subsection, a workforce includes ... including the company's ultimate parent entity. Would that include the parent entity if it is in Germany? What is...
Rep. Weissman.
Great question, Rep. Baisley, and do appreciate your support. So this part of the amendment was actually really carefully bashed out with input from folks in the insurance sector. This particular tax provision, because it involves sort of certification by DOI hooking into DOR, it's really pretty fluid between both of those departments. They've both been in some discussions this week. Appreciate the very global nature of the modern insurance industry. This is basically a definition that they were happy with. We're referring to ultimate parent entity because, I mean, look, the business structures, business choices are fluid and various in the sector, hence referring to subsidiaries, affiliates. Critically, what we want is a consistent calculation of the numerator and the denominator, and the point being that, just say we get to the end, 2024, the point being, if you're going to get the tax incentive, that has to be 2.5%. We need to compute the numerator and the denominator the same way. That's what Roman 2.7 is saying. And the cross-reference to those defined terms is sort of existing insurance law. We want to do what is familiar to to the industry. We want to do what is familiar to DOI in administering this. That's why cross-referencing that definition. I hope that helps.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the bill sponsors and to Representative Weissman for that explanation. I will tell you that I do recognize something here, that this particular amendment is trying to make Colorado business friendly. Okay, now, there are so often times that we do things that are juxtaposed to that. And what is this amendment? So if I understand correctly, this particular methodology should be considered in everything we do. In every industry sector we have the privilege of maintaining in our great state, because we need them all here for so many reasons. But in the insurance space, if I understand this correctly, there is an intent to try to give those home offices, and for those of us that have sizable insurance policies, they always say, well, we got to talk to the home office. We don't know if we can do that. We're going to talk to the home office or the underwriter in the home office. So I understand what the home office means. Years ago, having sat on a board of an insurance company in this state that was a Colorado-based insurance company. But I will tell you that the incentives may not go far enough. I appreciate the escalation model that is presented here. But I will tell you that we certainly don't want to do anything in any way to cause companies to not want to do business in Colorado. We certainly want to have amendments like this in almost every industry sector that incentivizes and announces to businesses nationwide that Colorado is a business-friendly environment. Now that is a very subjective thing. Are we a business-friendly environment? Well, that depends on your industry sector. I will tell you, and I will not speak to them here, but there are very many of them that are threatened and concerned. So with respect to insurance, I don't like the idea that we want to increase insurance, tax on insurance, because I do know the pass-through that will happen. But with this amendment, I think it may be a positive, albeit a small step, a small positive step in a direction that does demonstrate in small part that we have an intent to try to be business friendly in a small sense. By encouraging these home offices to come here and employ more employees in the state, brick and mortar insurance companies that stand up and actually rent property and hire people to do those things that they do in the insurance industry and employ them and house them and have them live in our communities, I would hope that more insurance companies would come to Colorado to work and attempt to grow. But I do know that increasing taxes and taking away tax exemptions, credits, or deductions will not achieve that end. But this amendment does, in small part, perhaps take a small step to incentivize companies to come to Colorado.
Any further discussion on L014? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L014. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L014 passes. To the bill, Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, the Tax Fairness for Coloradans package is critical structural reform to modernize our state's tax code. In this bill, we are prioritizing Colorado's small businesses while we modernize this tax code and make it more efficient and effective for Coloradans as a whole. And, we have repeatedly said that we are faced with a choice. We can continue on with the status quo, or we can close some special interest tax loopholes that are overwhelmingly benefiting a small number of big businesses, and instead, here in this bill, we'll invest in our small businesses. And, the examination of tax expenditures didn't just start with us. predated my time here in the legislature, the General Assembly decided that it was going to task the state auditor with examining all of our tax expenditures. And it was done not so that these reports could just sit on a shelf and collect dust, but so that we as a General Assembly could do our due diligence and examine the effects, the utility, the impact of these expenditures. And if it is determined that they are not meeting their intended purpose, they are not serving the best interests of Coloradans, I believe it is incumbent upon us to fix that. And so that is what we are doing in this bill. We are taking a look at tax expenditures that don't meet their intended purpose, are business expenditures that aren't creating jobs or growing the economy, or are substantially different in Colorado than other states, or aren't broadly beneficial, meaning it's not going to benefit the majority of Colorado taxpayers. And so I wholeheartedly ask for your support in this bill so that we can deliver more tax relief and paperwork relief, relieve that burden for 2/3 of Colorado's businesses filing the business personal property tax.
Representative Wiseman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, just to say a little bit more and to underscore what my colleague said from Denver, this didn't come from nowhere. I really would encourage all of us, it's great interim reading if you'd like, to have a look at the tax expenditure profile reports from the Office of the State Auditor. We've leaned heavily on those. Not every tax expenditure is bad. Sometimes they're doing what they're supposed to do, and we might want to continue them. And frankly, sometimes they don't measure up, and that's what we try to sort of select for here. They do 50-state analyses there. We've done other 50-state analyses. You can look to NCSL, you can look to the Tax Foundation, you can look to the Institute for Taxation and Economic Policy, you can look to a lot of other places. You can see where we have gotten out of sync. You can try to learn from the experience of other states. Where is something working to bring jobs here or to keep jobs here? Frankly, where is it not? We have tried to discover what was the original purpose of a tax provision. In some cases, we've gone digging in the legislative library and we found tapes from the 1980s where our predecessors in committees were talking about what certain tax provisions were supposed to do. And, you know, throughout this bill, for the most part, we're not eliminating those provisions. We're trying to bring them back to the original intent. But really, the ultimate question is why? And it is choices. I think all of us have been around politics long enough to have heard the expression that a budget is a moral document. I agree with that. Because a budget is a moral document, so too is the tax code that lies at the foundation of one side of that ledger, a moral document. Who contributes to this thing we call society? Let's be candid. Nobody loves paying taxes. People don't, and businesses don't. But we all pay something because that is how we have the society that we have. Infrastructure, public safety, fire, water, everything. We all just have to contribute our fair share. At the same time, we know that the tax code that we inherit, has not been sort of equally worked on by all voices over the years, that sometimes some voices are left out. We know that last year, as the feds made efforts to get relief money into the economy, into the business sector to help with the consequences of COVID, a lot of small businesses couldn't access that. They didn't have the prior banking relationships or other relationships. That's why we're focusing on the BPP here. A point of this bill from the get-go was to support Colorado small businesses, the ones we know have been struggling, the ones we know are in all of our districts, and substantially were cut out of those prior relief efforts. We didn't want to have an overly complex mechanism. We did not want to build new wheels if we could help it. That is why we found the BPP, which is a familiar tax, as it's been pointed out. It's maybe a bit of an unusual tax, and we are happy in this holistic package where we can provide the revenue stream for the backfill to exempt many, many thousands of additional businesses by raising the threshold, make it just a little bit easier for those businesses to continue their recovery from COVID. So, members, this bill has been 9 months in the making, the result of a lot of careful study and analysis, and frankly, a lot of concessions, some of which were made before introduction, some of which we just made here by way of amendment. We believe this is a way to return provisions of our tax code back to their original intent, preserve what they were supposed to do in the way of bringing jobs to Colorado, or other provisions, and thereby create a mechanism to provide some support in the form of financial support and paperwork reduction to our small businesses. So we ask for your support for House Bill 1312.
Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm looking forward to the conversation. There's a lot of moving parts in this bill. And, I'm getting obviously some conflicting information, obviously for what I know about business, that taking away breaks or increasing their taxes, ultimately increasing their taxes, helps bring in jobs. And then we have some of these businesses that are going to get their taxes increased. They're contacting us saying, this won't increase jobs. So when you have this conflicting information where you have a job maker in a business saying this is going to hurt me, but then you have other people who not associated with that business whatsoever say it'll help them, that's where we get into some conflicting information. And we're going to bring up things that we've discussed associated with this, as we did with other bills, that these companies can just leave. So I think a lot of times companies are like running water. They flow to where there's least resistance. And if we put up resistance associated with taxes, they'll just flow to a different state. And they'll bring their jobs with them and their tax revenue. So let's not be, let's be cognizant of how taxes play a significant role in businesses being here. Look at California and see how companies are just flowing away from their state. And we don't want that to happen here. We don't want the same situation as California where jobs are moving to Texas. And I guarantee in those states we've heard the same speeches that, hey, this will help businesses, this will help jobs. But if you look at all the evidence, it really doesn't. I mean, it's just, if you tax somebody more, it's just basic knowledge in that it costs to run a business. If in Colorado it costs more, they'll go someplace where it costs less. If you make a profit, if Colorado takes more of the money out of that profit, they'll go to a different state that takes less of that money out of that profit. So it's really not that complex. But what I'd like to do is, well, like I said, there's different parts of this bill. We're going to be discussing different aspects. I'd like to discuss the part associated with severance taxes. And just so everybody remembers, severance taxes are taxes taken from the sale and production of oil and gas, minerals, shell in the state. And what's happening about severance taxes is it seems like we're starting to have to, and severance taxes, really we started collecting them in 1977. So they've been around for a good amount of time. We've made billions of revenue off severance taxes. And now, in a way, we have these policies that are really hindering severance taxes because we're making it not as accepting, kicking businesses out, and we won't be able to collect taxes. So now we got to backfill with some general fund money. So I look at sometimes severance taxes like the golden goose, and we're kicking out the golden goose. So now we got to go to our taxpayers and say, you got to pay for this now. You got to backfill it. Because we're making all this money off severance taxes, and per policy, we kind of killed the golden goose. So on severance taxes, that affects a lot of things. It affects a lot of the revenue that comes into the state. roads and bridges, schools. It's a big deal. So I think we're attacking severance taxes. We need to really lay off severance taxes and stop hurting industries that really make us a good amount of money and that support our Colorado way of life. So with that said, I'm going to move L024. I'll give everybody some time. I apologize for not bringing it out sooner. And I ask that 024 be displayed.
All right. Representative Sandridge, Amendment L024 is properly displayed. Please tell us about your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it's a really simple amendment. It strikes all the severance tax changes. I think if you look at different aspects of Colorado, they want these
Representative Sandridge, I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but I just see here that your amendment presented amends the Finance Committee report, and that has already been adopted. So
did I give you
we'll
the
have
wrong
to
one?
withdraw this. So we can go
I
back
did.
to the bill if you'd like to continue talking to the bill.
I'll go back to the bill. So I didn't know that was it wasn't at the top, so I apologize for that. So, but I'll go back to the bill, and because we have other, and just to give you some of the plan, I was going to run an amendment that had to do with severance taxes. We'll have different amendments to do specific types of severance taxes. So everybody will still have their opportunity. If they want to save or not hinder coal severance taxes, you'll have your opportunity. So don't think your opportunity is lost. Okay? It's here. It's here. We just broke it up. Now, if I would have got this passed and you all had agreed, we wouldn't have to bring those amendments to break it up because all severance tax would have been. But we were just getting prepared. So, what I'd like to do is here, on House District 14, we don't have, I don't think we get that much in severance taxes. What I'd like to do is possibly hear from different people on both sides of the aisle that maybe historically got money from severance taxes and how that's affecting schools, infrastructure, their community. And if they feel severance taxes should be given a second look in this bill. Maybe we could still go down the path of what this bill wants and not deal with severance taxes. Or maybe we could just take out coal. I know there's a lot of fans of coal here. It'd be easy on coal. But, so that's something to think about. Let's, if anybody wants to talk about severance taxes, how it affects their industry, if it's wise to, when a industry's making us a lot of money, to just kick them out. And one thing I do want to thank is, and I've said this before, a couple years ago, had a meeting with about 5 of us on the Republican side with Art Lapper. And I want to thank the governor for organizing that meeting. Because he organized it, he's friends with Art, and said, hey, you all want to meet with Art. And who all knows who Art is? Art Lapper. He's economic advisor, and this is to the bill, economic advisor to Ronald Reagan. So in our discussions, he said 3 things make up a successful economic state.
And Representative Sandridge, just helping me more than anything, if you could just show us exactly how this ties right to the bill.
Yeah, the 3 things he discussed has to do with the bill.
Okay.
So I won't give you all 3. I'll just give you the one that pertains to the bill. So one was oil severance tax revenue. That was one of the 3 things, significant oil and tax revenue. Because that's significant revenue that the state can use to make their state prosper. So, so 3 things that make a state successful, and this is one of them. And if we're attacking severance taxes, we're really attacking what makes a state successful. Because that money's got to come from someplace. If it doesn't come from the severance tax, it's coming from your constituents' pockets, my pockets. And do we need to be taking any more out of our constituents' pockets during a down economy? Just something to ponder over. So, thank you.
Representative Benavides. Yes,
Thank you,
Representative
Madam
Benavides.
Chair. I'd like to move Amendment L013 and ask that it be properly displayed.
All right. Madam Speaker Pro Tem, Amendment L013 has been properly displayed. Please tell us about your amendment.
Yes, members, if you look at page 7 of the bill, it has a definition on lines 12 for fee simple estate. And that's a concept that any of you that own your home, you were probably told you own this in fee simple. And that what that means, and so some of you that know a little bit more about property understand that you can own something in fee simple absolute, which means you own it completely, but then there's also something called fee simple defeasible, which means you can give somebody like a life estate to stay in your home even after you have passed away. There's all kinds of other things. There's encumbrances on fee simple estates. And the definition, when I read the bill, I thought this definition is a little strange because the bill says it means the largest possible estate allowed by law. And just take that part of it. Because, you know, when I read that, I say, okay, this is in a Colorado state law, and it's like, okay, do we have a limitation on the possible amount that we can own, when really owning something is in fee simple is a type of ownership. So what this bill does, I think it has a clearer definition of fee simple estate. It defines it as the greatest and highest degree of property ownership allowed by law that has potentially infinite duration. So it doesn't change the infinite duration. I think it's a much clearer definition of the fee simple estate. And a week ago, I did speak to the people in the property division at the Department of Local Affairs, and they told me the reason they wanted this is because there's another entity that uses a term that includes encumbrances. But you know, you can own your property in fee simple and you can have your mortgage against it. That's an encumbrance. A easement is an encumbrance against the property. So you can have all of those things and still own it in fee simple. Last week, they had no real problems with this definition. They were going to take it back, and their real reason for putting this new definition, they told me, was to get rid of the encumbrance piece. I think this does that, and it's a much clearer definition of fee simple estate. And I would hope you'd agree with me and support this amendment.
Representative Wiseman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I haven't had so much fun since property law in first year. If you really want to tie your brain in knots in law school, study the rule against perpetuities. Anyway, you know, I appreciate the attention to detail that our colleague from Judiciary Committee brings to this as to all things. That said, I do need to ask for a no vote. It is true that we have talked to some of the same folks in DPT. However, we bounced this language off of the Association of County Assessors, the folks who do this kind of thing on the ground. They are concerned about the degree of uncertainty, potentially even to the extent of litigation, that we want that this language could introduce, and we want to avoid that degree of uncertainty. The whole point of this section of the bill is to, in fact, have more and not less clarity. So, appreciating where our colleague is coming from, I do ask for a no vote on L13.
Representative Benavides.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I actually pulled up a lot of definitions. I didn't find any definition of largest possible estate. You know, that is these other estates, the greatest and highest degree of property ownership, because it's about the way the property is owned. And that's what this speaks to. Largest possible estate, there is a reference, and you'll find it in Black's Law Dictionary and some other areas, that is talking about fee simple absolute. Fee simple estate is not only fee simple absolute. That's why I talked to you about the other types of fee simple estate. I think this definition is clear and more. If we're going to put it in statute, I think we need the most expansive definition of this term that we can do, instead of limiting it to just fee simple absolute. So I would urge a yes vote.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This may be a surprise to some in the chamber, but I am very strong support of Representative Benavidez's amendment. I will tell you that she does discuss about the highest, the most appropriate definition here. And I think she's looking at it through the lens that is, in this respect, the property ownership, through the lens of the degree of property ownership, not through the largest possible estate allowed. So I think it is very astute of the amendment sponsor, and I rise in strong support and will be voting in favor of her amendment. And thank you, Representative, for being so thoughtful.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you, Representative Larson.
So, members, I arrive as in, I cannot underscore enough how opposed I am to this amendment. So it'd be just about the most radical rewrite of assessment law in the entire state, and would totally blow open property valuation. So if you want to really screw up the state of Colorado, go ahead and support this amendment, but I stand behind the bill sponsors in asking for opposition. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L013. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The noes have it. Amendment L013 fails. To the bill. Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hope it comes as no surprise what an honor it is for me to serve with you.
Oh my goodness. And it, I hope, comes as no surprise what an honor it is to serve with you as well. Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for the bill sponsors, and it regards the digital systems, taxation on digital systems. I'm avoiding the temptation to run an amendment that would impose on my doctor's practice, medical practice, and instead move on to, on page 14, it's section 8. On page 14, lines 10 through 13, let me back up a couple of lines up there. Line 8 through 13, there is levied and there shall be collected and paid a tax in the amount stated in section 39, so on, as follows. On the purchase price paid or charged upon all sales and purchases of tangible personal property at retail, and the new wording is, including but not limited to, the amount charged for mainframe computer access, photocopying, and packing and crating. And my question of the sponsors is, how did you arrive at that collection of items, services, that would be taxed exclusive of all others? Could you enlighten me on how you came up with those, please?
Representative Wiseman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excuse me, not an unreasonable question. Again, the point here was to look comprehensively at tax law and tax code in Colorado and see where practice, modern times have maybe slipped a little bit from original intent. we have this threshold distinction in taxation between goods and services. Services are not taxed. Goods are, with some exceptions, groceries, for example. Excuse me. You know, if you look at the fiscal note, you'll find some thoughtful discussion of what's really going on here in practice. All right, mainframe computer access, sort of a term in the law, but think, you know, Google Drive. At lower levels, that's free, but things of that sort, things that after pretty careful review with some folks in the Attorney General's office, you know, we concluded are goods like rather than services like. You know, years ago, if you went down to Micro Center and you bought a hard drive, that's a good, you were going to pay taxes on it. Now, you can get away with a smaller hard drive, or you could even net boot and, you know, have a real minimal hard drive and sort of access your storage that way. So this is an example where evolving times have changed technology, have changed the way that we do things, but we're just trying to update this part of the code, and as you'll see, a very minimal way to kind of catch up with that. We're not taxing services. We are just trying to update this part of the tax law in a pretty minimal way to catch up with evolving times. You know, photocopying is photocopying. And again, you know, you might go buy the photocopier and you would have paid a tax on that. Increasingly, most of us access it, you know, through a Kinko's or something of that sort. Packing and crating, again, you know, we've all gone to a store and sort of like had to get things bundled up safely and shipped and whatnot. And if you'll see in the fiscal note, there's really a pretty de minimis aspect there. In terms of where any change in collections might come from. But the broad point here is just catching this very small part of our sales tax law up to the way that times have changed. And you know, we need to do this from time to time. Right now we use Google Drive, or you know, we have Box in here. Who knows what we're going to be doing in 50 years, but we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. So hope that helps.
Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So that got me part way there, and thank you for the response, Representative. But is it intended? So, like any time that in set theory, any time that we list some items as specified, then we imply the exclusion of others. And I'm wondering, was this intended to ensure that these are included, or this is specifically with the exclusivity, this list, and no other retail services? That's a confusion that I'm a little concerned about. And then I would have one other question, but I'd appreciate an answer to that one if you don't mind. So, you know what it reminds me of as we're coming up here, and you'll relate to this, Representative, when Thomas Jefferson was concerned about the Bill of Rights, there being a Bill of Rights, because he was concerned that if we include a Bill of Rights, then everyone would believe, well, those are our only list of endowed rights, and we have no others, or we would have listed them too. So that's kind of, you know, the set theory behind that. I'm just wondering if by listing these, we're saying these are the only ones, or just for the sake of modernity, are we including these? Anyway, I know you're ready for an answer, and I'll step aside. Thank you.
Representative Weissman.
Sure. Thanks, Madam Chair. So didn't have the opportunity to formally study set theory, but what that invokes for me is the legal canon of construction, which probably Jefferson and all those others probably schooled in Latin would have known, expressio unius est exclusio alterius. To say one thing is to exclude the other. If you're a survivor of law school, you know that. Again, I don't know the principles of set theory, but there's a close analogy there. I think the words "but not limited to" at the end of line 11 and line 12 are important for this reason and are the answer to this question. We are trying to update this very preliminary threshold part. You'll see it's 104.1a, to say that these good-like items on the goods line of the goods services divide in taxation are and ought to be included. But we don't mean to speak more broadly than that. We don't mean to speak exclusively, including but not limited to. So that's how I would answer that set theoretic Jeffersonian issue.
Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that response. That clarifies it for me. I appreciate that. And by the way, Representative, I do actually have a book called Axiomatic Set Theory. If you'd like to go through it together over the summer, perhaps we could. My next question has to do specifically with the term mainframe. So for clarification, if you could help me on that. So mainframe in IT parlance is centralized computing. So many people using a single computer together is what mainframe. So they still exist. We still have them. Banks use them quite a bit, but that's how that architecture continues to make sense for mainframe. With the cloud's much more the clustered server world, and so mainframe has a specific definition. I'm wondering if you're intending a specific definition of many people using a centralized computer, or is it intended to be more general? I don't have an amendment ready for that. I'm seeking understanding of what's intended by the word mainframe. Thank you.
Representative Wiseman.
Sure, Rep. Baisley, and it's been a while, but I used to spend a lot of time in the IT circles, and if we're strictly in a technical world, I would concede that mainframe is maybe a bit of dated parlance, although depending on the application, that hardware is still out there, and my philosophy in tech personally is, if it works, keep using it. But I think that, this term comes to us from the drafting office, comes to us from the AGO. There's some intelligent discussion of what we mean in application here on page 6 of the fiscal note for 1312. We have had some discussions with, folks in the business community about further fleshing these things out. Personally, I think photocopying is pretty self-explanatory. We've gotten into the level of detail about, are we inputting from paper? Are we inputting from, are we scanning off of paper? Are we inputting from a thumb drive or some sort of other digital input and then outputting paper? Modern devices can do all of that. We haven't wanted to be too prescriptive here, lest we just sort of iterate on the problem that we're trying to solve, which is having statute get out of sync with evolving practice. So I think that what we mean here is, and again, I would refer everybody to the discussion on page 6 of the fiscal note. We don't mean to be as narrow as people with an IT background, as I know you have, as I had years ago. I won't claim I'm state of the art these days. The discussion, and you'll see references to sort of Bureau of Economic Analysis classifications of industry activity. I think it's this cloud architecture that we're getting at, where somebody is accessing that sort of in lieu of formally owning the hardware. DOR here, as elsewhere, has rulemaking authority to clarify. The thing about a rulemaking process, you go through APA notice and comment, interested parties can weigh in, the arbitrary and capricious standard applies. So in the event that anybody on whatever side of the issue thinks that rulemaking, should there even be one necessary to clarify terms here or anywhere else in the tax code, if they think that that has gone beyond the legislative text, they have a pathway to challenge that under 244106. So I guess that's what I would say about that.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1312? Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, let me take that very same thread and take it just a quarter step further. An awful lot of our computer access these days goes through the cloud, which is server farms. And we have been building, not we have been building, but we have had companies come to Colorado and build these server farms, the cloud, in these various buildings. They come here because of the tax policies and because of the energy available. And we host quite a few down in Colorado Springs. What I'm confused about as I read that, and as I listen to that explanation you just gave, how do you assess a computer access? While it may not be a mainframe that you're going to in a server farm, it's kind of the same thing. So is there a distinction? How does that get, how do you tax when you access the computer. And I'm genuinely confused about what that means.
Representative Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and if I've never said this before, it's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you, Representative Rich.
I wanted to speak to something here. Well, I'm speaking in opposition to this bill, but on page 14 as well, when we get down to line 16, it's the vendor liable for tax. And some of you that were here might remember a couple of years ago, the vendor tax or the vendor fee that got changed. Even though they are tax collectors, we took a lot of that away from them. And it looks like we're going to do a little bit more of that. I do have a letter here from the Colorado Retail Council. And this is how it goes. Large retailers are currently allowed to keep up to $1,000 per month of state sales tax collected as a very small reimbursement for their costs of serving as a state tax collector. Page 14 of the bill strikes this provision for large retailers. It's really complicated. Tax experts understand that Colorado now has the most complicated sales tax collection system in the country. For years, the Colorado General Assembly's Sales and Use Tax Simplification Task Force brainstormed on ways to unburden businesses of all sizes from the ongoing challenges within existing fiscal frameworks, and to adopt innovative revenue-neutral solutions that do not require constitutional amendments or voter approval. The very fact that the General Assembly had such an ongoing task force proves how complicated the current system really is, and why retailers should receive an allowance for their troubles. Our members of the Colorado Retail Council operate in nearly every jurisdiction in the state, so their tax collection and remittance process is more complicated than a small business, not less. The state requires that retailers act as the tax collector. Our retail members incur real costs for the tax compliance and remittance duties that are required in state law. The main components of these costs are the labor involved in preparing and remitting sales tax returns, the professional accounting firms necessary to ensure the process is handled properly, the periodic audits from the state, and liability costs associated with the potential to over/under collect the sales tax. The Colorado vendor fee for large retailers was once quite robust, and appropriately so, because nearly every large city in the state provides zero vendor allowance for collection of city sales tax. Unlike the other states in the nation with more modest vendor discounts, Colorado does not offer centralized collection for retailers at the state level. I would ask the sponsors to consider removing this part of the bill, but with that said, I'm still urging a no vote.
Representative Wiseman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There is hardly a provision of tax law in Colorado I love talking about more than the vendor fee. The first thing, excuse me, to emphasize is it is emphatically not a fee in the customary sense that we talk about. I use the term as vendor allowance, vendor retainage. The term fee is tossed around, but it is not that in the more proper sense of it. So I will concede that it is complicated if you are in business, if you're responsible for sales tax, to collect and remit. That is a function of our state being a very strong local control state. From the state standpoint, we have 2.9%, and we have the vendor allowance that, as the fiscal note sets forth, dates back to 1935, and it's kind of gone all over the place. It's been reduced as low as zero in past recessionary periods. It amounts to paying retailers for their role in the tax system, for complying with the law, if you will. And the policy change 2 years ago was to bring what we do in Colorado more in line with other states, which was actually to increase it a little bit because if you are a small business, if you don't have the ability to get a complex system to amortize that cost over a lot of different retail locations, it might even be global in scope, there is some cost to you. So a bill that I sponsored took the vendor holdback from 3.33% to 4%. But we were kind of an outlier in states in not having any cap. So you could look at distributional tables, which one could get, and I did get from DOR, and you would find that the very largest retailers were keeping on the order of $250,000 a year. That, I think, amounted to a subsidy that was not necessary, and in fact had little or no precedent in other states, some of which have no vendor holdback at all. Conceitedly, there is more work to do in terms of sales tax simplification. Senate Bill 19006 was part of that. We're standing up this kind of GIS application that retailers can use to streamline things. I'm not a fan of undue complexity. I think that this is something that all of us should work on. But to come back to the bill a little bit, where we are now is from the state standpoint, and local governments that assess a sales tax may optionally have their own vendor fee. So or vendor holdback. The state vendor holdback is not necessarily the only one that anybody is getting. I think philosophically it is not the responsibility of the state to compensate for whatever collection and remittance work is imposed on a retailer by a local government. That is their decision to have a vendor holdback or not on top of the state amount. So where we are is 4% capped at $1,000 per filing period, which is typically a month for the large businesses. If you're really small, it might be quarterly or yearly. And there's such a thing as somebody who files 13 times a year instead of 12, but that's not a lot of instances. So anyway, you can still get up to $12,000 a year. And all we're saying here is that the very biggest businesses, 1 or 2% in the state, who have been doing well as we've all been shopping at home over the last year due to COVID, in the times in which we now find ourselves, if you are doing $1 million in taxable sales per month, which is not a small business, which is a very large business, then you are not going to retain for that period. But we chose to articulate this part of the bill in terms of a filing period. Again, read that as a month, and $1 million rather than say X per year, 10, 12, whatever, because we know that retail can be spiky. You know, depending on the kind of business you are, you might do 40, 50% of your gross in the holiday period. So the way that this is set up is that if you're under $1 million for 10 months, you get to keep the vendor holdback. It's only in those months when you go above that, you know, the policy judgment here is going to be you were doing well enough, the state does not need to continue giving you this subsidy to comply with the law and remit the tax, particularly when if you are doing this kind of volume, you are the kind of business that has been able to invest in software to really substantially automate this. We think that this level of compensation is probably in excess of the actual cost of collection and remittance. So that's what Section 9 of the bill is about.
Representative Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so if you're doing really well as a business and you're doing over $1 million a month, but you're still the tax collector for the state, you get nothing. So there you go. Let's punish those that are successful.
Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have been listening in rapt attention. I appreciate the process and what I have learned about this bill, which, as I mentioned earlier, has not really been in existence very long. I feel like I'm a little bit back on my heels as I try to catch up with the different committees that have looked at this bill, talked about it. So I was actually encouraged earlier today by the actions of my good friend and colleague, Representative Holtorf, and I'd like to follow his example. And let's go through this. We'll start. House Bill 21-1312, House sponsorship, Weissman and Sirota. Senate sponsorship, Hansen and Marino. House committees, Finance, Senate committees, not listed. A bill for an act concerning taxation and, in connection therewith, narrowing the scope of the home office insurance premium tax rate reduction and the annuities consideration exemption for the insurance premium tax for purposes of the property tax, requiring the actual value of real property to reflect the value of the fee simple estate and requiring personal property to be based on the property's value and use, increasing the per schedule exemption for business personal property tax and reimbursing local governments for the lost tax revenue. For purposes of the sales and use tax, codifying that the definition of tangible personal property includes digital goods and specifying that, page 2, the tax on sales and purchases of tangible personal property includes amounts charged for mainframe computer access, photocopying, and packing and crating, disallowing the sales tax vendor fee for retailers with a substantial amount of taxable sales during the filing period, for the severance tax on oil and gas, requiring the net back deductions used to determine gross income be direct cost actually paid by the taxpayer, and phasing out tax credits and exemptions for the severance tax on coal. For the good people of Colorado, that was the title of the bill summary. Note, this summary applies to this bill as introduced and does not reflect any amendments that may be subsequently adopted. And my notes, we did adopt a couple. If this bill passes third reading in the House of introduction, a bill summary that applies to the re-engrossed version of this bill will be available at http://ledge.colorado.gov. The bill makes changes to several state and local taxes. Insurance premium tax. Currently, the insurance premium tax is equal to 2% of premiums collected or contracted for covering property or risks in this state, except that a company that is deemed to maintain a home office or regional home office in this state pays tax of 1%. Section 2 of the bill, let me start that again. Section 2 of the bill requires a company to have at least 2.5% of its total domestic workforce in the state in order for the company to be deemed to maintain a home office or regional home office. This section also narrows the tax exemption for annuities considerations to those that are purchased in connection with a qualified retirement plan, a Roth 401k, or an individual retirement account. For the purpose of auditing a company's tax statement, Section 2 also authorizes the Commissioner of Insurance to appoint an independent examiner to conduct an examination on behalf of the Commissioner. Property tax. For purposes of imposing the property tax, Section 4 requires the actual value of real property to reflect the value of the fee simple estate. Section 5 requires that the actual value of personal property will be determined based on the property's value in use, which will be defined by the property tax administrator. There is an exemption from property tax for business personal property that would otherwise be listed on a single personal property if, page 3, the property is less than a certain amount, which increases with inflation each property tax cycle. For the next property tax cycle, Section 6 increases the exemption from $7,900 to $50,000. Similar to the reimbursement for the homestead exemption, the state is required to reimburse local governments for lost property tax revenue caused by the increase. The first reimbursement will be based on actual property tax schedules filed and future reimbursements will be adjusted estimates based on the initial amount. Sales and use tax. The state sales and use tax is imposed on the sale and use of tangible personal property. Section 7 codifies the Department of Revenue rule that the definition of tangible personal property includes digital goods. Section 8 specifies that the state sales tax applies to amounts charged for mainframe computer access, photocopying, and packing and crating. A retailer who collects state sales tax is currently allowed to retain 4% of the state sales tax collected, with a monthly cap of $1,000 as compensation for the retailer's expenses incurred in collecting and remitting the tax, parenthetically, vendor fee. Beginning January 1, 2022, Section 9 eliminates the vendor fee for any filing period that the retailer's total taxable sales were greater than $1 million. Severance taxes. The severance tax on oil and gas is currently imposed on gross income, which is equal to the net amount realized for the sale of the oil and gas. The net amount realized is equal to the gross lease revenues, less deductions for any transportation, manufacturing, or processing cost by the taxpayer, borne by the taxpayer, parenthetically, net back deductions. Section 10 limits the net back deductions to direct costs actually paid by the taxpayer for those purposes, which disallows costs of capital and other indirect expenses. Currently, the first 300,000 tons of coal produced in each quarter is exempt from the property tax. There is also a tax credit equal to 50% for coal produced from underground mines and another credit in the same amount for lignitic coal. Beginning with the 2022 taxable year, Section 11 phases out the quarterly exemption in both tax credits. The additional severance tax that results from these changes is credited to the Just Transition Fund under Section 12. That was the bill summary. Here's the bill. Be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado, Section 1, Legislative Declaration, Intent. The General Assembly hereby finds and declares that A, Roman numeral 1, the insurance premium tax for a home office or regional home office was designed to create an incentive for insurance, page 4, for insurance companies to maintain a substantial workforce presence in this state, but it has become clear that this incentive has failed to achieve the intended result. Roman numeral 2, the annuities consideration exemption to the insurance premium tax was created to promote retirement annuities as a form of retirement income security for workers. But over the years, it has been expanded due to the use of annuities as tax shelters. Roman numeral 3, the home office or regional home office tax rate and the annuities considerations exemption are being modified to achieve the original purpose of those measures. Roman numeral 4, any revenue increase from these changes is incidental to this purpose and is de minimis. B, the changes to the property tax will codify the current valuation methods for real and personal property in the state. C, with respect to certain changes to the sales and use tax in this act, Roman numeral 1, the changes are intended to reflect the General Assembly's intent of how the existing statute should be interpreted. Roman numeral 2, the definition of digital goods codifies the Department of Revenue's long-standing treatment of digital goods as reflected in its rule, and neither expands nor contracts the definition of tangible personal property. Roman numeral 3, it is the General Assembly's intent to tax sales of tangible personal property, no matter the delivery method. Roman numeral 4. The delivery methods specified in this act are not meant to be exhaustive, and sales of digital goods that are delivered via new technologies should also be taxed. And, page 5, Roman numeral 5, it is the General Assembly's intent to clarify that amounts charged for mainframe computer access, photocopying, and packaging and crating are sales and purchases of tangible personal property subject to the sales tax. D, Roman numeral 1, in BPAM Prodco versus Colorado Department of Revenue 2016, Colorado 23, the Colorado Supreme Court held that the, quote, cost of capital, unquote, associated with natural gas transportation and processing facilities was a deductible cost under Section 39-29-1023A, Colorado revised statutes, which expanded the deduction well beyond the General Assembly's original intent. And, Roman numeral 2, by limiting and allowing deduction to only those costs that are direct and actually paid by the taxpayer, the General Assembly is restoring the deduction to its original scope and intent, while also simplifying and streamlining the collection and administration of the severance tax. Section 2, in Colorado Revised Statute 10-3-209, amend 1B Roman numeral 2 introductory portion, 1D Roman numeral 4 and 5, and add 1B Roman numeral 2.5 as follows. 10-3-209, tax on premiums collected, exemptions, penalties. 1B Roman numeral 2, for purposes of this subsection 1B, except as otherwise provided in subsection 1B Roman numeral 2.5, any company is deemed to maintain a home office or regional home office in this state if such company either, Roman numeral 2.5, for taxes that are due and payable for the calendar year 2021 and each calendar year thereafter, to be deemed to maintain a home office or regional home office in this state, a company must meet one of the criteria set forth in subsection, page 6. 1B, Roman numeral 2 of this section, and also have it at least, and I say again, and also have at least 2.5% of the company's total domestic workforce in the state. For purposes of this calculation, a workforce excludes agents and their staff. D, Roman numeral 4, except to the extent provided in subsection 2 of this section, the tax imposed by this section shall not apply to premiums collected or contracted for after December 31, 1968, on policies or contracts issued in connection with a pension, profit-sharing, or annuity plan established by an employer for employees if contributions by such employer thereunder are deductible by such employer in determining such employer's net income as defined in Section 39-22-304, and shall not apply to premiums collected or contracted for after December 31, 1968, on policies or contracts purchased for an employee by an employer if such an employer is exempt under 39-22-112 from the tax imposed by Article 2 of Title 39, or is a state a political subdivision of a state, or an agency or instrumentality of a state or political subdivision of a state. The tax imposed by this section shall not apply to annuity considerations connected, I beg your pardon, start again. The tax imposed by this section shall not apply to annuity considerations collected or contracted for after December 31, 1976, except to the extent provided in subsection 2 of this section, and except for taxes that are due and payable for the calendar year 2021 and each calendar year thereafter. This exemption only applies to annuity considerations that are purchased in connection with a qualified retirement plan, a Roth 401k under Section 402A of the Internal Revenue Code, or an individual retirement account under Section 408A of the Internal Revenue Code. Page 7. 5. For the purpose of auditing a tax company's, I say again, for the purpose of auditing a company's tax statement, the commissioner or the commissioner's designee, which may include an independent examiner under Section 10-1-204, parenthetical 6, has the power to examine any books, papers, records, agreements, or memoranda bearing upon the matters required to be included in the tax statement. Such books, papers, records, agreements, or memoranda shall be made available on request to the Commissioner's office or the Commissioner's designee. Section 3. In Colorado Revised Statute 39-1-102, add 3.7 as follows. 39-1-102 definitions. As used in Articles 1 to 13 of this Title 39, unless the context otherwise requires. 3.7 Fee simple estate means the largest possible estate allowed by law, an estate that has potentially infinite duration. Section 4. In Colorado Revised Statute 39-1-103, amend 5A as follows. 39-1-103, actual value determined when, 5A, all real and personal property shall be appraised and the actual value thereof for property tax purposes determined by the assessor of the county wherein such property is located. The actual value of such property, other than agricultural lands exclusive of building improvements thereon, and other than residential real property, and other than producing mines and lands or leaseholds producing oil and gas, shall be that value determined by appropriate consideration of the cost approach, the market approach, and the income approach to appraisal. The assessor shall consider and document all elements of such approaches that are applicable prior to a determination of actual value. The actual value reflects the value, page 8, of the fee simple estate. Despite any orders of the State Board of Equalization, no assessor shall arbitrarily increase the valuations for assessment of all parcels represented within the abstract of a county or within a class or subclass of parcels on that abstract by a common multiple in response to the order of said board. If an assessor is required, pursuant to the order of said board, to increase or decrease valuations for assessment, such changes shall be made only upon individual valuations for assessment of each and every parcel, using each of the approaches to appraisal specified in this subsection 5A, if applicable. The actual value of agricultural lands exclusive of building improvements thereon shall be determined by consideration of the earning or productive capacity of such lands during a reasonable period of time, capitalized at a rate of 13%. Land that is valued as agricultural and that becomes subject to a perpetual conservation easement shall continue to be valued as agricultural notwithstanding its dedication for conservation purposes, except that if any portion of such land is actually used for non-agricultural commercial or non-agricultural residential purposes, that portion shall be valued according to such use. Nothing in this subsection 5 shall be construed to require or permit the reclassification of agricultural land or improvements, including residential property, due solely to subjecting the land to a perpetual conservation easement. The actual value of residential real property shall be determined solely by consideration of the market approach to appraisal. A gross rent multiplier may be considered as a unit of comparison within the market approach to appraisal. The valuation for assessment of producing mines and of lands or leaseholds producing oil and gas shall be determined pursuant to Articles 6 and 7 of this Title 39, page 9, Section 5. In Colorado Revised Statute 39-1-104, amend 12.3A Roman numeral 1 as follows. 39-1-104, valuation for assessment, definitions. 12.3A Roman numeral 1, the actual value of personal property is determined by appropriate consideration of such of the three approaches specified in section 39-1-103-5A as are applicable to the appraisal of such property and is based on the property's value and use. Subject to review and approval pursuant to section 39-2-1091E, the administrator shall prepare and publish appraisal procedures and instructions for the annual appraisal of such property that include a definition of, quote, value and use, unquote, and a factor or factors to adjust the actual value for the current year of assessment to the level of value applicable to real property. Section 6. In Colorado Revised Statutes 39-3-119.5, amend 2A Roman numeral 3 and 2B Roman numeral 1 and add 2A Roman numeral 5, 2A Roman numeral 6, 2A Roman numeral 7, 2A Roman numeral 8, and 3 as follows. 39-3-119.5, personal property, exemption, reimbursement to local governments, legislative declarations, definitions. The exemption created in subsection 1 of this section shall be up to and including the following amounts. Roman numeral 3, $5,500 for property tax years commencing on January 1, 2011 and January 1, 2012. Roman numeral 5. $7,300 for property tax years commencing on January 1, 2015 and January 1, 2016. Roman numeral 6, $7,400 for property tax years commencing on January 1, 2017 and January 1, 2018. Roman numeral 7, $7,700 for property tax years commencing on January 1, 2019 and January 1, 2020. Page 10. And Roman numeral 8, $50,000 for property tax years commencing on January 1, 2021 and January 1, 2022. Beginning with the property tax year commencing on January 1, 2023, the amount of the exemption created in subsection 1 of this section shall be adjusted biennially to account for inflation since the amount of the exemption last changed pursuant to this subsection. On or before November 1, 2022, and each even-numbered year thereafter, the administrator shall calculate the amount of the exemption for the next 2-year cycle using inflation for the prior 2 calendar years as of the date of the calculation. The adjusted exemption shall be rounded upward to the nearest $100 increment. The administrator shall certify the amount of the exemption for the next 2-year cycle and publish the amount on the website maintained by the Division of Property Taxation in the Department of Local Affairs. 3A, Roman numeral 1, for the property tax year commencing on January 1, 2021, each assessor shall calculate the aggregate value of exempt personal property within the county based on the property that is listed on schedules for the property tax year with a total value that is more than $7,900 and less than or equal to $50,000. Roman numeral 2, for the property tax year commencing on January 1, 2021, each treasurer shall calculate the total property tax revenues lost by all local government entities within the treasurer's county based on the exempt business personal, page 11. Personal property amount calculated in accordance with subsection 3A, Roman numeral 1 of this section. No later than February 1, 2022, and each February 1 thereafter, the administrator shall calculate the percentage increase or decrease in total valuation of business personal property in the state over the prior two property tax years. The administrator shall publish the percentage increase or decrease on the website maintained by the Division of Property Taxation in the Department of Local Affairs. C, Roman numeral 1, for the property tax year commencing on January 1, 2022, each treasurer shall calculate an estimate of the aggregate value of exempt business personal property within the county that is equal to the amount of the exempt business personal property amount calculated in accordance with subsection 3A, Roman numeral 1 of this subsection, adjusted by the percentage increase or decrease in total valuation of business personal property published by the administrator during the property tax year in accordance with subsection 3B of this section. For each property tax year thereafter, the county treasurer shall calculate the estimate of aggregate value of exempt business personal property within the county by making the adjustment to the estimate of aggregate value of exempt business personal property within the county from the prior property tax year. Roman numeral 2, for the property tax years commencing on January 1, 2022, and each year thereafter, each treasurer shall calculate the total property tax revenues lost by all local governmental entities within the treasurer's county based on the estimate of, page 12, of exempt business personal property amount calculated in accordance with subsection 3C, Roman numeral 1 of this section. For purposes of this calculation, the treasurer shall assume the location of the property based on the location of the property on the schedules identified in subsection 3A of this section. No later than March 1, 2022, and each March 1 thereafter, each treasurer shall report the amount specified in subsection 3A, Roman numeral 2, or 3C, Roman numeral 2 of this section as applicable, and the basis for the amount to the administrator, and the administrator may require a treasurer to provide additional information as necessary to evaluate the amount reported. The administrator shall confirm that the reported amount is correct or rectify the amount if necessary. The administrator shall then forward the correct amount for each county to the state treasurer to enable the state treasurer to issue a reimbursement warrant to each treasurer in accordance with subsection 3E of this section. No later than April 15, 2022, and April 15 of each year thereafter, the state treasurer shall issue a warrant to be paid from the general fund to each treasurer that is equal to the amount specified by the administrator for the county under subsection 3D of this section. Each treasurer shall distribute the total amount received from the state treasurer to the local government entities within the treasurer's county as if the revenues had been regularly paid as property tax. When distributing the money, the treasurer shall provide each local entity with a statement of the amount, page 13, distributed to the local government entity that represents the reimbursement received under this subsection 3E. Section 7. In Colorado Revised Statute 39-26-102, amend 15A Roman numeral 1 and add 15B.5 as follows. Thank you. 39-26-102 definitions. As used in this Article 26, unless context otherwise requires. 15A Roman numeral 1, quote, tangible personal property, unquote, means corporeal personal property. This term embraces all goods, wares, merchandise, products, and commodities, and all tangible or corporeal things and substances that are dealt in and capable of being possessed and exchanged, except as set forth in this subsection 15. The term shall not be construed to include newspapers as legally defined by section 24-70-102. Pre-printed newspaper supplements that become attached to or inserted in and distributed with such newspapers, or direct mail advertising materials that are distributed in Colorado by any person engaged solely and exclusively in the business of providing cooperative direct mail advertising, except that, always an exemption, commencing March 1, 2010, for purposes of the sales tax or use tax, quote, tangible personal property, unquote, shall include direct mail advertising materials that are distributed in Colorado by any person engaged solely and exclusively in the business of providing cooperative direct mail advertising. B.5 Roman numeral 1, quote, tangible personal property, unquote, includes digital goods. The method of delivery does not impact the taxability of a sale of tangible personal property. Examples of methods used to deliver tangible personal property under current technology include, but are not limited to, compact disc, electronic download, and internet streaming. Page 14. Roman numeral 2. As used in this subsection 15B.5, quote, digital good, unquote, means any item of tangible personal property that is delivered or stored by digital means, including but not limited to video, music, electronic books, or computer files. Section 8 in Colorado Revised Statutes 39-26-104, amend 1A as follows. 39-26-104, property and services taxed definitions, repeal. There is levied and there shall be collected and paid a tax in the amount stated in section 39-26-106 as follows. On the purchase price paid or charged upon all sales and purchases of tangible personal property at retail, including but not limited to the amount charged for mainframe computer access, photocopying, and packing and crating. Section 9 in Colorado Revised Statutes 39-26-105, add 1D Roman numeral 4 as follows. 39-26-105, vendor liable for tax, definitions, repeal. 1D, Roman numeral 4. Beginning January 1, 2022, a retailer is not permitted to retain any money to cover the retailer's expenses in collecting and remitting tax in accordance with this section for any filing period that the retailer's total taxable sales were greater than $1 million. Section 10, in Colorado Revised Statutes 39-29-102, amend the introductory portion and 3A as follows. 39-29-102, definitions. As used in this Article 29, unless the context otherwise requires. 3, gross, quote, gross income, unquote, means A, for oil and gas, the net amount realized by the taxpayer for, page 15, sale of the oil and gas, whether the sale occurs at the wellhead or after transportation, manufacturing, and processing of the product. Net amount shall be calculated pursuant to rules promulgated by the Department of Revenue on the basis of the gross lease revenues less deduction for direct costs actually paid by the taxpayer for transportation, manufacturing, and processing of the product. Where the parties to the sale are related parties and the sales price is lower than the price for which that oil or gas could otherwise have been sold to a ready, willing, and able buyer, and where the taxpayer was legally able to sell the oil or gas to such a buyer, gross income shall be determined by reference to comparable arm's-length sales of like kind, quality, and quantity in the same field or area, less deductions for transportation, manufacturing, and processing done prior to the sale. For purposes of this subsection 3A, quote, related parties, unquote, shall be defined by the Department of Revenue pursuant to rules and regulations. Section 11, in Colorado Revised Statute 39-29-106, amend 2B, 3, and 4, and add 3.5 as follows. 39-29-106, tax on the severance of coal. On and after July 1, 1999, but before January 1, 2026, no tax provided for in subsection 1 of this section is imposed on the first 300,000 tons of coal produced in each quarter of the 2021 taxable year, 240,000 tons of coal produced in each quarter of the 2022 taxable year, 180,000 tons of coal produced in each quarter of the 2023 taxable year, page 16, Roman numeral 4. 120,000 tons of coal produced in each quarter of the 2024 taxable year, and Roman numeral 5, 60,000 tons of coal produced in each quarter of the 2025 taxable years. For taxable years commencing prior to January 1, 2026, there is allowed as a credit against the tax imposed by subsection 1 of this section an amount equal to the percentage set forth in subsection 3.5 of this section of such tax for coal produced from underground mines. 3.5, the percentage for the credits allowed under subsections 3 and 4 of this section is equal to A, 50% for the 2021 taxable year, B, 40% for the 2022 taxable year, C, 30% for the 2023 taxable year, D, 20% for the 2024 taxable year, and E, 10% for the 2025 taxable year. For taxable years commencing prior to January 1, 2026, there is allowed as an additional credit against the tax imposed by subsection 1 of this section an amount equal to the percentage set forth in subsection 3.5 of this section of such tax for the production of lignitic coal, such as coal is classified by the American Society for Testing and Materials in their D388 standard for the classification of coals by rank. Section 12. In Colorado Revised Statutes 39-29-108, amend 2B and add 2D as follows. 39-29-108, allocation of severance tax revenues, definition, repeal. 2B, except as set forth in subsection 2D of this, page 17, section, of the total gross receipts realized from the severance taxes imposed on minerals and mineral fuels under the provisions of this article after June 30, 2017, 50% shall be credited to the state severance tax trust fund created by section 3929-109, and 50% shall be credited to the local government severance tax fund created by section 39-29-110. The state treasurer shall credit an amount of the increased coal tax that is attributable to the discontinuation of the exemption in section 39-29-1062B and the credits in section 39-29-106, 3 and 4 to the Just Transition Cash Fund created in section 8-83-504, parenthetical 1, section 13. In Colorado Revised Statutes 8-83-504, amend parenthetical 1 as follows. 8-83-504, Just Transition Cash Fund. There is hereby created in the state treasury the Just Transition Cash Fund. The fund consists of money credited to the fund in accordance with section 39-29-108 2D and any other money that the General Assembly may appropriate or transfer to the fund. The state treasurer shall credit all income, I say again, the state treasurer shall credit all interest and income derived from the deposit and investment of money in the fund to the fund. Subject to annual appropriation by the General Assembly, the office may expend money from the fund for the purposes specified in this Part 5, including paying for the office's direct and indirect cost in administering this Part 5. Section 14, severability. If any section of this House Bill 21, and then there's a big blank here, or the application thereof to any person or circumstances held invalid, such invalidity does not affect other provisions, applications, or sections of this House Bill 21 and another blank that can be given effect without, page 18, invalid provision, application, or section. And to this end, the provisions, applications, and sections of this House Bill 21, and there's a blank again, are declared to be severable. Section 15, effective date. This act takes effect July 1, 2021. I'll skip the rest. To the good people of Colorado, I'm sure that cleared it up like a shotgun blast in the bottom of a pond. This is a mess. I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you. No honor? Honor.
I'm so sorry, Representative Larson. What did you say?
I said it was an honor to serve with you,
my goodness.
Madam Chair.
It is such an honor to serve with you,
I feel
Representative
slighted.
Larson.
That's
Please
okay.
forgive me.
It's all right. It's all right. No harm, no foul. So, members, that was obviously very exhilarating reading. My ears perked up, particularly when we were on page 5, lines 5 through 10. And just as a refresher, this is subsection D, further subsection I. And this said, in BP American Production Company versus the Colorado Department of Revenue, 2016, CO 23, the Colorado Supreme Court held that and this is in quotes, cost of capital, end quotation, associated with the natural gas transportation and processing facilities was deductible under the cost, or is a deductible cost, my apologies, under section 39-29-102, open parenthesis 3, close parenthesis, open parenthesis A, close parenthesis, Colorado revised statutes, which expanded the deduction well beyond the General Assembly's original intent. So, I just find it interesting that we would throw something like that in a legislative declaration, talking about how a Supreme Court case in the state of Colorado is something that was contrary to legislative content, which piqued my interest in the underlying case, which, guess what, I have for you. So let's go through it, because I think if we're going to reference in the legislative declaration, I think it's fair to understand some of the underlying case law here that's being referenced. So,
Representative Larson?
Yes.
And this is probably more for my edification, but I'm wondering how that relates directly to the bill.
Well, it is referenced directly in the bill, so I would have to beg leave that since it's in the bill, it's clearly laid out as part of the context of this bill. Otherwise, it wouldn't be in the legislative declaration.
I don't think it's really the substance of the bill, though. Perhaps a reference for illustrative purposes, but not likely substance of the bill.
Well, I mean, due respect, if we want to entertain an amendment to remove reference to the court case, but because, again, it appears in the actual text of the bill, I'm going to have to insist that it's relevant to the bill.
I would only ask, as you make your comments, if you continuously tie this back to the bill. That will help me see the connection here.
Well, I'll be happy to reference page 5, lines 5 through 10 as we go through. And if I deviate, I'll always be happy to give a reference to that particular line and section of the bill. So,
perfect.
Excellent. But, Madam Chair, as it is a rather large case with several complaints and responses, and indeed, this was appealed all the way to the Colorado Supreme Court. So there are going to be a couple sections here. So if you could just, when I am meandering.
Well, I'll just give you a hint and a request at the beginning. Many times when a case is referenced, it's to a particular part of the case, not necessarily the entire factual background or even all of the holdings. Those would not necessarily be referenced, notwithstanding the reference to the simple citation in the bill. So I'll be listening for that.
Indeed. Well, I'll start with the Supreme Court case, the opinion of the Supreme Court. And then, unfortunately, I think some of the context that we're going to get into here, I'm probably going to have to, just because, again, I know there are a lot of people following. We really want to get to the meat of what's going on here. I may have to refer down to the lower court decision. But again, appreciate it and looking forward to going on this journey with you, Madam Chair.
As am I.
Indeed. So we're going to go ahead and start with the Supreme Court case. And again, this is admittedly not where I intended to start. Intended to start chronologically, but I'm going to go reverse chronological order. So we'll see how this works out. So this is the Supreme Court opinion. And this was rendered April 25th, 2016. This is number 13 SC996. Again, BP, the abbreviation is BPM v. Colorado Department of Revenue, tax law, tax deduction, severance tax. Colorado's severance tax statute levies a tax on income derived from the sale of natural gas extracted from real property in Colorado. The statute permits taxpayers to deduct, and this is in quotations, any transportation, manufacturing, and processing costs, and this is where the quotation ends, from revenue in valuing oil and gas resources for tax purposes. Then there's a CRS reference, and that would be 39-29-102, open parenthesis 3, close parenthesis, open parenthesis A, close parenthesis, CRS 2015. BP, American Production Company, seeks to deduct the cost of capital because it is a cost associated with transportation and processing activity. The Supreme Court holds that the plain language of the severance tax statute authorizes a deduction for any transportation, manufacturing, and processing costs, and that the cost of capital is a deductible cost that resulted from investment in transportation and processing facilities. And members, I apologize. I printed this double-sided, and actually the cover sheet was on the opposite side. So if you'll give me grace, I'll go back, because I think the title's important here. So we have Supreme Court case number 13 SC 996, certiorari to the Colorado Court of Appeals. And then we're referencing the Court of Appeals case number here, and that would be Court of Appeals case number.
So Representative Larson,
12,
is
yes?
this in the bill already? Because we have had the bill read at length already.
I don't
So
actually
I don't
believe this is in the bill. The only thing
And
that is in the
for
bill.
that reason, I'm going to say this isn't to the bill then. If you could tie this back to the substance of the bill rather
Yes.
than citations to court cases, we would
Yeah.
love to understand the substance of your discussion and how that relates to the bill.
Well, again, it is, again, a court case that is referenced explicitly, and again, I'll point you back to page 5, lines 5 through 10. And again, this is a bill that deals with taxation, and the bill is, in my opinion, fairly bold in declaring that the Supreme Court case was contrary to, or indeed the words are well beyond, the General Assembly's original intent. But again, point well taken, and we'll just go to the meat of the opinion here. For those of you that do want to follow along, again, it is Supreme Court case 13 SC 996, and you can get the petitioner name and the respondents here. But you can go ahead and look that up online if you'd like to. So I'll just get into that opinion because, we're referencing that in the bill here. And, again, if it was important enough to put in the legislative declaration, I feel like the context that it's laying out is an important one as well. So we're going to the opinion here. And this is the opinion of Justice Boatwright, for those of you that are tracking who's writing these opinions. So this is the first paragraph, and this is Colorado's, and this again is in quotations, severance tax, and then the end of quotation. Statute levies a tax on income derived from the sale of natural gas extracted from Colorado. And then again, here's a CRS reference, and that would be 39, my apologies, dash 29 dash 105, open parenthesis, 1, close parenthesis, open parenthesis, A, close parenthesis, CRS, open parenthesis, 2015, close parenthesis. In doing so, the statute permits taxpayers to deduct, and again, this is in quotations, any transportation, manufacturing, and processing costs, and that's the end of the quotation, from revenue in valuing oil and gas resources for tax purposes. And here again, we have a different CRS reference. So this would be 39-29-102, open parenthesis, 3, close parenthesis, open parenthesis, A, close parenthesis, CRS, open parenthesis, 2015, close parenthesis. The question before us is whether this section permits a deduction for the, and this is again in quotations, cost of capital, and this is the end of the quotation, associated with natural gas transportation and processing facilities. In general terms, the cost of capital is defined as the amount of money that an investor could have earned on a different investment of similar risk. And then members here, they actually include a reference to a different case, and it suggests that you see ATL, and I hope that one of my legally educated friends could explain this reference, but it says ATL, Richfield Company versus Farm Credit Bank of Wichita, and then it is 226, capital F, 3, lowercase d, 1138, 1147, and then there's a parenthetic reference here, so open parenthesis, 10th Circuit, 2000, close parenthesis. And members, I'm sure that would be very elucidating if we wanted to get into that later, but I don't think that's quite to the bill. So I'll get back to the opinion here. In this case, the cost of capital is the money, or sorry, is the amount of money that BP, American production companies, and then we have open parenthesis and in quotations, BP, it's the end of the quotation, and then a close parenthesis, predecessors could have earned had they invested in other ventures rather than in building transportation and processing facilities. Petitioner, BP, claims it can deduct the cost of capital because it is a cost associated with transportation and processing activity. Respondent, the Colorado Department of Revenue, and then we have open parenthesis and then in quotations, the department, that's the end of the quotation, and then close parenthesis, argues that the cost of capital is not a deductible cost because it is not an actual cost. The Court of Appeals held that the cost of capital is not a deductible cost under statute. And then we've got a reference here, and this would be to, I'm assuming, the Colorado Appeals Court case, but the text here is BP, AM, Product Company, v. Colorado Department of Revenue, 2013, then COA in all capitals, which I'm assuming is referencing the Colorado Court of Appeals, but I could be wrong, 147, paragraph 29, then there's actually an underscore here, and I'm not quite sure. Again, I would defer to someone who's a bit more legally trained than me, but then it says PD3, and then again an underscore bracket. And perhaps someone with a legal education could fill me in on what that that refers to. We reverse and hold that the plain language of Section 39-29-102, open parenthesis 3, close parenthesis, open parenthesis A, close parenthesis, authorizes a deduction for any transportation, manufacturing, and processing costs, and that the cost of capital is a deductible cost that resulted from investment in transportation and processing facilities. Accordingly, we reverse and remand to the Court of Appeals with, and then this is the end of page 3, we're picking up here on page 4, instructions to return the case to the district court for proceedings consistent with this opinion. Then we've got Roman numeral 1 here, and this is a bold title, so this is a section, I'm assuming, of the opinion here, titled Facts and Procedural History. And then over here it's denoted as paragraph 3. In the 1980s, BP's predecessors in interest, and folks, there's a footnote here. This would be footnote number 1 of the opinion. And I'm going to go ahead and interrupt here and go down and read the footnote because it's important for context. So footnote number 1 is denoted as BP is the successor in interest to the Atlantic Richfield Company and the Amoco Production Company by virtue of its mergers with these companies. All right, now we're going back up into the text of the actual opinion here, starting off after the footnote. We're going to go with developed a method for producing natural gas from coal seams in southwest Colorado. In addition to extracting gas, the companies constructed facilities to process the gas and transport it to market. Since then, the predecessor companies and BP have been successfully producing, transporting, and selling natural gas from coal seams. And then this is denoted as paragraph 4. Colorado levies a tax on income generated from the extraction of non-renewable natural resources, such as natural gas, from within the state. We've got another CRS reference here, and that would be 39-29-101, CRS, open parenthesis, 2015, close parenthesis. This tax is called, and this is in quotation, severance tax. And that's the end of the quotation. And then there's again, legal reference here, ID, it's underlined, not quite sure what that means. Again, perhaps someone with a legal education come up and elucidate that. But moving on, BP and its predecessor companies filed annual severance tax returns on which they reported income and expenses with respect to gas extracted from land in Colorado. In 2015, BP filed amended severance tax returns for tax years 2003, and 2004, seeking to deduct the cost of capital related to its transportation and processing facilities from revenue generated by natural gas sales. And now, members, we're denoted here as paragraph 5. And I apologize for the slow cadence. As many of you know, I have a young daughter, and I read to her every night, so I've really been working on enunciation so that she, learns how to speak properly and work on her vocabulary. So kind of old habits die hard. But if you'll indulge me. The mineral audit section of the department denied the cost of capital deduction. BP requested that the department's hearing officer review that decision. The hearing officer also prohibited the cost of the capital deduction, concluding that the, and this is in quotations, clear and unambiguous language, and that's the end of the quotation, used in the statute allows deductions for transportation and processing costs only. He distinguished the cost of capital from, and members, that's the end of page 4, so we're going to go ahead and turn the page over there, go to page 5. Transportation and processing costs and depreciation. Reasoning that the cost of capital is neither a transportation nor a processing cost, but is, and this is in quotes, opportunity cost that reflects the cost alternatives that were forfeited to pursue a certain action. And that's the end of the quoted section there. The hearing officer continued that the statute does not allow deductions for, and again, this is the beginning of a quoted section here, tying up money that could have been used elsewhere. And this is the close of that quoted section. Reasoning that BP would recover its investment through depreciation deductions. The hearing officer thus issued a final determination that the cost of capital does not qualify as a deduction under section 39-102, open parenthesis, 3, close parenthesis, open parenthesis, A, close parenthesis. And then members, this is the beginning of paragraph 6. I know I'm assuming a lot of you are following in different formats, so it's probably just being helpful for people at home here. So BP contested the final determination in district court. The parties stipulated that if the cost of capital is allowed as a deduction, BP is entitled to refunds in the amount of $629,186 and $669,202 plus interest for tax years 2003 and 2004, respectively. And then, members, there's a footnote here. This would be footnote number 2. And again, if you'll indulge me, I know it kind of breaks up the cadence, but I think we really need to read footnote number 2 here. And that says, it is clear from the record precisely how the parties calculated the numbers to which they stipulated. All right, and then we're going back to the body of the opinion here. Again, I thank you for that indulgence. Further, they argued that there were no disputed issues of material fact, and thus submitted cross motions, my apologies there, for summary judgment. Subsequently, the district court ruled that BP is entitled to a refund for its cost of capital because Section 39-29-102, open parenthesis, 3, close parenthesis, open parenthesis, A, close parenthesis, unambiguously provides a deduction for, and this section is in quotations, any, and any is actually underlined as well, transportation, manufacturing, and processing costs, and cost is also underlined for those of you that are just listening in, borne by the taxpayer. And that's the end of the quoted section. The court reasoned that absent language to the contrary, the cost of capital is a cost related to transportation and processing, and is intended by the General Assembly to be included as an allowable deduction. And, I find that interesting just, again, because the whole thing that started us down this exciting and exhilarating reading here is that the legislative declaration of this bill states quite the opposite. So, indeed, I think we need to reconcile this. And, I'm going to keep plowing through this. It's got a couple more pages to go here, so, bear with me. But again, just food for thought. The Supreme Court's opinion right there said that it was intended by the General Assembly. But anyway, I'll get back to the text of the opinion here. And again, for those following along, we're on page 5, paragraph 6. Thus, the district court entered judgment in favor of BP and ordered that the department, and the department's capitalized here, so we're probably referring to the Colorado Department of Revenue, as was earlier indicated, refund BP the amounts to which the parties stipulated if the cost of capital were allowed as a deduction. All right, so members, that is the end of page 5. Moving on to page 6, which actually this time fortuitously coincided with the beginning of a new paragraph, which is numbered 7, for those of you following along. The department, and again, this is a capitalized department, but interestingly, I'm looking here, so the last time we referenced the department, it had a lowercase t on the. This time it has an uppercase T. So I think that the clerks over at the Supreme Court may need to pay a little more attention to their proofreading. Not meaning to impugn motives or anything like that, but just helpful suggestion. Consistency would be nice. Anyway, getting back, the department appealed. Here's a shock. The Court of Appeals reversed the district court and held that the cost of capital is not a deductible transportation and processing cost. And then again, I clearly should have gone to law school because we've got BPM, and then those are underlined, and then there's double paragraph indicators and 30-31. Again, I really think we need to consult someone with a legal background here for context here. I hope somebody's taking notes so that we can answer these questions at a later date. But I'll continue on here because I don't want to lose momentum. The Court of Appeals first determined that the severance tax statute was ambiguous as to whether the term, and this is in quotations, costs, and that was the end of the quotations, includes the cost of capital. And then again, we've got a capital ID underlined at, and then a paragraph indicator 16. I don't really know what that is, but we'll have to go back, figure that out. Should have clearly marked this up before I came up here, and I apologize for that. But let's soldier on. The court then relied on other state statutes. A guide from an association of oil and gas accountants, and the possibility that BP would earn a double deduction to conclude that in the absence of an explicit statement by the legislature, the cost of capital is not deductible under Section 39-29, 102, open parenthesis, 3, close parenthesis, open parenthesis, A, close parenthesis, and again, ID underlined at paragraph 17-30. And members, see, that part is interesting because, clearly there's some disagreement here. That statement seems to be more consistent with what the bill sponsors indicated in their legislative declaration portion. And perhaps we've figured out why that part was included. Because indeed, this part does seem to be in controversy, and hopefully one of the bill sponsors will be able to come and talk to that once we've finished going through here. But again, we got to keep going through here. So we're now on to paragraph 8. We granted BP's petition for certiorari, and I apologize if I mispronounced that. And then we've got footnote number 3 here, and consistent with how I've done last, I know it really ruins continuity, but I think it's important that we go and read what's in footnote 3. So footnote 3 is, we granted review of the following issue: whether the Court of Appeals erred in its holding that the phrase, any transportation, and I apologize, the phrase any, that's the beginning of a quotation with the word any here, transportation, manufacturing, and processing costs borne by the taxpayer, and that's the end of the quoted section, in the Colorado Oil and Gas Severance Tax Statute, Section 39-29-102, open parentheses, 3, closed parentheses, open parentheses, A, close parentheses, CRS 2015. And as an aside, members, we've referenced that particular statute a number of times. That might be an issue we want to explore next. I won't get into it right up here right now, but just a helpful reminder. And just since we've referenced it so many times, I think there might be some people that are a little confused about the underlying statute. But anyway, getting back to the text of the footnote, excludes the cost of capital that a taxpayer invests in transportation and processing facilities. So remember, that was the end of footnote 3. Now we're going back to the body of the opinion here. And indeed, this is the start of a new subsection. This would be Roman numeral 2, bold title, Standard of Review. And then this is the beginning of paragraph 9. We review questions of statutory construction de novo. And then we have an underlined title to what I presume is a different case, and that would be People v. Johnson, 2015, CO 70, paragraph 9, 363 P3D 169 174. And then we start a whole new subsection. So I guess the standard of review is probably, this is probably some kind of perfunctory legal reference again. Perhaps someone with a legal education could speak to why that's included here. Might be helpful. But we are on to now subsection Roman numeral 3, which is titled Analysis. And this would be paragraph 10. The issue here is whether the cost of capital is a deductible cost under Colorado's severance tax statute. To resolve this issue of first impression, we first provide background on the statute. We then look to its language in order to determine whether the statute is ambiguous. Next, we examine whether the cost of capital is a cost under the statute. At the end of our analysis, we determine that the statute is unambiguous. And members, that would be the end of page 6, so we're going to start page 7 here. There is no new paragraph, so that's continuing from the last page. And that the cost of capital is a cost under the statute. We conclude by holding that the plain language of section 39-29-102, open parenthesis, 3, close parenthesis, open parenthesis, A, close parenthesis, authorizes a deduction for any transportation, manufacturing, and processing costs, and that the cost of capital is a deductible cost that resulted from investment in transportation and processing facilities. Accordingly, we reverse and remand to the Court of Appeals with instructions to return the case to the district court for proceedings consistent with this opinion. All right, members, and then we have another subsection here, but this is titled A, so I'm assuming this is a subsection of subpart 3. And that would be A, Colorado's severance tax and net back approach. And then this begins paragraph 11. In order to interpret the severance tax statute's meaning, we must first understand its operation. The severance tax statute levies a tax on income produced from the sale of non-renewable natural resources extracted from land in Colorado. And then we've got a CRS reference here, and that would be 39-29-101, open parenthesis, 1, close parenthesis. This is termed and members, this is the beginning of a quoted section here, severance tax. That's the end of the quoted section. Because it taxes the value of non-renewable natural resources, such as oil and natural gas, extracted or severed from real property in Colorado. Significantly, the severance tax aims to tax the value of the resource at a specific point in time. And then there's a dash here. The point at which the resource emerges from beneath the Earth's surface. And then we've got that ID, and it's also underlined. Then it suggests to see also the Washington City Board of Equalization versus Patron Development Corporation, 109 P3D 146 152 -53, open parenthesis. So this is COLO, which is an interesting abbreviation. I'm assuming that's referencing Colorado, but I honestly don't know. It's COLO, period, 2005. Close parenthesis. Open parenthesis. Describing statutory and industry standards for determining value of oil for tax purposes. Close parenthesis. This point is known in industry terms as and this part is in quotations, top of the well, end quotation, or, and this again, members, is in quotations as well, wellhead, and that's one word, members, not two words, and then that's the end of that quoted part as well. Interesting terms for the industry. I'd love to hear more if there's someone in oil and gas that could explain those origins. Again, something for the notes here. And the value of the resource at this point in time is known as the resources, and again, members, this is in quotations, wellhead value. That's the end of the quoted section there. Then there's a reference here, it's underlined, it's Washington City. I'm assuming that's referring to the court case that was previously referenced in the opinion here. That's the Washington City Board of Equalization v. Patron Development Company. But then that would be 109 P 3D at 151 and 153. Calculating a resource's wellhead value is problematic because resources are not sold at the wellhead, but rather are transported, processed, and then sold at market, located. And members, that was the end of page 7. So again, we're heading on to page 8. I know you're keeping track here, so I can give you a little time to find your spot. But again, top of page 8, it's not a new paragraph. So don't get thrown by that. All right, so the top of page 8 here, starting again, away from the wellhead. And here we run into yet another footnote. And members, I just can't help myself. I love reading these things so much. I know that it really must frustrate you because the cadence is just, it's so good to just keep rocking through this thing, but please indulge me. I'm going to read footnote number 4 here. The record, in this case, does not reflect any transactions that took place at the wellhead. All right, members, thank you for the indulgence. I'm going back up. Again, top of page 8 here, Supreme Court opinion in this case. It suggests that you see ID at 152. Again, for our legals out there, really would love some clarification on what that ID means. Because, you know, for us laymen, it's a little bit confusing. And I know we're really following along here at rapt attention. So hopefully that clarification is forthcoming. Anyway, this means that resources are not valued at the time they are extracted from the wellhead, but rather are valued after being transported, treated, and sold. Accordingly, taxpayers must look back and calculate a resource's wellhead value after it has been processed, transported, and sold. Colorado's severance tax statute prescribes a method for doing so known in the industry as the, and again, members, this is in quotations, netback approach, netback being one word, not two. And then this is the end of the quoted section. Again, love the innovation by the industry there. And then we have that ID reference. And man, I just got to tell you how embarrassed I am every time that comes up, because I wish I could give you the backstory on that. Representative Weissman, I know you're, and I apologize. Yeah, Representative Weissman, I know you're a legal expert, and I really hope you can at least clarify that for me at the end of all this. But again, it's for another time. ID at 152-53. See also CRS 39-29-102, open parenthesis, 3, close parenthesis, open parenthesis, A, close parenthesis. All right, members, we're now on to paragraph 12, still page 8. The netback approach allows extractors to deduct from revenue. And members, this is the beginning of a quoted section again. Any transportation, manufacturing, and processing costs. And members, this is the close of that quoted section there. Then we've got that CRS reference there, 39-29-102, open parenthesis, 3, close parenthesis, open parenthesis, A, close parenthesis. This deduction effectively subtracts any post-extraction value, and that's hyphenated, added by the extractor, thus valuing the resource at the point at which it emerged from the Earth's surface. The netback approach allows extractors to deduct dollar for dollar, and again, that's a hyphenated phrase there, because just reading it, that might be lost on some of the folks that are just listening in. All of the transportation, manufacturing, and processing costs incurred in adding value to the resource so that it is saleable. And again, continue to be embarrassed, but that ID reference comes up here. This ensures that for purposes of the severance tax, the extractor is only taxed on the resource's wellhead value rather than the full sale price. And there's that ID again. I mean, I hope my blushing isn't showing up on the Corridor channel here, because, really is embarrassing every time that's here. Anyway, now, members, we're moving on to paragraph 13, still on page 8. In this case, the gas was transported from the wellhead in southern Colorado to the processing facilities in other states and then sold. The sale price, therefore, reflects not the resource's wellhead value, but rather the resource's value after it was transported and processed. Thus, the netback approach dictates that the transportation, manufacturing, and processing costs shall be deducted from the sale price so that BP is, and members, that's the end of page 8. Again, a mid-sentence page transfer, not loving that, but let's go ahead and flip over to page 9 here. Start off at the top. Taxed on the resource's wellhead value rather than its value after it had been transported and processed. ID yet again. And then, members, we're moving on to paragraph 14 here, again on page 9. Now that we have described the severance tax statute's operation, we turn to interpreting its meaning. And then, members, we're at another bold-headed section here. This is started B. The plain meaning, and this is the section title, just for clarification. So this would be section B, the plain meaning of section 39-29-102, open parenthesis, 3, close parenthesis, open parenthesis, A, close parenthesis, allows a deduction for all transportation, manufacturing, and processing costs. Now, members, we're on to paragraph 15. Our goal in interpreting a statute is to give effect to the legislature's intent. So, members, I think we're about to perhaps get some clarity here on the original purpose of this journey we're on together as to why this was referenced in the legislative declaration. I know we're all wrapped with excitement, so I won't belay us any longer. So then we reference a court case here, and that would be Kane v. People, 2014, CO 49, paragraph 10, 327, P3D 249 252. To determine legislative intent, we first look to the statute's language and give its words and phrases their ordinary and commonly accepted meaning. And then that pesky ID again, just when we're on a roll. When statutory language is clear, we need not look to the other tools of statutory construction. And then another underlined ID. Someone should be keeping track of how many of those are in this, by the way. Be helpful. As part of this court's de novo review, the court may consider and even defer to an agency's interpretation of statute. We got a court case reference here. Gessler v. Colorado Common Cause. I'm assuming that's in reference to the former Secretary of State, Scott Gessler. I believe he held that office from 2010 to 2014, but that's probably not to the bill, so I'll get back to the bill here. Anyway, so the Gessler v. Colorado Common Cause, 2014, CO 44, paragraph 7, 327, P 3D 2 32 235. However, courts are not bound by the agency's interpretation. And then we have another court reference here, and that is the El Paso County Board of Equalization v. Craddock. And then we've got 850 P 2D 702 704, open parentheses, COLO, which again I'm assuming is referencing Colorado, not entirely sure there, 1993, close parenthesis. Deference is not warranted where the agency's interpretation is contrary to the statute's plain language. And here, members, yet again, please indulge me. I've got a footnote here. I know you guys would probably rather I keep going forward, but I just can't resist because my curiosity is piqued. So we're going to go ahead and travel down that wonderful path that is footnote number 5 on page 9. I'm going to give you a little time to find that one. There might be some other footnotes. You know, some of you may be reading it in a format where it appears as an endnote as opposed to a footnote. So again, we're on footnote number 5 here, page 9. The department, and again, this is capitalized, interestingly, with the capital T, so there's a little consistency there. Maybe it was just one minor oversight with that lowercase t earlier, and that would be the Department of Revenue, argues that we should defer to its interpretation of the statute in this case, because it conforms to the statutory provisions and is reasonably supported by the department's reasoning. And then here the footnote suggests that you see the Colorado Department of Revenue v. Woodman of the World, 919 P 2D 806 817, open parenthesis, Colo, and again, For those who aren't tracking, COLO, we're assuming at this point is in reference to the state of Colorado, but I stand open for correction if that is not indeed the case. 1996, close parenthesis. We disagree and do not defer to the department's interpretation here for 3 reasons. Seems kind of embarrassing for the department, to be honest with you. First, and again, there were 3 reasons they disagreed. This is the first one. Courts independently review legal determinations. And here it's suggesting that we see M&J Leasing Company versus the executive director of the Department of Revenue. 796 P 2D 2830 open parentheses COLO, again Colorado app, which I'm assuming is referencing the Colorado Court of Appeals. Again, if I'm wrong, please correct me, because we don't want any confusion on this point. 1990. Close parentheses. Second, and again, members, this is the second of the 3 reasons that we're going through on footnote number 5, why the Supreme Court does not agree with the department's interpretation. So the second reason they're giving is that deference may not be appropriate where an agency's construction of a statute has not been uniform. And here it's suggesting that we see the Woodman case, which again was that Colorado Department of Revenue v. Woodman of the World. Then we got 919P.
So Representative Larson.
Yes, yes, Madam
Chair. If I
Chair.
might just ask, I hear you reading many citations, and I'm wondering if you can pull this back to the bill and offer some analysis. How has what you have read so far tied back to the bill and the policy at hand?
Well, Madam Chair, thank you for that question. And actually, this is really exciting because, as you recall, we are on page 9, subtitle B, paragraph 15 of the Supreme Court's legal opinion. And what we've got here, that paragraph started with our goal in interpreting a statute is to give effect to the legislator's intent, which is why I'm so excited to really dive in on this particular part of the ruling, because again, you'll remember the genesis of this was page 5, line 5 through 10 of the bill, which I'll remind you was referencing in BP American Products Company v. the Colorado Department of Revenue, 2016, Colorado 23, the Supreme Court held that the cost of capital associated with natural gas transportation and processing facilities was deductible under section 39-29-102, open parenthesis, 3, close parenthesis, open parenthesis, A, close parenthesis, Colorado revised statutes. So, you know, this is really setting the groundwork for why this was, I think, included in the legislative intent. And again, forgive my indulgence because I didn't go to law school. I know many of our colleagues did. I know at least one of the authors of this bill did go to law school. He has a vast legal background that he can draw on. And for me, you know, when I heard that particular part of the bill read, I just, you know, my curiosity was piqued, and I assumed that a lot of the members of the chamber wanted to explore this issue a little bit more. So, you know, and admittedly, I do like to read those footnotes because I am thorough, but I think that the people of Colorado appreciate a thorough treatment particularly because we decided to include this in the legislative declaration. So, I hope that's a sufficient explanation, and if you'll indulge me, I'll continue to.
Well, I honestly
ahead.
am waiting for some sort of analysis of how this relates to the substance of the bill.
Indeed, but here's the thing. So, obviously, the bill affects this taxation, and without the proper background, I don't think that a layman such as myself would be able to understand how this is going to impact severance tax, which is a huge part of this bill, and indeed is included in the title. So, with your indulgence, Madam Chair?
Sort of, sure.
I appreciate it. And I know that it's not normal to include what an honor it is to serve with you in the middle of a second reading speech, but
And
it
I would
really is
have
an
to
honor
say,
to serve
it
with you.
is an honor to serve with you, Representative Larson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. Anyway, so we're going to go back here to footnote 5. We're going to go to C. Woodman. So we were talking about the second of the 3 reasons that the Supreme Court decided to disagree with the department's interpretation of the statute. So we're going to go C. Woodman 919 P 2D at 817. Here, the department allowed BP's predecessors to deduct the cost of capital under the severance tax regime prior to its final determination. And finally, courts have been reluctant. Oh, indeed. Now here we're at a quandary because this footnote actually continues on to page 10, even though there's still text in the court's decision above on page 9. So I'm going to hop over to page 10, finish out the footnote, and then we're going to come back to page 9. So again, I apologize for that inconvenience. I know that there's many different formats, but do try to follow along. We are on page 9. Footnote 5, paragraph 15. So finally, courts have been reluctant to defer to an agency's interpretation that has not promulgated through rulemaking. Then we have a court case cited here. It says C, command. Well, this is interesting, but it's command COMMC apostrophe NS, not quite sure what that's an abbreviation for, Incorporated, the Fritz COS 36 PD 182. Oh, members, I apologize. It was actually P3D 182 187, open parenthesis, Colo, which again, just for posterity, we're assuming is Colorado, App, which again, we're assuming is Court of Appeals, 2001, close parenthesis, open parenthesis, citing United States v. Meade Corporation 533 U.S. 218, open parenthesis. And yes, members, you heard correctly. That was a second open parenthesis in sequence. 2001. Close parenthesis, and then another close parenthesis. I know a lot of you were worried about the mechanics there, but yeah, so we closed it out. Here, prior to the department's final decision in this case, its only interpretation of the statute was contained in an answer to a, and members, this is in quotations, frequently asked question, close quotation, posted on its website, which was published without any reasoning for disallowing the deduction. I don't know about you members, and I apologize for the commentary here, but that seems a little bold of the department. I'm glad that the Supreme Court was on top of it here. So, and members, I know again this was a footnote that went along 2 pages, so now we're going to go back to the body of the original Supreme Court opinion. So we're back on page 9, paragraph 15, picking up right after footnote number 5. And then we have a court reference here, and that's Gessler. And since it's been a while, that was the Gessler v. Common Cause lawsuit. But here it's just abbreviated as Gessler. Paragraph 7, 327 P 3D at 235. All right, members, now we are on to page 10, and this would be paragraph 16. Generally, courts will construe all doubts regarding interpretation of language in a tax statute in favor of the taxpayer. And actually, as a side note, members, that's actually kind of nice to hear that they put that in the decision here, that they're going to generally default to the taxpayer. I think that's something that we in this chamber could probably take heed of. But anyway, I'll get back to the opinion here. Then we have a court reference here, and that would be Transponder Corporation of Denver versus the Property Tax Administrator. Wonder if that's the Property Tax Administrator of Denver or if it's a different one. I'm assuming it's Denver. 681 P 2D 499 504. Open parenthesis, Colo, again, Colorado, 1984, close parenthesis. However, and members, this part is in quotations, deductions and exemptions in taxation are recorded as a matter of legislative grace. Members here, I really don't like this. So they have 3 consecutive dots, which denotes an ellipse, which means that they omitted something in a quoted portion. It's really not best practice here because really kind of makes it hard to know the context of what they're discussing here. So perhaps somebody who could go and find this quoted section in the underlying court case and fill out the part that they omitted here with the ellipses. But since I don't have it in front of me, we'll just have to soldier on, and I apologize for the omission. They are not allowed unless clearly provided for. Members, that's the end of the quoted section there. We've got another court case reference. This one is Robinson versus state. I'm assuming that state is Colorado. And that would be 392 P 2D 606 608. Open parenthesis. Colo, Colorado. 1964. Close parenthesis. Open parenthesis. Ooh, citations omitted. They went and closed the parenthesis after that, but let's just take a little moment to really raise an eyebrow there. I wonder why they're omitting the citations here in a Supreme Court opinion, but again, I don't think that's germane to this bill. I think that's more of a matter of Supreme Court practice. So we'll keep going. Now, members, we're on to paragraph 17. And this is Colorado's severance tax statute grants a deduction for, and this is in quotations, any transportation, manufacturing, and processing costs. And that's the end of the quoted section. And again, they did underline the words any and costs from that quoted section, just to take note. And then we're referencing the Colorado Revised Statutes. It's that everyone's favorite section here, 39-29-102, open parenthesis, 3, close parenthesis, open parenthesis, A, close parenthesis. And then after that, we've got open parenthesis, emphasis added. And then we close the parenthesis there again. The Court of Appeals held that the statute is ambiguous because the term, and this is in quotes, costs, and that's the end of the quoted section, is reasonably susceptible to different interpretations. That's interesting, members, that they're saying that this is, again, the Court of Appeals decision that they're referencing here in the Supreme Court decision, that they're saying that the term cost was reasonably susceptible to different interpretations. Really, I'm curious about their line of logic there. Maybe we'll find out a little bit later on in the evening, but for now, we'll keep going. Then we've got a reference, which I'm assuming is probably to the Court of Appeals case, and that would be BPAM, paragraph 15-16. In reaching that conclusion, the court relied on several Colorado cases interpreting the words, and members, this is in quotation marks, cost, that's the end of that quoted section, or, and this is the beginning of a new quoted section, costs, and that's the end of that quoted section as well, in various statutory and contractual contexts. ID at paragraph 15. In each case that the court relied on, however, the words, and this is a quoted section, cost, that's the end of that quoted section, or, And members, this begins a new quoted section. Costs, and then ending that quoted section, were not modified by the adjective, and this is a quoted section, any. And that ended the quoted section there. And then, members, we have a court reference here. And this is suggesting that we would see the Douglas County Board of Equalization versus Fidelity Castle Pines Limited. 890 P 2D 119 125. Open parenthesis. Colo, again, Colorado, most likely. 1995. Close parenthesis. Open parenthesis. Holding that the term, and members, this is the beginning of a quoted section here, cost of development, and that ends the quoted section, in a statute was ambiguous, as it could reasonably refer to direct costs alone, or to direct and indirect costs. Close parentheses. And then, members, we've got a court case reference here. Members, I know this is exciting, but it is getting a little loud, so, if we could contain our excitement and discussion of what is undoubtedly what I'm discussing here, that would be great.
Members, if you could quiet down a little bit, thank you.
Thank you. Much appreciated. Pepco Manufacturing Company versus Denver Union Corporation. 687 P 2D 1310 1314. Open parenthesis. Colo, again, Colorado, 1984. Close parenthesis. Open parenthesis. Holding that the term, and again, members, this is a quoted section here, at seller's cost, and that was the end of the quoted section, in a contract could reasonably refer to the cost of water used by the purchaser, or the cost expended by the seller in furnishing water. And that's the closed parenthesis. We've got a court case cited here, but again, I think that's pretty interesting. I know we have a number of members that are kind of experts in water law here, so maybe someone who knows a little bit more about water could come up and speak about that. Again, when I'm done, because I don't want to break the contents of what we're doing here, but just maybe make a note of that. That would be page 10, paragraph 17 of this decision, and we can talk a little bit about that water. Anyway, getting back to the actual text of the opinion here, we got a court case reference here, and that would be Southgate Water District. And then, member, I really don't like this for the sake of continuity, but that's at the bottom of page 10, and then it cuts over to the top of page 11. So that's Southgate Water District v. the City and County of Denver. Again, that's split across 2 pages. Not a huge fan, but you know, it is what it is. So 862P 2D 949 955. Open parenthesis. Colorado. App. Court of Appeals. 1992. Close parenthesis. Open parenthesis. Holding that the phrase, and members, this is in quotes again, actual costs, and that's the end of the quoted section, in contract may or may not include overhead factors. Close parenthesis. Members, we got yet another court case citation. It's a lot of court case citations on top of each other. Anyway, this particular court case citation here, again, top of page 11, still in paragraph 17, is Tripp v. Cotter Corporation, 701 P 2D 124 125 dash 26. Open parenthesis. Colorado. App. Court of Appeals. 1985. Close parenthesis. Open parenthesis. Holding that the phrase, and members, this is another quoted section here, cost of milling, close quoted section, in a contract, forgive me that misspeak there, may or may not include depreciation. Close parenthesis. Omitting the adjective, and members, again, this is a quoted section, any, and that ends that quoted section there, changes the context of the word, and members, this is a beginning of yet another quoted section, costs. And that ended that quoted section. Indeed, it actually ended that paragraph. So now, members, we're on to paragraph 18, page 11. As a result, we conclude. Ooh, the word conclude. I didn't think we were that far along. Oh, no, we're not. We still got plenty to go. Anyway, I was going to say, I got a little worried there with the word conclude, because I thought we were just getting to the good part. But yeah, we got plenty more, members. Don't worry. I apologize. I've lost my place here. Well, okay, so I know I just started paragraph 18. So as a result, this is paragraph 18. We conclude, there we go. 5 words in. Ridiculous. Anyway, that these cases are distinguishable because any ambiguity would have been eliminated if the word, and again, members, this is in quotations, costs, and that end at the quoted section there, had been preceded by the adjective, and again, members, another quoted section, any, and that was the end of that quoted section, as it is here. Then we got the beginning of a new quoted section, members. And thankfully, this one's a little longer than the past couple we've done. This is a little tedious to call out those quoted sections, but I know for those of you that don't have the plain text of the language in front of you, it can get a little confusing when you're not aware of what is quoted and what isn't. So, especially when we're dealing with legal opinions and law, I think that's an important thing to call out here. So thank you for the indulgence. So again, this is in a quoted section. When used as an adjective in a statute, the word, and this is a subquoted section, any, and this is the end, not of the quoted section, members, but of the subquoted section, important clarification there, means, and the beginning of yet another subquoted section, all, and then that's the end of that subquoted section, but again, not the overall quoted section. But indeed, in this case, it's actually the end of both the subquoted section and the overall quoted section. So there you go. So again, we have finished the quoted section here. Then we have another court case reference. And that court case referenced is Stamp v. Vail Corporation, 172 P 3D 437 447 open parenthesis. Colo, again, Colorado. 2007. Close parenthesis. Members, as a side note, I do find it interesting that they choose to abbreviate Colorado as Colo rather than just a capital C and O. I wonder if that's another thing that our friends with a little legal training could shed some light on. Because I usually don't see Colorado abbreviated as Colo. I usually see it as CO. But again, those of you taking notes, which I'm looking around, it looks like all of you, put that one down. So, anyway, back to the decision here. Also, the noun, and members, this is the beginning of a quoted section, costs, that was the end of the quoted section, is unambiguous in this context because it means the, and members, this is the beginning of a quoted section yet again, price or expenditure. And that's the end of the quoted section there. Borne by BP and its predecessors. And members, as I'm reading this, I would just like to note that it's been a long time since they referred the underlying case. And again, we're talking about this, the original plaintiff here in the case is BP. And we've gone through a long meandering road here on legal court cases, and now we're finally back to PP. So, you know, I unfortunately got to say I'm not regretting my decision not to go to law school after college at this point. But commentary aside, and again, thank you for the indulgence. I know that that is not to the bill, and I'm trying to, you know, keep fidelity to that. So I'm going back to the opinion here. Anyway, so the last thing I said was born by BP's predecessors. And then we've got another reference here, but this time it's actually the Black's Law Dictionary as opposed to a court case, which is interesting. I haven't seen a reference to Black's Law Dictionary in this particular opinion, and admittedly I don't read a lot of Colorado Supreme Court decisions and opinions, so I don't know if this is common or not, but it's certainly exciting to me because, you know, this is a first. But we've got Black's Law Dictionary, 397, open parenthesis, 9th edition, 2009. And might I just as an aside point out how fortuitous it is that the 9th edition was published in 2009. It's got a nice kind of numerical, alliterative quality to it. Close parenthesis. And then we've got our old tried and true CRS statute. And members, if you know the statute by now, feel free to you know, sing along with me as it were, but it's 39-29-100. Open parenthesis. Does anyone know the number? It's 3. It's 3. Close parenthesis. Consequently, 3 is my daughter's favorite number, probably because she is 3. But anyway, that's not to the bill. Open parenthesis. A. Close parenthesis. By using the phrase, ooh, and members, I'm really not liking this, but so what we got here, it's the beginning of a quoted section. Then we have the word any, and then we've got that ellipses in here. And then we've got costs. And then we've closed that ellipses. But members, indulge with me for a moment. Why would they omit the language that was between the word any and costs? What could possibly be too burdensome to print in this opinion to deprive us of the context of what comes between those two words, especially if they are going to go to the trouble of quoting it? Again, it's not in the scope of this bill, but I think it's raising some questions. Anyway, I get back to the bill here. The legislature did not distinguish between different types of costs. And then, members, it's back again. Our favorite Colorado revised statute, 39-29-102, open parenthesis, 3, close parenthesis, open parenthesis, A, close parenthesis. I love that statute. I'm going to have to read it now. Anyway, simply, the statute does not allow taxpayers to deduct some transportation, manufacturing, and processing costs but not others. Rather, it unambiguously allows a deduction for all transportation, manufacturing, and processing costs. And members, I would suggest that maybe we take note of that particular section there. That would be paragraph 18, page 11, because I think that ties in directly to the bill, and perhaps that's why this was included in the legislative declaration. It would seem to me, at least, I'm going to, get off track a little bit here, have a little discussion, then I'll get back to reading the rest of the opinion, so don't get worried. But it would seem to me that that section, again, paragraph 18, page 11, would be what the bill's sponsors are taking umbrage with here in the legislative declaration. Because the Supreme Court here is saying it's unambiguous that it allows a deduction for all transportation, manufacturing, and processing costs. And it would seem to me that in this underlying bill, we might be running contrary to that. And that's probably why it was mentioned in the legislative declaration, and frankly, why I'm so grateful that we are able to lay the foundation for what I am sure is going to be a robust and lengthy discussion about the merits of the bill. But it's important that all of us come from a common set of facts and understanding, which, we're laying out right here, right now. So this is good stuff. All right, members. So thank you for that little deviation and commentary there. I'm going to go ahead and get back to the Supreme Court decision here. Again, just to reset, we're in paragraph 18, page 11, the sentence that begins with rather, which is on my printed version, and again, I realize there may be formatting differences for those of you that are reading on other devices, but in my printed version is about 3/4 the way down through the paragraph. But again, it begins with the word rather. So hopefully we're all following along and on the same page now. So rather, it unambiguously allows a deduction for all transportation, manufacturing, and processing costs. CID. Therefore, we give effect to its plain language and conclude that all transportation, manufacturing, and processing costs are deductible under the statute. And then, members, it's suggesting that we see stamp. And again, I know it's a little while. It's from all the way back at the beginning of the 18th paragraph, which this is the end of that 18th paragraph. But stamp, again, is in reference to that Stamp v. Vail Corp. Court case that, according to the parenthetic reference here, it was decided in 2007. But anyway, it's suggesting that we see stamp 172P 3D at 442 dash 43. And I'm so excited, members. We got our CRS here again. And members, I swear you know it by now, so, again, feel free to join, but it is 39-29-102 open parentheses, 3, close parentheses, open parenthesis, A, close parenthesis. And members, that concluded paragraph 18, and might I just say what a delightful way to conclude paragraph 18 with our favorite CRS citation. We're going to go ahead and hop right in here to paragraph 19. Still page 11. This conclusion is bolstered by comparing the text of the severance tax statute with the relevant property tax statutes, which similarly govern the valuation of oil and gas revenue. The severance tax and property tax statutes are nearly identical, except for one key difference. In that, my apologies, in the severance tax statute, the General Assembly included the, and then members, we're going ahead and jumping over to page 12 here. So again, that was the General Assembly included the phrase, and here it is again, members. So this is the beginning of a quoted section, and it's that same issue that I brought up earlier. So beginning quoted section, any, then the ellipses, costs, and then close of that quoted section. So members, perhaps one of our listeners at home or in the chamber indeed could go back to the severance tax statute, because again, I think this is just going to keep us all up all night, not knowing what's in that ellipses between any and costs. So if someone could go to the severance tax statute and let us know what is in between any and cost in this quoted section that the Supreme Court omitted here, that would be great. Again, please note, because I obviously can't do it here, we got to keep on trucking, but don't want to forget it, because I'm one of those folks where I'm going to get home tonight and not be able to sleep because it's just going to gnaw at me, that curiosity. So, anyway, we are back to that quoted section that began with any, and then ellipses, then the word costs, and then we went ahead and closed out that quoted section. But in the property tax statute, the General Assembly excluded the terms, and this is the beginning of a quoted section here, any. That's the end of the quoted section. And we're back to another quoted section here, all. And that ended that quoted section as well. And instead included the qualifying phrase, and this is the beginning of a quoted section, pursuant to the guidelines established by the administrator. And that's the end of a quoted section there. Indeed, for me, I'm a little confused. The term administrator, I'm not sure what administrator they're referring to. Again, something for the notes, but I'll keep going. And then it suggests that we compare statute, you guessed it, members, our favorite, tried and true, 39-29-102, open parenthesis, 3, close parenthesis, open parenthesis, A, close parenthesis. With, members, it's given us a rival CRS statute. We'll see if this one starts to get referred to quite a bit. I'm assuming since that last one referred to the severance tax statute, this one is likely referencing the property tax statute, since that is the comparison that we're discussing here in the opinion right now. But I'm going to go ahead and give you that CRS number. So this is 39-7-101, open parenthesis, 1, close parenthesis, open parenthesis, D, close parenthesis, CRS, open parenthesis, 2015, the General Assembly's inclusion of the phrase, and this is the beginning of a quoted section, and yet again it's that ellipses, so this is going to be problematic. We'll have a discussion about this, but I'll go ahead and finish out the phrase there so that I don't leave it hanging, but then we're going to come back and have a little brief sidebar discussion on this, or at least I will, to lay the ground for when, debate continues. So anyway, we're at the open part of the parenthesis, and that would be any, and then an ellipses, costs, and then we went ahead and closed out that quoted section. But members, let's just go here, and we're going to say, they're talking about the General Assembly's inclusion of the phrase open quotation, any, ellipses, costs, close quotation. How are we supposed to interpret that if we don't even know what the full phrase is? If we're only getting any at the beginning and costs at the end, how are we supposed to know what's in between? The context is everything here. So, frankly, I might see the sponsor's point here in including a questioning of this Supreme Court ruling, because if they're going to base it on something like that, I think they might have a point. But anyway, we'll go on, and we can come back, and again, I suspect we'll have a long and robust debate on this topic, so we can come back and discuss this later. But again, put that down in the notes. So we're going on here. In the severance tax statute, indicates that the General Assembly intended to include, and this word is underlined, members, all. And the underlining subsided right there. Transportation, manufacturing, and processing costs. In contrast, the General Assembly's inclusion of the words, and members, this is the beginning of a quoted section, pursuant to guidelines established by the administrator. And again, would love some clarification on who that administrator is, but maybe they referenced it earlier on and I lost the context there, but I'm at a bit of a loss. But anyway, that ended the quoted section there. And I might make a note that, they were kind enough to include all of the interceding words between pursuant and administrator for that quote. I don't know why they couldn't have done us the same courtesy with the previous quoted section. But, the workings of the Supreme Court are a mystery to us all, I suppose. Anyway, moving on. Open parenthesis. And its exclusion of, and this is the beginning of a quoted section, members, any, and that was the end of that quoted section, and then yet again another beginning of a quoted section, all, and that was the conclusion of that quoted section as well. It's also followed by a close parentheses. In the property tax statute indicates that the General Assembly meant to provide the administrator with discretion to decide whether a particular cost is deductible. And then, members, we have a reference here to a court case. It's suggesting that we see Lauren. I'm not sure I'm pronouncing that correctly. The name is spelled Loughrin. So Lauren, perhaps, but again, I apologize if I'm mispronouncing that. Verse United States. 134 SCT. I'm assuming that's in reference to the Supreme Court. Again, would appreciate clarification later on if that is not the case. If you could note that. 2384 2390 open parenthesis 2014 close parenthesis open parenthesis noting that the United States Supreme Court, and members, I'm going to go ahead and break the fourth wall here. I'm just going to go ahead and say, maybe pat myself a little bit on the back, given that we talked about the United States Supreme Court right here. I'm going to go ahead and guess that my presupposition that the SCT abbreviation was in fact referencing the Supreme Court. So anyway, I'm going to go back into the crux of what we're doing here. So noting that the United States Supreme Court presumes that Congress intends a difference in meaning when Congress includes particular language in one section of a statute, but omits it in another, close parenthesis. And here, members, it's suggesting that we look at an additional court case. And that court case would be, I believe it's Deutsch, that's DEUTSCH. And again, apologize if I've mispronounced that. But Deutsch v. Kalsevik, and that would be 140 P 3D 340 342. Open parenthesis. Callow, Colorado. App, Court of Appeals. 2006, close parenthesis. And members, I just want to clarify when I'm saying Colorado Court of Appeals, that's not actually written here. What's written is COLO app, but I'm assuming that's the abbreviation, and just trying to make it a little clearer to understand for those of you that are following around. So, but I don't want you to assume that that's what's written here on the page. I feel like since I've kept fidelity to the rest of this document, that it's only fair that I note when the actual text is different from what I'm reading. So, anyway, and we're going to go ahead and close that parenthesis right there. But we're going to go ahead and open it up again, and following it up by a quoted section. So, when the, and members, this is in brackets, General Assembly, and then that closed out the bracketed section there, includes a provision in one statute, but omits that provision from a similar statute, the omission is evidence of its intent. That ends the quoted section, and it's also followed up by a closed parenthesis. And members, we're going to break the fourth wall here again, and I think that's a pretty reasonable conclusion that the Supreme Court came to there. If we included language in one statute and then omit it in a factually similar statute, I think that's a pretty reasonable indication of intent there. So, cheers. Kudos to the Supreme Court on that one. I agree. And we're still here on paragraph 19, page 12. And again, that page number is on the printed copy that I have. It may be different for those on electronic copies. But paragraph 19, final sentence of that paragraph. Accordingly, we conclude that section, and members, say it with me here, 39-29-102, open parenthesis. And we know, what number are we talking about, guys? It's my daughter's favorite number. That's right. Prize goes to Representative Van Winkle with the number 3. And members, for those of you that couldn't clearly see him, he was holding up 3 fingers. He went, interestingly, with the middle 3 fingers because there are deviations. You can do it this way, you can do it this way. I've been doing it on 2 hands with my daughter because I'm trying to teach her addition. And this is how she learns addition, is when I hold up 2 separate concepts. Representative Tipper, you should take some notes because I know you got a little one that's a little behind where mine is in terms of age. It'll be helpful going forward. And again, Madam Chair, I appreciate the indulgence. I am fully aware that was not to the bill, and thank you for that. But I will get back to the bill. So, so we just went to the number 3. So then we got to close that parenthesis right there, but then open it up again. And members, I think we all know what letter's coming next. That would be the letter A. Close parenthesis. Permits a deduction for all transportation, manufacturing, and processing costs. And then, members, we are on to paragraph 20. On my copy, that is still page 12, but again, paragraph 20 for those of you on different formats. Having determined that the plain meaning of severance tax statute allows a deduction for all transportation, manufacturing, and processing costs, we must now determine whether the cost of capital is a transportation, manufacturing, or processing cost under the statute. So members, we are now on to page 13, which is the beginning of a new subsection. And again, I'm going to go a little bit off script here. And for those of you that are wondering, no, I am not related to Bob Ross. I know I have a similar cadence, but no. I know that that's probably going through all your minds right now. So anyway, back to the Supreme Court opinion at hand. So members, we are in subtitled C, and this is page 13 from my copy. The cost of capital is a deductible transportation, manufacturing, and processing cost under section, and there we go, members. Who knew it was Christmas in May? We have it again. 39-29-102, open parenthesis, 3, close parenthesis, open parenthesis, B, just kidding, it's A, close parenthesis. All right, members, and then this begins paragraph 21, still page 13 on my copy, but again, those following along electronically, it is paragraph 21. Generally, the cost of capital is, and this begins a quoted section here, the rate of return that is required to induce investors to purchase the securities of a firm. Members, I feel like I'm back in microeconomics in college. It's been a little while. Admittedly, I'm a little on the younger side, so maybe not as long as for some others. Looking at you, Rep. Lynch. Rep. Lynch isn't here. Anyway, note that, and someone can make fun of him later. Anyway, getting back to the Supreme Court opinion here, which is the rate of return that an investor can earn on an investment of a similar risk. And members, that concluded the quoted section. That was a fairly long quoted section given the other ones that we've seen in this, but that was indeed the end of that one. And then it references Richfield 226 F 3D at 1147. Then we got an open parenthesis, citations omitted, closed parenthesis. And members, I really don't understand why they're omitting citations there. Again, something for our legal scholars to talk about when they get up here, hopefully. Anyway, I only mention that because they certainly spared no length at citing other citations, so, you know, given the rest of this document, I would think they just go for it. But again, I digress. In other words, the cost of capital is the amount of money that an investor could have earned on a different investment of similar risk. CID, oh man. You know, it'd been so long since we'd had one of those IDs in there, I'd forgotten it, but you know, there it is. Picking the scab. But oh well, you know, we just got to move on, I guess. In this case, the cost of capital is the amount of money that BP's predecessors could have earned had they invested in other ventures rather than in building transportation and processing facilities. The investment in other ventures must be of similar risk and must be calculated over the time period beginning with the initial investment in the new facilities and ending with the first depreciation deduction for the same facilities. All right, members, now we are on to paragraph 22. In my version, that is still page 13, but again, different formats. Paragraph 22. The cost of capital is a concept that recognizes that BP's predecessors had investment choices when they invested money to construct the transportation, manufacturing, and processing facilities that service their natural gas wells. Alternatively, they could have purchased facilities to service the wells or paid a third party to transport and process that natural gas. And members, again, pardon the break on the fourth wall here, I'm going to have to go ahead and agree with that assessment there. Because indeed, they could have done a third party, hired a third party company to do the transport and processing of natural gas. Sure, we have a lot of those companies here in Colorado, maybe not as many as we used to, but, that's fair. They decided to vertically integrate, probably a smart business move. As long as they're allowed to take the severance tax deduction that we're talking about here, but, I'm going to go with a good call on that one. Anyway, getting back to the text here of the Supreme Court opinion, and that concluded the paragraph 22. We are now heading into the beginning of paragraph 23, again, still page 13 on my copy here, but paragraph 23 for those following on other formats. If BP's predecessors had purchased existing facilities to service their wells, then they would have immediately begun to recover the cost of their investment through depreciation deductions. Then, the predecessors, and again, members, it's been a while since we referenced it, but if you'll recall from the beginning of this, the predecessors were the two corporations that BP merged with, that we were talking about at the beginning of this Supreme Court case. But so the predecessors, and we're back to the text of the bill here, could have invested the proceeds in another investment and earned a return on that investment years before BP's. And then members, that's the end of page 13 on my copy here, so we are hopping over to page 14. Same sentence, but new page. Before BP's predecessors could begin to recover their investment to build the facilities. The same would be true if the predecessors had chosen to pay a third party to transport and process the natural gas, because the amounts paid to the third party would be transportation, manufacturing, and processing costs, which are deductible under the severance tax statute. And there we go, members. You know what time it is. CRS 39-102. Open parenthesis. 3. You'll notice I used the same technique there as Representative Van Winkle. I'll try to mix it up in the future. Close parenthesis. Open parenthesis. A. Close parenthesis. Simply, if the predecessors had chosen an alternative investment rather than building the facilities, they would have recovered their investment earlier in time. The earlier cost recovery is more valuable than the delayed cost recovery.
Representative Larson, that's fascinating. I'm just wondering how that relates back to the bill. Can you just
Yes,
pull
excellent.
that back in for us?
Yes, and thank you, Madam Chair. And might I note, and no offense is intended to the previous chair, but it is a delight and an honor to serve with you, and I know that that's the third time, and I promise you, it really just is such an honor and a delight to serve with you.
You know,
But
and Representative Larson, it might be the third time, but it is still appreciated, and I also still really appreciate serving with you. It's an honor.
Well, yes. Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And again, getting back to the bill here, and again, this is pretty exciting stuff here. So we are now to the part, for those of you following at home, we're at paragraph 23, the Supreme Court decision here, again, in the court case that is referenced in the underlying bill that we are laying the groundwork for discussion of here, and that would be House Bill 21-1312. But if we go back and look at page 5.
Yes, and what on page 5 really what's really attracting your attention
lines 5
there?
through 10. It is indeed, again, I go back to this reference to this Supreme Court case that held that the cost of capital associated with natural gas transportation and processing facilities was a deductible cost under section. And Madam Chair, I apologize. I know I'm supposed to be explaining why we're to the bill, but it is my favorite statute, so I'm going to have to go ahead and read it here. That would be 39-29-102, open parenthesis, 3, and you'll notice I mixed up the 3 there. Variety is, after all, the spice of life. Close parenthesis, open parenthesis, A, close parenthesis, Colorado Revised Statutes. And Madam Chair, thank you for that indulgence. It's, again, just a simple pleasure there, which expanded the deduction well beyond the General Assembly's original intent. And again, we're literally under the section of this Supreme Court decision, the title of which is "The Cost of Capital is a Deductible Transportation, Manufacturing, and Processing Cost under," there it is again, and I just got to go for it, section 39-29-102, open parenthesis, 3. If my daughter's watching the Colorado Channel, hopefully she took the time to add that up. Again, that was 3 on 2 hands. And then we're going to go and close that parenthesis out. Open parenthesis, A, close parenthesis. So again, Madam Chair, as you can see, this is section C of this Supreme Court decision. And the language, it's just strikingly similar to the discussion that we have here in the legislative declaration, again on page 5, lines 5 through 10, on House Bill 21-1312. So, I'm just going to have to go ahead and say that this is really pretty pertinent. We're discussing exactly what they talked about in the legislative declaration. And we're so close, Madam Chair. I don't want to spoil the ending here. We're on page 14 of at least my copy of the Supreme Court decision. And sadly, there's only 17 pages in this decision. And, I'm going to give something away here, but much to my chagrin, there's not a dissenting opinion, so we're going to have to end it at 17, unless, of course, we want to explore the appeals court decision or the original complaint or all of that. But I don't necessarily know that we'll have to, because, again, we do have 4 pages here left, and hopefully we'll get a clear idea of what they're talking about here in the legislative declaration. Again, for those following at home, that would be page 5, lines 5 through 10 of House Bill 21-1312. So, with your leave, I'll continue. We're almost there. So, I'm going to go ahead and go back here, and I do apologize. I have legitimately lost my place with where I was. I will do a quick scan here and try to find where we were. Again, this is on page 14 of my paper. So, Okay, we're going to go here. We're about in the middle of paragraph 23, my page 14, with the sentence beginning, this earlier cost recovery is more valuable than the delayed cost recovery, because the predecessors could have invested the proceeds and earned a return before recovering the cost of their investment to build the facilities. Accordingly, the cost of capital for choosing to construct the facilities is the difference between the amount of cost recovery that the predecessors actually received from constructing the facilities and the amount of cost recovery or deductions that the predecessors could have received if they had invested in existing facilities or paid a third party. The question here, and again, that's in the text. I know from the tone of my voice you might have assumed I was breaking fourth wall again, but no, that's in the text of the opinion, actually. So that's the question here is whether the amount that BP's predecessors could have earned or recovered from an alternative investment dash the cost of capital dash. Interesting they went with the dashes there as opposed to a quotation. But you know, it is what it is a transportation, manufacturing, and processing cost under the severance tax statute. And members, we are now beginning paragraph 24. Again, still page 14 in my copy, but for those following along on alternative formats, that would be paragraph 24. And members, since if you'll forgive an indulgence here, you know, Representative Snyder, I will note that I am not repping my own coffee shop, since you love to give me grief about that, and this is in fact not a Atlas Coffee product, but indeed.
Representative Larson.
I apologize. I'm back to the bill. I apologize. Thank you, Madam Chair. It was a well-deserved rebuke, and I am sincerely apologetic. We need to stick to House Bill 21-1312, which we are to right now. Appreciate it. Again, paragraph 24. Page 14 for the paper copy, but paragraph 24 for all formats. We have not addressed whether the cost of capital is a deductible. Transportation, manufacturing, and processing cost in this context. The department asserts that the cost of capital is not an actual cost. And members, I'm going to break the fourth wall there. I mean, that kind of seems absurd on face value, don't you think? It literally is saying that the cost of capital is not an actual cost. I mean, how does that make sense, to be honest with you? And again, I'm sure the bill sponsors, being better versed in the law than I am, can explain that distinction to me. But again, whomever is taking notes, and I'm assuming it's most of you at this point, to be honest with you, copious notes. If you could make a note of that for a question, so many questions. But they'll have to wait, because we are on page 14, paragraph 24 of the Supreme Court decision, BP American Products Company versus the Colorado Department of Revenue, which again is referenced on page 5, lines 5 through 10 of House Bill 21-1312. So, getting back to the decision here, paragraph 24. The department asserts that the cost of capital is not an actual cost. Instead, it is a mere, and members, this is in quotes, benefit forgone to pursue a different opportunity, end quotes. I see Representative Basenecker got a little excited at that one.
Representative Larson?
I apologize. I won't reference, you're right. That was a breach of decorum, and again, well-deserved rebuke. I apologize. Anyway, benefit forgone to pursue a different opportunity. End quote. It's a nice turn of phrase there, by the way. I think we should make note of that one too. Not a question, but anyway, back to the bill. As such, the department reasons that the cost of capital is not deductible under the severance tax statute. Members, that concludes page 14 on the printed out copy. It is also the beginning of paragraph 25 and then the beginning of page 15 for my copy. But again, paragraph 25 for those following in other formats. The plain language of the severance tax statute does not support the department's reasoning. Rather, the plain language shows that the cost of capital is a cost in this context. BP's predecessors incurred a cost in constructing and processing facilities years before that cost was recoverable through depreciation deductions. This cost is the difference between the amount of cost recovery that the predecessors actually received from constructing the facilities. And the amount of cost recovery or deductions that the predecessors could have received if they had invested in other ventures. Because the predecessor companies invested in transportation and processing facilities. Members, I'm going to take an interesting side note here. They did omit manufacturing, which is usually mentioned in this when they mention transportation and processing. Wonder if that was intentional or another omission. Anyway, back to the text here. Invested in transportation and processing facilities. But the companies have not recovered the cost of capital associated with their investment. BP is now entitled to deduct that cost, given that the statute permits a deduction for, and members, this is a quoted section. Haven't had one of those in a little while, but this is a quoted section. Any transportation, manufacturing, and processing costs. And that ends that quoted section. And I bet you know what's coming next, because what's that favorite turn of phrase from? It is, in fact, our favorite statute, 39-29-102, open parenthesis, 3, close parenthesis, open parenthesis, A, close parenthesis. As the district court correctly observed, members, this is the beginning of another quoted section. Capital, and that's capital in reference to economic capital, not the capital that we're in right now, because it's spelled with an A. Anyway, back to the text. Capital has a cost. Whether it is through interest payment of loans, dividends to shareholders for use of invested money or loss of profits for inability to use money elsewhere. It's the end of that quoted section. We need not compute the cost of capital in this case because the parties stipulated that if the cost of capital is allowed as a deduction, BP is entitled to refunds of $629,186 and $669,202 for tax years 2003 and 2004, respectively. BP is entitled to recover these amounts plus interest. All right, members, now we are on to paragraph 26, my page 15, but again, those on other formats, paragraph 26 of the Supreme Court decision in British Petroleum American Products Company v. Colorado Department of Revenue, which is referenced on page 5, lines 5 through 10 in House Bill 21-1312. All right. Paragraph 26. Other authorities have also determined that the cost of capital is a cost. For example, in the property tax context, oil and gas leasehold lands are valued according to the sale price of that, and I apologize, that's the oil and gas. And members, this is the beginning of a quoted section here, minus deductions for gathering, transportation, and manufacturing, and processing costs borne by the taxpayer pursuant to guidelines established by the administrator. And members, that ends the quoted section. And then we've got a CRS statute reference here, and I know we're all excited, but before you get too excited, it is not our favorite statute. So it is merely 39-7-1. Open parenthesis. 1. Close parenthesis. Open parenthesis. D. And members, that's D as in dog. Close parenthesis. This property tax statute is similar. And members, we have reached the end of page 15. We are now on to the top of page 16 in the printed version, but still on paragraph 26 for those following in electronic format. To the severance tax statute. At issue here, because both value the extracted resource at the wellhead using the net back approach. And if you'll remember that net back approach, that was the industry-defined term from earlier in the decision. Can't remember the page, but we may have a chance to revisit that later anyway. Indeed. But anyway, so we are now to, again, our favorite CRS referenced statute. I was getting a little worried there, the last one sneaking in there. But we are back to tried and true 39-29-102. Open parenthesis, 3, close parenthesis, open parenthesis, A, close parenthesis. Thus, the statutes, my apologies, the statutes are worthy of comparison given that they both value extracted resources using the same method. The Property Tax Administrator's guidelines under this statute provide that the cost of capital identified as, and members, this is the beginning of a quoted section here, return on investment. And that is the conclusion of the quoted section, is a deductible cost in valuing oil and gas resources. 3, and then members, we have a reference here to the Assessor's Reference Library, and that is Roman numeral VI at 6.44. Open parenthesis, Rev, which I'm assuming is an abbreviation for revised. But again, if I'm incorrect in that assumption, I am open to being corrected. January 2018. and 16. Close parentheses. Accordingly, the Colorado Property Tax Administrator guidelines grant taxpayers a deduction for the cost of capital associated with their, and members, this is the beginning of another quoted section, transportation. And then members, unfortunately, they've included an ellipses here. I think we've established, I don't particularly like that. But in this particular context, I think we'll be able to discern what they have omitted, because it is a phrase that is familiar to us in our favorite statute. And that, of course, is statute 39-29-102, open parenthesis, 3, close parenthesis, open parenthesis, A, close parenthesis. So anyway, we're back to the quoted section here, and that is transportation, ... and processing costs. So members, again, I'm going to go ahead and fill in the blank there and say that the thing that they omitted was the manufacturing, because, you know, as we're well familiar at this point, it is transportation, manufacturing, and processing costs that we have primarily been discussing here, and whether that's a deductible expense. But again, if that's not in fact the quote, I am open to being corrected, but I'm fairly confident that that is the omitted part here. In valuing oil and gas, leasehold, land. And members, it's really tempting to jump over here, but there is an ID here, and I would be remiss not to point it out. I think it's only fair. At 625. So members, I'm going to pick up the clip a little bit, but we are at paragraph 27. I feel like it would be too cruel of me not to finish this journey that we've began together when we're so close. So we are now at paragraph 27, page 16. Similarly, in the context of valuing oil and gas production for the purpose of royalty payments to landowners, the 10th Circuit has held that absent a lease provision to the contrary, oil and gas leases can deduct the cost of capital attributable to transportation facilities, referencing Richfield 226 F3D at 1154. Now we are on to paragraph 28 for those of you that are following in electronic format. Also, the cost of capital is recognizable as a deductible transportation or processing cost in valuing oil and gas production for the purpose of calculating royalty payments due under the federal and Indian oil and gas leases. C30 CFR 1206111, open parenthesis B, close parenthesis, open parenthesis 4, close parenthesis, open parenthesis 2015, close parenthesis, open parenthesis, permitting cost of capital transportation allowance for valuing oil produced from federal oil leases, close parenthesis, 30 CFR 1206157, open parenthesis B, close parenthesis, open parenthesis 2, close parenthesis, open parenthesis, same for transportation allowance for valuing gas produced from the federal gas leases, close parenthesis, 30 CFR 1206159, open parenthesis B, close parenthesis, open parenthesis 2, close parenthesis, same for processing allowance in valuing gas produced from the federal gas leases, close parenthesis, 30 CFR 1206178, open parenthesis B, close parenthesis, open parenthesis 2, close parenthesis, open parenthesis, same for transportation allowance for valuing gas produced for Indian gas leases, close parenthesis. Members, we are now moving on to page 17 and paragraph 29 for those of you following in electronic format, but it is my page 17. We are persuaded that the cost of capital is a cost in this case. Accordingly, it is deductible under the severance tax statute, given that, and this is the beginning of a quoted section, any transportation, manufacturing, and processing costs, end quote, are deductible. And members, here it is, our favorite 39-29-102, open parenthesis 3, close parenthesis, open parenthesis A, close parenthesis. Now, members, we are starting paragraph 30. Finally, the department contends that we should not grant the cost of capital deduction because it would allow BP to cover its costs twice, once through the cost of capital deduction and once through the depreciation deduction. The department's argument is misplaced. Allowing BP to deduct, the cost of capital does not mean that BP will recover its cost twice. Rather, the cost of capital is a deduction for the costs that result from the opportunity cost of investing money in transportation processing facilities years before the return. The depreciation deduction, on the other hand, is a deduction for the, and this is the beginning of a quoted section, decline in an asset's value because of use, wear, obsolescence, or age. That is the end of the quoted section. Depreciation, and there is a citation to Black's Law Dictionary, 506, open parenthesis, 9th edition, 2009, close parenthesis. In short, the cost of capital measures the cost of making the investment, whereas depreciation measures the useful life of the asset. Accordingly, allowing BP the cost of capital deduction does not mean that BP is receiving a double deduction. And now, members, we are at Roman numeral VI. This is the conclusion of the opinion, and sadly, all good things must come to an end. This is paragraph 31, my page 17, but again, paragraph 31 for those following in alternative formats. For the foregoing reasons, we hold that the plain language of section, and members, this is probably the last time for a while, so, soak it in, 39-29-102. Open parenthesis 3, close parenthesis, open parenthesis A, close parenthesis, authorizes the deduction for any transportation, manufacturing, and processing costs, and that the cost of capital is a deduction cost that resulted from investment in transportation and processing facilities. Accordingly, we reverse and remand to the Court of Appeals with instructions to return the case to the district court for the proceedings consistent with the opinion. And that, members, concludes the Supreme Court's opinion in the case BP American Product Company v. Colorado Department of Revenue that is referenced on page 5, lines 5 through 10 in HB 21-1312. And now I think we have a proper foundational basis to have a discussion at least about the severance tax portion of this bill. I know it treats a number of other portions, but I think we can have that discussion later. And members, I thank you for your indulgence, and at this point I would ask for a no vote on the bill.
Representative Sandridge.
Really? I like it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just got to say real quickly, I think that Representative Larson is a machine, and I've never been so impressed. And I don't know how his back didn't break. So what I don't want to do is I'm going to continue with the bill. We're in a nice, calm vibe. I don't want to, get a high vibe here. I like to keep it calm. And so obviously this bill is about taxes, and we're adjusting taxes and actually taking away some tax benefits to some and giving it to others. And but what I want to do is whomever gets the benefit and whomever has to pay more, either way, whomever's paying, even if they're paying less or paying more, what I'd like to do is thank the taxpayer. So whoever's getting adjusted here, like I said, even if you're paying more or less, I'd like to thank them for our paycheck, the nice roads, nice national security, nice police services that we have. So I think we should recognize that when we're discussing these bills. We do have hard people out there working, the poor, the rich, Republican, Democrat. They're paying same taxes, and some people are paying more than others, and we should recognize that when we're discussing these bills. And they don't get thanked enough for all they do, all they support. So with that sense, I've had some people reach out to me. Like I said, there's a lot of moving parts of this bill. And had somebody just had a little issue with there's a tax change associated with mainframe computer access and photocopying and packaging and et cetera, et cetera. Wouldn't mind discussing if we could have that struck, to strike the sales tax change on those. And with that said, I'm going to move. And first thing before I do it, I apologize for not giving it to you earlier. I actually had like 3 hours to do it, and I didn't do it, so I apologize. But I'd like to move L28. And ask that it be shown up. So this is pretty simple. It just strikes the sales tax change over these products I discussed. And like I said, it's something that I think people would appreciate, these businesses here. And maybe we could discuss what I asked for and I vote. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We like this part of the bill. We ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion of Amendment L028? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L028. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. No. The amendment fails. To the bill. Is there any further? Representative Sandridge. Van Winkle, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do believe he can bench press more than I can, but not by much. So there is one part of the bill that I do have issue with, and it's regarding the oil and gas netback deductions. Because, members, under current law, the severance tax is applied to the net amount realized by the taxpayer for the sale of oil and gas. Taxpayers are currently able to deduct from the net amount any transportation, manufacturing, and processing costs borne to the taxpayer. The bill would restrict the deduction to transportation, manufacturing, and processing costs that are direct costs actually paid by the taxpayer. Now, that might make sense, but the most problematic portion to me is that the bill also grants the Department of Revenue rulemaking authority regarding the net amount calculations. And I don't believe that is something that we want to give to the Department of Revenue. I think it's something that that legislators of the past very wisely allowed for the deduction of transportation, manufacturing, and processing costs. Those are borne by the taxpayers. It just makes complete sense that those should be able to be deducted. And so with that, I move L026. Free of Taco Bell sauce. And what this amendment will do...
Hold on.
All right.
The amendment is properly displayed. You may continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so what this will do is we'll strike lines 22 through 27, which is Section 10 at the bottom of 14 there. Essentially, it deletes all of Section 10, which, as I said, would allow the Department of Revenue rulemaking authority over the net amount calculations, and also remove the fact that they currently can deduct any transportation, manufacturing, and processing costs borne by the taxpayer. This helps keep energy costs slightly lower in the state of Colorado, and I ask for a yes vote.
Any further discussion? Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What this section of the bill does is actually restore the actual application of this part of our tax law to the legislative intent. We think that the legislature and not the judicial branch should make tax policy. It continues, in fact, to allow for the deductions as stated in the text, just without stretching it quite as far as it was stretched in the court case. So we think that's an appropriate return to what was long prevailing law until just a few years ago, and for that reason we ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Is there Representative Van Winkle?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And that's a perfectly reasonable explanation, and I hear you. Still have an issue, though, which is why I'm advocating for the amendment, because right now, it says the bill, current statute is net amount shall be calculated on the basis of gross lease revenues less any deductions for any transportation manufacturing. Now, that changes, that's very key that it strikes out the word any and inserts direct costs actually paid by the taxpayer, and then gives rulemaking authority to the Department of Revenue, which I don't think would have the best interest of necessarily of the Colorado taxpayers in mind. We here as elected officials often do have, or at least I would hope we'd have, the taxpayers at top of mind in policy making, at least more so than the Department of Revenue, and so I ask for a yes vote on the amendment.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I have a question for the amendment sponsor. So I've asked him to stay up here to help me, because I'm very concerned with this bill, and I'm very concerned with the impact on oil and gas. So what I understand, the amendment strikes 22, line 22 through 27 on page 14, and on page 15 strikes line 1 through 16. Now, just to be clear, I'm going to go over this. I want the amendment sponsor, after I finish, to help me understand the most important impacts to oil and gas. And I know that I had a colleague talking about Supreme Court decisions that overruled Colorado revised statutes from previous times, which means that those Colorado revised statutes promulgated here in this very chamber were flawed through the lens of judicial review. Now, I don't want to have that happen here in 2021. I don't think anybody would want that. I don't think we want judicial review to strike down the statutes that we promulgate, and I don't think the bill sponsor would want that strike down either. So, Section 10, I believe, is what this is asking to have removed. Section 10 in Colorado revised statutes 39-29-102. Amend the introductory portion in parentheses 3, parentheses A as follows. 39-29-102 definitions as used in this Article 29, unless the context otherwise requires, gross income means, 3, gross income means, A, for oil and gas, the net amount realized by the taxpayer for sale of the oil or gas, whether the sale occurs at the wellhead or after transportation, manufacturing, and processing of the product. Net amount shall be calculated pursuant to rules promulgated by the Department of Revenue. And I understand, but for the amendment sponsor, please help me. I want to make sure that it's clear in my country mind. Pursuant to rules promulgated by the Department of Revenue. So the first question, does the Department of Revenue just have unfettered rule-making ability? Defined as administrative law that's accountable to none, as they are not elected officials. As we strive here, and as I strive to make sure that government is accountable to the people, and that agencies and executive directors and directors of departments just don't have unfettered authority to promulgate administrative laws and rules without answering to the people. That's a concern I have, and I'd like in a little bit of time here for the amendment sponsor to clarify this. On the basis of the gross lease revenues, less deductions for any direct costs actually paid by the taxpayer for transportation, manufacturing, and processing. Now there's a strikeout here. It says strikeout costs borne by the taxpayer, and it says of the product. So I'm going to go back, less deductions for direct costs actually paid by the taxpayer for transportation, manufacturing, and processing. But here's another concern I have to my good colleague from Douglas County. What about the cost of extraction? What about the cost of research and development? What about costs for labor and employment? What about costs for research and technology? What about costs for capital of investments in extraction? Because it only says transportation, manufacturing, and processing. And there's a lot more to the oil and gas business than those three things. I could use a country story to explain this in the cattle business, which might help everybody understand that if I think about a cattle rancher as a third-generation cattle rancher, if you say, well, for cattle, we're going to allow you to figure your, in this case, it's going to be, as we talk about definitions, I presume what the tax is going to be, or what the tax allowable tax will be on the business. Well, transportation is taking the cattle to market, manufacturing to be feeding the cattle. Processing would probably be the processing costs that are incurred in this case by the purveyors who fabricate the product. But what about the costs that are raising the cattle, the genetic investment in developing those particular bloodlines of cattle, the veterinary medicine costs of cattle? Yes, ma'am.
I understand the parallel, but could you get back to the amendment?
Ma'am, I'd be more than happy to, out of
Thank
respect
you.
for you.
Thank you.
And your request as the chair in the committee of the whole. So, I digress as I always go to the country where I'm from, because it's a very special place for me. And I can really relate to that. But there's just so much more to this. So, as I continue here, where the parties to the sale are related parties and the sale price is lower than the price for which the oil and gas could otherwise have been sold to a ready, willing, and able buyer. That's a very strange sentence there. Sale price is lower than a price for which you're talking about markets, you're talking about ready, willing, and able buyers. And where the taxpayer was legally able to sell the oil or gas to such a buyer, well, I think actually as a businessman, hypotheticals are nice, but what was the sale? Because that's what matters. And I'd even ask the bill sponsors. You know, it really matters what you sold the product for, not what you could have sold the product for somewhere else, or what somebody was paying for the product in Timbuktu or somewhere else. But anyway, I digress. I'll get back to this amendment, ma'am.
Thank you.
Able buyers where the taxpayer was legally able to sell the oil or gas to such a buyer, gross income shall be determined by reference to comparable arm's length sales of like kind, quality, and quantity in the same field or area. Wow, that's pretty subjective. Less deductions for transportation, manufacturing, and processing done prior to the sale. For purposes of this, subsection 3A, related parties shall be defined by the Department of Revenue pursuant to the rules and regulations. Oh my goodness. Well, this particular amendment, as a matter of fact, and I'll have the amendment sponsor actually speak more to this. But this particular language in this bill is so subjective. And interpretations of markets and prices and what could be or may be or possibly be offered. You know, what really matters at the end of the day for any business, including oil and gas, or any other business if we understand business, it doesn't matter what you could have sold your grain for or you could have sold your cattle for. What did you sell your grain for and what did you sell your cattle for? Because all the rest of it doesn't matter. Price of cattle in Oklahoma City might have been $10 a pound or 100 more, 10 cents a pound more. You might have gone down to Texas and got another 20 cents. But what could you sell your cattle for in northeastern Colorado? Because that was the exchange and trade. Not hypotheticals that the Department of Revenue or some administrative agency is going to help you determine. And this goes back to taxes. Well, I will tell you, if that isn't the fox watching out for the hen house. Department of Revenue needs money. They need tax base so they can fund all these things we do up here in the Gold Dome. But here we are in this particular bill saying I'm going to let the fox determine what the price of chickens are going to be outside the hen house. That's interesting to me. Now, I'm going to ask the amendment sponsor to clarify using his experience and his language, because I always go back to the country and think about what does this mean in the context of commodities and livestock and agriculture. But ladies and gentlemen, this particular language in this section, I don't think is even fair to oil and gas. But oh, by the way, I don't think we've been fair to oil and gas for 3 or 4 or 5 years.
Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And well, I'm not sure exactly where to start. That was a very long question. Thank you, Representative Holtorf. Now, I would point out that it does, the current language, the way it's written in statute now, which is what my amendment L026, would put us back to, does make a lot more sense, which is just the net amount shall be calculated on the basis of gross lease revenues less deductions for any transportation, manufacturing, and processing costs borne by the taxpayer. Now, I think moving it to delete any cost borne by the taxpayers is very confusing, hence why the other half of this that I have issue with, which is it's now going to require rulemaking by the Department of Revenue because it is so confusing that we're essentially passing the buck to Department of Revenue to say, figure out exactly how this is going to be done. I can tell you, no matter what Department of Revenue comes back with, is the purpose of it, I believe, is to increase severance tax revenue from the oil and gas industry. I think right now the people of Colorado are struggling at the pump as they've seen gas prices currently right now really hitting their pocketbook hard. And I know it's been said that, for example, if you drive an electric vehicle, that doesn't bother you, but inflation right now is a huge problem. Part of it largely is the oil and gas prices that Coloradans are going to face, especially this summer as the air conditionings and things turned on. And the net result of this section of the bill will be to increase those severance taxes that eventually filter down one way or another to the taxpayer. So I think perhaps this may be the right policy to do eventually. I think the worst possible time to do it is right now, and I don't trust making it more confusing and then handing it to the Department of Revenue, whose main goal is to increase revenue into the state of Colorado, or main goal is to collect properly the revenues into the state of Colorado. Now, I do agree that we shouldn't be leaving tax policy up to a court. We, as the legislative body, as elected officials who represent our districts, all 65 of our districts, we report back to the hardworking taxpayers there. I think it should be up to us. However, in this case, I think the solution is worse than the problem, and that is the net result would be increased severance taxes from the oil and gas industry, which ultimately is borne by taxpayers, mom and dads, who are trying to fill their tanks, for senior citizens who are on fixed incomes and not prepared for this high increase at cost at the pump that has happened in just the last couple months. So I once again ask for a yes vote on L026 and appreciate the question. Thank you, Representative.
Representative Holtorf.
Well, Madam Chair and amendment sponsor, please don't go away, because I don't know if I understood that. I don't know if I understood. There is one thing I do understand, though, and we learn this in the country. If it's not broken, don't try to fix it. Sounds to me like it's not broken and we're trying to fix it, particularly with this particular language. And so the real question I have, does this put more burden on oil and gas? More than likely, the answer is yes, knowing what I know about what's been happening in this state and what is being promulgated in this state by the majority. But I will tell you, in eastern Colorado, oil and gas is a big part of our lives. Just like horses and cattle, this is a big part of our lives. And we do not like it when the rules are promulgated that take away from our livelihood in eastern Colorado. Which tells me that this amendment, more than likely, needs to be a yes vote. Now, I made a promise a few days ago I would not talk about any divides in this state. But I will tell you, as you attack oil and gas and continue the assault, either indirect or direct, either unintentional or intentional, to try to cripple an industry that provides so much to eastern Colorado, I will tell you, my constituents in House District 64 say stand up and say no. Stand up and say no to those individuals in the House that seek to take away from what supports our livelihood in eastern Colorado and southeastern Colorado and northeastern Colorado and actually western Colorado too. And even here in the urban corridor. You just don't know it. Oh, well, maybe we do know it, because what supports DOLA's, many of DOLA's grant programs? Hold on, it's coming. The Oil and Gas Trust Fund. And as we continue to attack oil and gas, as we continue to try to do things that harm that industry, and I'm not going to say why we do it. There are many reasons why people seek to do this. But I will tell you...
Representative Holtorf, did you want to get back to the amendment?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, I do. I'm in strong support of this amendment because I think what the amendment sponsor told me was that the language in current statute isn't broken. The language in current statute doesn't need fixed, but we're going to fix it. We're going to fix it because I guess it's time to fix something that's not broken. Even though my granddaddy, which called me a lot of endearing terms growing up, even though my granddaddy said, if it's not broken, don't fix it. Now, with that, I would like to go back to the amendment sponsor and thank leadership for continuing what they do in this chamber every day they do it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is there any further discussion of Amendment L026? Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in full support of this amendment. And, I'm very grateful that my good colleague from Douglas County offered this.
One thing that we should not be doing is allowing rulemaking to be promulgated by the Department of Revenue when it comes to what's included for the taxpayers for what's deducted. What we learned under current law is the severance tax is applied to the net amount realized by the taxpayer for the sale of oil or gas. Taxpayers are currently able to deduct from the net amount any transportation, manufacturing, and processing costs bore by the taxpayer. The bill would restrict the deductions to transportation, manufacturing, and processing costs that are direct costs actually paid by the taxpayer. The bill also grants the Department of Revenue rulemaking authority regarding the net amount calculations. We heard from the sponsors of the bill that this actually restores what was in current law. However, if you turn to page 14 and 15, you'll see from lines 22 to 27 on page 14 that is true. That's 100% true. It's going directly back to what it is. But then you flip the page to page 15, and you drop down to line 3, and you see words that are in bold, well, they're not really bold, but they're all capitalized. And it says the phrase, pursuant to rules promulgated by the Department of Revenue. This is completely brand new and was not there before. So we know this is brand new. And then we drop down a little bit further to line 5. Any is crossed out, and it says direct costs actually paid by the taxpayer. Then we drop down to line 6 over to where it starts costs bore by the taxpayer. That's crossed out, so that's being taken out because that's lowercase, so we know that was there before. Then line 7 of the product is all in caps, so we know that's new language. You might be wondering on page or line 14, that's actually an administrative change for renumbering. But this is a substantial change. This isn't just going back to what the law was before. This is really important that the legislature be the one, not the Department of Revenue, when it comes to making rules concerning netback deductions. We also think about changing any to direct costs actually paid by the taxpayer. The previous law would have actually read deductions for any transportation, manufacturing, and processing. This is very important because the taxpayer would have had a lot of deductions here. And if you're tying it to direct costs actually paid by the taxpayer, while this, you could say ties it, I hate to use the word directly all the time, but directly back to what was paid by the taxpayer, this leads to a policy issue, which my colleague from the Eastern Plains pointed out, that it could lead to gasoline going up. It could lead to the price of oil going up, because these deductions are very important, but it also impacts local government, local leaseholders. It means that the amount of money in the local economy is driven down. So for our rural communities, like where I represent, or many in this chamber represent, this means less money in those communities. With this amendment, this is actually an amendment for rural Colorado. It's for our oil and gas communities. Because by taking more money out of those communities, not allowing as many deductions, We're basically saying to those communities, if you're already struggling, if industries are closing, we're going to make you struggle more. We're going to make it harder for you. It's really amazing that just a few words can have such a significant impact. But that's what's happening here. This is a significant change in policy. This is a significant change in law. This is not just restoring the previous law back, but instead this is actually going to a point in time and then saying that what you can deduct is tremendously limited. So I, here in full support. And Madam Chair, whenever we actually call the question, I would request a division.
Okay. Is there any further discussion of L026? Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And my colleague from Delta, who also represents a different part of rural Colorado, but has folks in his district, constituents that are very similar to mine. The only difference generally is a different elevation. But truly, the oil and gas complex in this state is so connected to agriculture. Most people don't understand how connected it is, and to our rural communities. Many of you remember last year me talking about how important the severance taxes are, and that's what this bill speaks to, I believe, to the severance taxes, how important they are. But the evaluation and calculation of those. But with this amendment, as my colleague from Delta said, this helps rural Colorado. By leaving this alone, it sounds to me like, although we are in a rising energy environment due to poor federal policy at this time, in my opinion, only mine, that this may mitigate that rise to some degree. Now, most people don't understand that as a farmer, and I'm going to ask my representative, my colleague from eastern Colorado for the northern half, that lives 100 miles south of me, to also talk to this. In the top 3 of expenses in your farm, one of those top 3 is fuel. Fuel to operate your tractors, to pull that iron through the ground as you have to cultivate your fields, as you have to turn dirt, as you have to plant seed, as you have to manage that soil, as you have to spray that top cover to try to minimize noxious weed pressure. It all takes fuel. Now, we've enjoyed the benefit of very modest fuel prices, but with this amendment here, as a third-generation farmer and rancher, feedlot manager, and the things we do in agriculture, even a hemp farmer, for those of you that don't know it, I testified in Ag Committee on that just the other day on a very important bill to help that particular agricultural sector. But even in hemp farming, I've got to do the same thing. I've got to turn dirt. I've got to plant seed. And so if this amendment isn't accepted, what does that do to my input costs in my farm? As they go up and up and up. So I've received a note here with the request that I will honor and respect. Madam Chair, thank you for your patience and time and understanding about how important agriculture is and how the cost of fuel for agriculture must be kept at the lowest possible point to allow for profitability in rural Colorado.
Thank you, Representative Holtorf. Are there any further comments? Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you. I didn't actually, the rural piece of this is very important. I often think about the family who, and there are many families who fueled up their cars and went to St. Louis to watch the car avalanche for St. Louis, which is on right now, by the way, 0-0. And their fuel costs are getting out of control. It's unexpected. I asked for a yes vote on this amendment. Let's, instead of making the problem worse, make the problem, well, not better, but let's just not make it worse. A yes vote on this amendment would do that. It would keep at least fuel costs from going up here and there through this section of the bill. Ask for yes vote.
Are there any further comments on this amendment? A division has been called. The requested adoption of amendment number 026, a division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those, please be seated. Wait. Okay, all those in favor of Amendment L026, please stand and remain standing, or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing in one place until the count is taken. You may be seated. Amendment L026 is lost. Are there any further comments on House Bill 1312? Representative Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A few hours ago, I was addressing the vendor fee, and I would like to move Amendment L022 and ask that it be displayed.
L022 is properly displayed. Representative Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I said a few hours ago, I read a letter from the Colorado Retail Council. One of their biggest concerns with this bill is found on page 14, 3926-105. And they're making quite a change. Now, it was bad enough that the vendor calculation was changed a few years ago, but here we are changing it again and punishing successful businesses. When you look at the fiscal note and you look at the revenue that's going to come in or predicted to come in from this bill, you would think that we wouldn't have to make this change to the vendor fee. There are lots of costs associated with the collection of
Members, can we quiet it down a little bit? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There are a lot of costs associated with the collection of state taxes, the preparing and remitting of state taxes. We're asking our retailers to be our tax collectors. And even if you are successful in your business, you should still be entitled to that $1,000. I don't think that, and I hope that the sponsors will consider this a friendly amendment and consider passing this amendment. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We ask for a no vote.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. It's a very small fee on the big scheme of things, particularly when you're talking about the volume of money that this report, the fiscal report, indicates for this. But it's vital to the people who do this work for us, and I urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion of L022? Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to make sure I'm looking at the right thing, Madam Chair and colleagues. It's Section 9. So what this amendment is doing is asking to strike Section 9. Section 9 in Colorado Revised Statutes 39-26-105, add parentheses 1, parentheses D, parentheses Roman numeral 4 as follows. So we're going to add statute to current Colorado Revised Statute. And so I'm going to read this just to make sure it's clear in my mind. 39-26-105, vendor liable for tax, definitions, repeal. Parentheses 1, parentheses D, parentheses Roman numeral 4. Beginning January 1st, 2022, a retailer is permitted to retain any money to cover the retailer's expenses in Thank you. Is not permitted. From the amendment sponsor, and I thank you, ma'am, Representative Rich, the amendment sponsor. A retailer is not permitted to retain any money to cover the retailer's expenses in collecting and remitting tax in accordance with this section for any filing period that the retailer's total tax liability sales were greater than $1 million. So now, this tells me that the bill sponsors wants retailers to work for the government for free, collect taxes for free. Of course, there is a proviso. The proviso is, well, since you're making money and making a lot of it, we want more of your money. So we're going to take it. Well, there's an incentive for me to work hard and make a lot of money, grow my business, so I can be in excess of $1 million of retail sales income. Or maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe this particular section of this bill actually wants to punish the big retail outlets, which I find ironic Because where I grew up, where I'm from, you want to reward success. You want to reward success. So why should they be punished? Or why should they work for free for the government? Why should they not be able to cover their expenses in collecting the tax? It shouldn't matter how much they make. If there's an expense associated with it, they should be able to recover that expense. I find it ironic that anybody would have that ask. But I do read the language. I think this is a very solid amendment. I think Representative Rich brings this amendment to try to protect the retailers and retail sales. I would say there should be no stipulation. In fact, I'm going to turn this back over to the amendment sponsor, and I believe I'm going to go work on an amendment myself that doesn't punish those who are actually working hard in this country to maintain profitability. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I also rise in support of this amendment and want to thank my colleague from Mesa County for offering this. It's a very thoughtful amendment and very good. It did conjure up a story that I'm going to briefly explain as to why I support this amendment. At Thanksgiving, my wife and I were able to purchase a brand new car. And I don't know how many of you have purchased a brand new car before, but you have to go to your county clerk's office and pay tax on that. Ownership tax, HUTF tax, several other taxes. And as you are there to pay all these taxes, which are unbelievably high, by the way, the clerk's office assesses a fee for collecting that tax. Pretty incredible, isn't it? That you could be assessed a fee for collecting a tax by a government entity. However, then when I read Section 9 here in the bill, it seems to prevent that exact same scenario from happening, but only if you're in the private sector. If you're in the government sector, this fact pattern is completely okay. You can charge a fee to collect a tax. If you're a private business, Section 9 says you cannot charge a fee to collect a tax if you're a retailer. What's good for the goose should be good for the gander. At different times here in this body, we have talked about equal justice under the law. And what does equal justice under the law means? It means treating people equally. So if you have a county clerk's office who's tasked with collecting a certain tax, then they should also be prevented from charging a fee to collect that tax, as is said in the bill. Or we strike this out and we treat our private businesses that are run by individual Coloradans struggling to make ends meet the same way. We allow them to be able to assess a fee in collecting that tax. Either way, but we need to have equal justice under the law, and what's currently in the bill is not equal. I rise in full support, Representative Rich, of your amendment, because it does just that. It honors what we all came down here to do, to treat similar parties equally, not pick winners and losers, not say that if you're in the government you can charge a fee, but if you're a business you can't charge a fee for collecting a tax. That's all we're asking with this amendment, is that parties situated similarly should be treated similarly. I ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
Thank you. I came down here. I must have pulled the trigger before I was ready. I needed to put on my jacket and all those kind of things. But there are a couple of things I wanted to mention. 2 years ago, I think it was 2 years ago, we argued about something that was very much like this. We cut the fee that an individual company could be paid for collecting these sales taxes. And we had this argument, same argument, because we cut it down to $1,000 was the maximum they could be paid. I remember that because we talked about companies that collect a lot of sales tax, money goes through, they have the problem of doing that, paying staff, all of those kind of things. And we said, look, if they're going to help the state of Colorado, we should pay them for having helped us collect the money. And that bill passed because the limit that could be paid was $1,000. And now we're back for another bite. We're not even going to let you have that $1,000. And these are big companies, so I understand that we don't think much of them, but we think an awful lot about them. They were the ones that were open during this last, whatever it was going to call it. The people that don't make $1 million were not open. They weren't allowed to be opened. So how could they collect the sales tax for us? The big boxes were where everybody was. And they collected those taxes for us all the way through this pandemic. Now comes, supposed to be getting better. Things are starting to perk up. Nope, we don't want your help anymore. Not going to pay for your help anymore. You're still going to work for us. Folks, we're going to get to the point that we are not open for business in Colorado. And one of the things I want to bring up, and I'll say this right quick. When you look at some of these type of bills, you would assume that the state of Colorado was flat broke. That this state is not making its way into the future. But we're told, got wind up under our wings, the economy's coming back, things look good, we're going to be the #1 economy in the United States again right away. But this one's got $135 million to come into the state of Colorado. It's like we don't have enough money. We've got enough money to do all the things that we could even think about in the last 90-some-odd days. We've put more money out than we've ever thought about. $35 billion budget. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to think about, are we open for business or are we just going to start writing checks? Because that won't last very long. But when we don't have the capacity as a state to allow those that are helping us collect revenue for the state of Colorado, we're over the spectrum. Yeah, you can force them. You can say, nope, you don't get paid. But that's not, in my opinion, the way we do business. Now, I may be behind times. Maybe you can get by with telling people what they're going to do and when they're going to do it and how they're going to do it. But I still get heavy heels when you do that with me. And I think the state of Colorado, average citizens, average business people, will get heavy heels. We need everyone pulling towards the same horizon to make the state of Colorado come out of this pandemic as strong or stronger than it's ever been. And sharing the wealth a little bit is not going to hurt anybody. I would suggest that we vote yes on this amendment. It says Colorado's open for business. There's plenty in this bill that says we're really not open. But this one amendment would say, retail, we need you, we want you, and we're willing to allow you to keep some of that revenue for helping the state of Colorado move forward with their future. Thank you. I'd recommend and ask for a yes vote on this amendment.
Thank you. Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
Members, as Ronald Reagan said, there you go again. We just can't seem to help ourselves in government. We're always looking for ways to raise revenues on the backs of the hardworking people and the consumers in this country. There you go again. By taking back this vendor fee, you're not only hurting the business, you're leaving them with the expense that's going to be necessary in order to collect the sales taxes that you asked them to collect. And guess what they're going to do with that expense? They're going to pass it back on to the consumer when they sell their products. We're staring at inflationary times in this country. And as we continue to tax and business continue to struggle and they pass this on to the consumer, inflation is going to continue to compound. And who are we hurting? Who are we hurting the most? The people who can least afford it, and also our senior citizens, many who are on fixed incomes. That's who we're hurting, because we are addicted to taxation. We don't cut any expenses around this place. I think we just went through a budgetary process that there was quite a ruckus over because we weren't cutting enough expenses. So let's just raise some more taxes. That's what we do. There you go again. I rise in support of this amendment.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion of L022? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L022. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those against say no. No. The noes have it. The amendment is lost. Is there any further comment on Representative Will?
To the bill?
To the bill, yeah. To the bill. Oh, sorry.
Another comment.
Discussion. Representative Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
So I come up, talk about this bill. I'd like to start out with the bill title. You know, I've only been here this is like my third portion to one session, and this is in two sessions here. That's quite a bill title. I don't quite understand it, but and I'll spare you reading the whole thing. But you know, it's almost a full page bill title. And when we get to the end of it, it's talking about for the severance tax on oil and gas, requiring the net back deductions used to determine gross income be direct costs actually paid by the taxpayer, and phasing out, I repeat, phasing out tax credits and exemptions for the severance tax on coal. On coal.
So that brings me to the point of I represent a coal district, Northwest Colorado, House District 57, and more specifically, Moffett County and Rio Blanco County, some of the few remaining coal mines in the state. And I tell you, my district has been the brunt of policies coming out of this gold dome. You've heard me say it before, but my district is hammered, and we bear the brunt of policies coming out of here. And I'll be quite honest, it's truly a tough pill to swallow. And let me explain to you, these are my family and friends in that House district. Family and friends. We're taking away their livelihood. Now think of your own districts. Look around at your own districts. How would you feel about that? How about the counties? I mean, they survive on they're anywhere from 40 to 81% of their county funds, taxes, are from energy. And energy meaning oil and gas and coal-fired power plants, those type of things. It's really tough. I mean, you'll probably likely hear here at some point this evening my rural colleagues, Representative Catlin, Representative Soper, their communities have already been damaged by this and probably damaged beyond repair. You know, I know you've heard Rep. Soper speak of the Paonia High School closing down and all that. You get over in Rep. Catlin's, you know, Nuclear Natarita country, that's history over there. And so I'm trying to prevent that here in my district. You know, the severance of coal industries have concerns with the elimination of the tax credit on the severance on coal. And I did look through the state auditor's tax expenditure report, and it did not recommend a repeal of the underground credit for coal, and actually recommended a review of the credit. The credits and exemptions, they've been in existence since 1977 when the severance tax was adopted, and eliminating it now when the number of coal mines is decreasing will further the economic impact to these coal communities, and we know that's coming. And so this tax credit is huge for these mines that I represent. I want to give you a little background about taxes in just Moffett County. I'm going to talk to you about the top 10 in 2020, the top 10 taxpayers, Moffett County. Gets around 63% of their tax base. Tri-State Generation and Transmission Association, they're number one. Pacificor Electric, Colorado Coal, Axial Basin Company, XL, Rockies Express Pipeline, Wyoming Interstate Company, Trapper Mining, which is right next to the Craig Station, coal mine right next to there. Public Service Company, Salt River Project. Those are the top 10 taxpayers in Moffett County. Tri-State pays about almost $7.5 million in taxes. Colowado's almost 1.7 million in taxes. Trapper Mine, $860 plus $1,000 in taxes. So these are all businesses and industries that we're targeting here. And when we're targeting them again in this bill, and I just don't think it's right. We've suffered enough. I'm going to talk about the top 10 over there in Rio Blanco County, where they're around 81% of the tax base, energy companies. Listen to this. We talked a little bit, had to run some amendments that failed about oil and gas on the severance tax. Listen to this. Top 10, Enterprise Gas Processing, Rio Blanco County. Chevron USA, gas company. Willow Creek, same thing. XTO Energy, quite familiar with XTO Energy. TEP, Rocky Mountain LLC. Ursa, gas company. Blue Mountain Energy, Merit Energy. Bogart, Natural Soda. So Enterprise Gas alone, their assessed value is $164 million over there. And the revenues generated in that county is about, right, it hangs roughly around 40 million now. It's been up to probably a high of 57 to 60 million dollars for that county, but here in the last couple of years, 30 to 40 million dollars in assessed revenue, or taxes assessed and revenue generated. Now I'm going to move to Garfield County, the third county that I represent, House District 57. And I'll give you the top 20 taxpayers over there. TEP, Rocky Mountain, I just mentioned them for Rio Blanco County. Caris Peons, Grizzly Operating, another gas company. Public Service Colorado, Ursa, Laramie Energy, Chevron, I mentioned that for Rio Blanco County. Enterprise Gas Processing, Ursa again, Union Pacific Railroad, Red Rock Gathering, that's obviously a compressor station and pipeline moving natural gas to the Colorado and elsewhere in the United States for our use in our homes and places. Grand River Gathering, Laramie Energy again, Caris is one of the biggest ones paying taxes over there, but the TEP Rocky Mountain, actually, they're paid about almost $24 million in taxes. And the next one's right there around Caris, one of the Caris companies, paying almost $9 million. So anyway, I just want to say that to give you a little bit of an insight into what runs those counties in House District 57 and over there in the far northwest part of Colorado. And they are the jobs. They are the industry. That's it. You know, there's very little else. And, you know, when you shut down Craig Station and Trapper Mine, you're talking, 550, 600 jobs just in that little small corner of the state. Moffat County's 13,000 people. You can find 13,000 people within a few blocks of where we're standing here at the Capitol. That whole county, it is the second largest landmass county in the state of Colorado. Number 2, 13,000 people, okay? You got those communities and take these kind of jobs and these energy jobs and start taxing their coal and, they're struggling, their small profit margins as it is. So it's, I just wanted to bring that up because it's key to my district. It's key to those communities. Those people are raising their families there. The kids go to school there. They're part of the sports teams. Just the other day, I come down and talked about the 3A state championship, Rifle Bears, right? So these families, they need a livelihood. They need a job, and the clean energy stuff is not going to substitute for those high-paying jobs and those energy jobs that we have over there. And I looked up, the office and the state auditor and the 2020 tax expenditure evaluation. And, I know today earlier we talked about the coal tonnage exemption, the underground coal credit. Talking about a revenue impact, those were both started in 1977, as I mentioned before. But revenue impact, tax year, this is for tax year 2017, but for coal tonnage exemption, 5.1 million. The average benefit to the taxpayer benefit from that coal tonnage exemption was right at $900,000. The underground coal credit is revenue impact was 2.8 million, and they average around almost 930,000. So, You know, what do these expenditures do? That exempts the first 300,000 tons of coal produced each quarter from coal severance tax. Underground coal credit allows operators who produce coal from underground mines to claim a credit against their coal severance tax liability for 50% of the tax from the coal that was mined underground. Lignitic coal, there's other benefits to that. We just don't really have that over there. There is other areas, but not here in western Colorado. And the purpose of these is to support the Colorado coal industry by reducing its severance tax burden. That's what that coal tonnage exemption and the underground coal credit is for. It says right here in the state auditor, the purpose of that is to support the coal industry. Underground coal credit reduces the severance tax burden on coal mined underground. Obviously, that's self-explanatory. Based on legislators understanding that it is more expensive to mine coal underground than on the surface. Okay, I think we get that. So with this evaluation, what did they find? They found that what they determined and what the evaluations say, coal tonnage exemption is meeting its purpose. Not to a full extent, but to some extent, because it's reduced the severance tax liabilities on coal mining operations. It has helped many coal mines, particularly those operating on narrow margins of profitability. It keeps them stay operational, especially in the short term. You know, I'm not saying that the coal tonnage exemption is likely to have a significant impact on the viability of coal mines, but on those that are marginally profitable, it absolutely is. The evaluation from the state auditor also found underground coal credit is meeting its purpose. Okay, reduces the tax liability of underground mines. The General Assembly should consider, this is right from the state auditor, reviewing the effectiveness of coal tonnage exemption, clarifying its intended purpose, establishing performance measures and goals for the exemption. Also reviewing and clarifying the purpose of the underground coal credit. That's one of the things. So this was done in 1977. I'll spare you some of this, but coal credits are subject to the severance tax about the tonnage, and that's in statute 3929-106, paragraph 1 and 5. Establish the base rate at 36 cents per ton, plus a quarterly adjustment for inflation, which statute requires the Department of Revenue to calculate. As of April 20th, 2020, total tax rate on coal was about 81 cents per ton. So in 1977, I talked about that when the severance tax bill was introduced. That was House Bill 77-1076. The General Assembly created a current coal severance tax and all the coal severance tax expenditures. When the coal tonnage exemption was enacted, the first 8,000 tons of coal per quarter were exempt. In 1984, with House Bill 84-1208, due to economic conditions in the coal industry in Colorado, I think we have that right now, right? Economic conditions in the coal industry in Colorado, the General Assembly increased the exemption from 8,000 tons per quarter to 25,000 tons for 3 years. Then in 1986, House Bill 86-1247, and in 1990, House Bill 90-1326, the General Assembly extended the temporary increase in tons exempted. In 1999, with House Bill 99-1249, General Assembly permanently increased the coal tonnage exemption to 300,000 tons per quarter. It's remained unchanged since that time. The underground coal credit and the magnetic coal credit have remained unchanged since their enactment in 1977. I got to tell you, I don't see any reason to change it now. The General Assembly back in those years thought it was a good deal, but they weren't under maybe some of the pressures, you know, with this green energy. Statute does not explicitly state that intended beneficiaries of the coal severance tax expenditures based on statutes were inferred that the intended beneficiaries of all three tax expenditures are coal mine operators in the state. Operators as intended beneficiaries of the underground coal credit, respectively. That's with lignitic as well. So, according to data from Division of Reclamation, Mining and Safety, which is an agency within Colorado Department of Natural Resources, 2019, there were 6 actively producing coal mines in Colorado. 4 of the mines were underground, 2 were surface mines. So I have Desiderato mine there by Rangeley, that's underground. The other 2, Trapper and Kalawao, are above ground mines there in my district. They're surface mines. So according in 2019, according to data reported by the mines, approximately 74% of the total coal mined in Colorado was mined underground, with the remaining 26% mined on the surface. Now catch that. 74% of total coal mined in Colorado was underground. The remaining 26% was surface mined. There's obviously different rankings of coal. Colorado has all kinds of coal types. Currently, only the bituminous and sub-bituminous coal are mined in this state. There's all kinds of information available about the types of coal. Many other countries, like China, they'll burn the lignitic and stuff. Colorado does not. So I think we know there's very few coal-fired power plants. A lot of retirement dates. I think Pawnee's in 2041. I'm not that familiar with Nixon. Comanche's somewhere between 22 and 25, down there by Pueblo. And then Craig, 2025, 2030. So, and Hayden, I think, is Hayden Station there is 2036. But, so the coal tonnage exemption, based on the statutory language, committee summaries from the amending legislation in House Bill 99-1249, which I spoke of earlier, and the legislative declaration from House Bill 99-1249, we inferred that the purpose of this exemption is to support the Colorado coal industry by reducing its severance tax burden. I see no reason to change that. I see no reason to change it on underground coal credits as well. Still want to reduce the severance tax burden on coal mine underground as well as surface mine. And when this was created, legislators discussed their understanding that it was more expensive to produce coal from underground mines than coal mined from the surface. I think that's accurate. I think we know that. Because the coal severance tax is a tonnage tax, the amount of coal extracted, General Assembly wanted to account for higher costs incurred by operators in mining coal underground versus mining coal on the surface and reducing the severance tax liability. So, talk about some performance measures. In this audit, they examined the tax year 2017 severance tax returns for operators of 6 coal mines operating in the state in 2019. Found that the coal tonnage exemption reduced the operators' severance tax liabilities by between 25 to 100%. That's kind of a bigger operator versus a small operator. Additionally, based on the estimates of the gross incomes of each of the mines, it was estimated that the coal tonnage exemption reduced the effective severance tax rate at a percentage of gross income of the coal mines by between 0.5% and 1.9%. I can tell you at 1.9% can determine whether that coal mine is profitable or not. In tax year 2017, resulting in the mines having an effective severance tax rate between 0 and 1.4% of gross income. Before taking into consideration the underground coal credit, So they also compared the severance tax saving as a result of coal tonnage exemption for the potential income of each mine. They lacked data on each mine's actual gross income for the year because the information was not reported on the coal severance tax form, but it was estimated that the possible gross income of each mine by multiplying the production reported by each mine on its coal severance tax return is about a price of about $43 per ton, which was the average sale price of coal in Colorado in 2017. And this was from the U.S. Energy Information Administration in its 2018 annual coal report. The actual price received by each of the 6 Colorado mines probably differed from this amount depending on the specific quality of the coal mine and whether it was sold to an affiliate company or whether it was sold through a contract or market rates. They also found that the tonnage exemption provides a much larger relative benefit to smaller mines. I think that makes sense too. So this is really helping out our mines and keeping our people employed. That's the key part. I'm talking jobs. I'm not talking about just coal mines and coal mines profitability. When a coal mine's profitable, their employees. That makes a wage, keeps those people in those communities. And that's what I'm after in my district. We've been hit too hard, we've been targeted too hard, and you know when you're over here maybe in an urban area, there's a lot more of the slack can be taken up in these jobs, and there's a loss of jobs. When you got 13,000 people in the whole county, and you take roughly 600. Now, this is direct jobs, not indirect jobs. Representative Catlin's mentioned many times about you killing Main Street. I can tell you in Craig, Colorado, you take away those jobs at that power plant and those coal mines, you killed Main Street. There is no Main Street. So, but just to put that in perspective, 500-600 jobs out of a total of 13,000 people. Of those 13,000 people, probably only a few thousand of those are working age people, right? So you're taking a huge chunk out of that employee base in that county, and they're the wage earners. They're making anywhere from $80,000 to $120,000, and those are good wages. But you take that from the community, and those communities are scared, and I don't blame them. I'm scared for them, because. You know, I'll tell you a little story. I have a really good friend up there. Probably has one of the nicest properties in Craig for a house. I'm not going to guess what it's worth, but for my speaking points, let's say it's worth $500,000. It's a nice place. He's scared to death. Going to shut down the Craig station, shut down the coal mines. I own a $500,000 house. Should I sell it today and try to get what I can get out of it? Should I wait till the jobs disappear? Then I might be able to sell it for $150,000. If I was really lucky, $200,000. It gets in people's psyche, these things, and these right from policy that we send out of here, and it has a ripple effect. These people are scared. They don't know what to do real estate-wise. They don't know what to do job-wise. It causes, Craig, northwest Colorado, I don't just call out Craig, but Moffett County, Rio Blanco County, Garfield, we have a very high suicide rate. And when things get tough, we see that increase. You talk to our mental health professionals over there, they can tell you. And also the drugs. I think people feel a loss of hope. And when people have a loss of hope, bad things can happen. And it's a result of some of the things that we've been doing to these communities. So I'm going to talk a little bit about I don't want to talk about coal much that we don't talk about or that we don't mind. Okay, in this audit report, it was examined the economic costs and benefits of the tax expenditures. talking about the coal tonnage at 5.1 million, which I talked about, and underground at 2.8 million. But if the coal tonnage exemption were not in place, the underground coal credit would have a revenue impact of $4.4 million. They calculated that by multiplying the number of tons that each operator in each quarter from their coal severance tax return. In that quarter, then multiplying it by 50%. So it's 2.8 to 4.4. Big difference. Makes a big difference whether you can stay in business or not. Makes a big difference whether you can keep your truck driver employed. Makes a big difference whether you can keep paying the loader operator that's putting it on train cars, despite where it's going. Maybe it's going to the power plant, maybe it's going out of state. But these are big deals, and they're big deals for these communities. Other states have very similar, I won't talk about those, but they have very similar tax benefits to their mines. So it says here that, and this is directly from the state auditor's report, General Assembly, that's us, may want to review the effectiveness of coal tonnage and clarify its intent. This bill doesn't do that. This bill gets rid of it. They're not clarifying or reviewing the effectiveness of it. I think this bill out here, well, they want rid of coal. If you look around some of the other bills we've been talking about and other programs that have been coming out of general fund because severance tax used to pay for it. Severance tax used to pay for all that stuff. Now it's coming out of general funds, folks. Listen to this. Your taxes, not taxes on the coal mines and oil and gas that paid that severance tax for your schools, your fire departments, all your community-based things. Severance tax paid for that. They paid for a zillion parks. They paid for a lot of oiled roads, nice parks that kids can play in. They've built things out in rural Colorado that never would have got built without severance tax. Now, because of what we've done through policy, those severance taxes have dwindled. They're about a third of what they used to be, right at a third. Statewide, about a third of what they used to be, and it's going further downhill. I spoke about our top 20 producers in Garfield County, the top 10 in Rio Blanco and Moffett. I repeat again, all energy industry, all energy, top 10. You take those from those communities, what do you replace it with? You know, they're trying to do some renewable stuff, but those aren't the kind of jobs, they're not going to replace that kind of thing. We've got to do some real innovative things in these communities. That's why I was such a advocate for the just transition money, you know. Back when we passed 1312, we promised about just transition, never funded it. Never funded it. Now we have arguments about funding 15 million of it, when it really would take much more than that. The average benefit is equivalent to 1.1% of taxpayers' estimated gross income. And in 2007, remember I said that was about $4 million and $5.1 million. But the benefit provided by the exemptions not large enough to offset the trend, I think, in decreasing coal production, but it can keep those smaller companies in business. We're decreasing to about 65% of peak production. Peak production was about 2004 here in Colorado, peak production of coal. We're about 65% of that peak. And that's due to power plants converting from coal to natural gas. I don't think most of us in this room have a huge issue with that. Natural gas is quite clean. And, but it's also the stricter regulations that's causing this. Anyway, with the explanation of what's happened to my district, I would like to move Amendment L025 and ask that it be displayed.
L025 is properly displayed. Rep. Will, would you like to explain it?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is minutes, it strikes the, on page 15, basically the section 11. It strikes section 11, which is, what's going on in 11 is that on or after July 1st, 1999, but before January 1st of 2026, let me explain to you what this bill is trying to do. It makes zero sense to me other than it's a incremental attack on coal. So by 2026, we're done with them. That's the impression I get. I think that's a message it sends. And to me, in my district and a lot of us others that represent these communities, is not a good message. So in this section, no tax provided for subsection of this section is imposed on the first 300,000 tons of coal, which is the current law in 2021 taxable year, okay? Then it drops to 240,000 tons of coal produced each quarter in 2022, okay? And then in 2023, it's 180,000 tons of coal produced each quarter. Then let's turn the page in the bill. In 2024 taxable year, 120,000 tons of coal produced. Then in 2025, 60,000 tons. See where we're going? Okay, for taxable years commencing prior to January 21st or January 1st of 2026, there is allowed as a tax credit against the tax imposed in this section amount equal to the percentage set forth in subsection 3.5 of this section of such tax for coal produced from underground mines. And then it goes on for the coal and the same percentages going down to 10% in 2025, credits allowed on underground mines. So anyway, my amendment gets rid of this. I think we ought to stay right where we're at with this severance tax for coal, and let's help out our rural communities. Let's help out House District 57 that I represent, and I would ask for an aye vote on this. I see no reason in this bill to be doing this other than targeting coal, just like we've targeted oil and gas. We're now targeting coal, so by 2026, I think there's people, and I'm not impugning anyone's motives, but I think there's people would like to see coal gone by 2026. And my personal opinion is I don't agree with that, and I think there's several others in this room that do not. So ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Is there Minority Leader McKean?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it is an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
And a pleasure to have time to talk a little and catch up, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
You just heard a lot of really good information from somebody who knows the rural parts of this state better than anyone I may have ever met. And what you heard was that this bill affects people's lives. And what you heard was this bill imposes conditions. And I actually think that that's kind of where I started taking some extra notes, because like it or not, a lot of us have a lot to do with the energy industry. I have town halls up in my district in Loveland, Colorado, House District 51, and I asked folks for a show of hands how many people in those town halls know that they own 8% of Trapper Coal Mine. And they don't. They don't know that they own a coal mine. But Platte River Power Authority has owned 8% of Trapper Coal Mine since its inception. And if you're curious about why, it's because Platte River Power Authority knew that it made economic sense to own a percentage of Trapper Coal Mine so that that coal could be mined out of the ground, put on train cars, and taken 8 miles away to Craig's Units 1, 2, and 3. The most efficient energy production maybe in the world. 8 miles from a place where that is dug out of the ground to where it is atomized and burned to boil water. When we stop to think about the beauty of that system, we also stop to think about why we're not going to use that system anymore. Part of it is because we do demand cleaner energy. Craig's units 1, 2, and 3 could not be rehabbed, could not be adapted to put the scrubbers in an economic way to make them work. So we're going to shut down Craig's unit 1, 2, and 3. Oh, so be it. But what this bill says is, now we're going to shut down Craig. Now we're going to shut down the Yampa Valley. Because what this bill says is, we're going to actually make the mines pay to go out of business. When I look at this and when I'm starting to take in these numbers, you just heard them. We're taking from current statute 300,000 tons of coal every quarter, down to 240, down to 180, down to 60. We're telling these folks, you're going to go out of business. We're telling these folks that you will not have a financial interest in doing the job and mining that product out of the ground. We are taking their private property. I'm going to say it again just in case lawyers are taking notes. We are taking their private property. Whether we go and put a lock on the gate or whether we tell them that they cannot compete economically, it's the same thing. I don't know how many in this room have been paying attention to the news, but the governor of Wyoming set aside $1.2 million. And that's not a whole lot of money. So I'm thinking, what's he doing with it? He set that money aside for legal fees to defend Wyoming coal. And the way he thinks he's going to have to defend Wyoming coal is to make sure that nobody refuses to take Wyoming coal or let it be transported through their state. That's a governor that's defending his state. That's a governor that's saying, you know what? This industry provides a livelihood for the people of my state, and I'm going to protect it. Powder River, Wyoming is actually not that different from the Yampa Valley. It looks different. Things run north. But I'll tell you what, I can't believe that we're not setting aside $1.2 million to secure the future of Craig, Colorado. And it's not through just transition. It's through making sure that those coal mines up there have a place to take their product and they have an economic interest in continuing to do that job and provide for those families. Most of you don't know this, and she's going to be really mad at me for saying this, but Marilyn Eden's daughter, Tiffany, is a teacher in Craig, Colorado. And guess who Tiffany's kids are? The children of people who work at Coal Ohio. The children of people who work at Trapper. Tiffany got some awards this year for being one of the best teachers in the state of Colorado. And I consider her kind of my sister, my twin, because we were born in the same year. And I'm really proud of her. But she knows that what happens with Coal Ohio and Trapper and coal mining in the Yampa Valley is going to put those kids either out of her school because they got to move, or she's going to start to see the things that we always see. Kids that fall behind in school. Kids that take up bad habits. Kids that react to the economic uncertainty of their families. I don't want to do that. I wouldn't vote for this bill for a lot of reasons, but that's one of them. I don't want kids to suffer. This is what this does. This puts the financial security of families in Craig, Colorado at risk. Period. No other way to look at it. You are going to tell the people who run these businesses, you will not be able to do business in this state. And yet we stand up here and we talk about how, oh, we want more jobs and we're looking forward to an economic future and we're looking to building back stronger. Unless you live in Craig. Because in Craig, what you're really finding out is that building back stronger is figuring out how you don't get to do what you were trained to do and how you aren't sure how you're going to make the truck payment, and you're pretty sure you can't make the mortgage. Representative Will, I love your heart. More than anything, I think I love how much you live and breathe the area that you have lived and worked for so long, and the heart and soul of the people who live there. It's touching, but it also gets my dander up, because it reminds me that what we have here is an attempt to try to do something here in Denver that makes sense to few and has an extreme repercussion in the real world. It makes sense to someone ideologically, but it doesn't make sense practically. I think part of our job is to make sure that we have a common sense appreciation for how we do things. I think part of our job is to make sure that we don't make it tougher for families to figure out how they're going to balance their checkbook. This is tough on families. And I've been picking on Craig, but I can promise you this is tough on families all over. This is a good amendment. It's a way for us to stand up and be a part of standing for something in this state, standing for jobs, standing for families, standing for a good industry.
Representative Will. Did you want to go next? No. Okay. Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will be brief. I just want to congratulate and thank the minority for sticking to the contents of the bill. It would not be to the contents of the bill to say goodnight to little Haley Grace and little Jack, who are going to bed right now, so I won't do that. But thank you, members of the minority party, for sticking to the bill.
Representative Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a little bit of an apology that we have a little bit of a mistake, and so I would like to withdraw Amendment L025 and substitute L036. It's a minor thing. On the top page, it says page 15, line 18 is accurate. That wasn't on my 25 amendment. The amendment.
Thank you. The
So,
amendment is properly displayed. Please explain it. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the explanation is exactly the same. It was just line 18 was not another amendment. It was a small technical mistake. The amendment is exactly the same. Ask for an aye vote.
Can you move the amendment? I'm sorry.
I thought I did move it, but I move L036 and
Thank
ask that
you.
it be displayed.
Thank you. Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this amendment, and I want to amplify some of the comments that were made by Representative Will and Representative McKean. Coal is a vital product, and it is fundamental to some of the industries that we have, specifically the electric industry, the coal energy plants. We are in the process over the next 10 years of phasing those out because of legislative intent. But while they're here, they are critical to the energy grid. Platte River Power, powering a number of cities besides Fort Collins, but it powers Fort Collins. 60% coal powered as of last year. Down in Colorado Springs, we're still 30% power. Representative Will's wondering about when the Nixon plant. I think the Nixon plant is going to be the last one in Colorado to shut down. It's scheduled to shut down in 2029. When it shuts down, however, there still is the option to refuel that using a different thing, but that's still under investigation. But coal is critical in that meantime. And we're going to sit there with this bill and incrementally eliminate the coal supply that runs a lot of these plants. So let me just turn to what that really means to a lot of people. It means it's critical to Yampa Valley and Craig, but it is also critical to each and every person in Colorado, because that is low-cost, reliable energy that is on all the time. It is what we call in the energy business dispatchable, because it runs when the sun doesn't shine, it runs when the wind doesn't blow, it runs in the middle of a blizzard, it runs during the high heat of summer when the air conditioning load comes on. It provides that base level power that is on all the time, it's on whenever you need it. And the average coal plant has a 3 months of fuel supply sitting on site. You're not dependent upon the pipelines or anything else. You've got it there. You're not dependent upon anything outside of that fence line to be able to maintain that power and keep that going. It is the lowest cost energy that's out there. The direct cost that you pay, the checks that you write, the checks that your constituents write, is lower because you have a coal plant there. This coal supply is critical. Our Nixon power plant delivers power at $18 a megawatt hour. Nothing else matches that. We put out a bid for renewable energy, and the lowest cost we got for committed renewable energy was $35 a megawatt hour. That's the difference. Almost double. It's not cheaper, although a lot of you think that it is. But what's the impact of that? The impact of that is on the pocketbooks of every one of your constituents, whether you're on the rural Colorado or whether you're on the Front Range or you're in urban Colorado, because that power powers the grid, and it powers a consistent price. A few months ago, we had a pretty bad cold snap. It spiked a lot of power and spiked a lot of the energy costs that everybody had. Solar dropped offline, mostly. Wind didn't, because, blizzard got a lot of wind. But it didn't meet the requirements. It didn't replace what was lost. What did maintain the grid in Colorado was coal and natural gas. The other section of this bill goes after natural gas and oil. This section here in this amendment addresses that part that goes after coal. That impact of shutting down the coal supply early, shutting down our coal plants early, will be written in the checks that each and every one of your constituents writes to your utility company, no matter where you are in Colorado, because we are all interconnected. Those power plants are interconnected. We power the same grid, and it's critical that that stays on. A lot of people drive those electric vehicles and they think that they're zero emission. They're not. They're actually coal powered. And you go home at night and plug them in, it's a coal power plant half the time out there. A third of the power in Colorado is still delivered by coal and will be through 2026 and will continue to be coal generation on the grid until 2029. You can't shut it down early. The other thing you're missing out on here, as you force coal mines themselves to shut down, you're losing an export market, because we are not the only ones that use coal. Overseas, the overseas export market for coal is there, and it's significant, and it is growing. China and India are building coal plants a whole lot faster than we are decommissioning them, and they're looking for coal. So we are giving up an export market, we're giving up economic prosperity. The people who are most affected, and I'm going to go back to that, are the people, not just in the Yampa Valley, not just the miners, but each and every person in every district in this state. The people who will be most hurt by this are the low income, the people that most of us are very much concerned with. The people that you care about, the ones who are trying to balance a checkbook in a budget every month to pay their electric bill, are the ones who are going to be most hurt by carrying through the provisions that are in this bill. This amendment addresses that issue. It says to the coal mine companies, we're not going to shut you down prematurely. You're going to have a chance to stay online. You're still going to have a chance to work. I urge a yes vote on this amendment, not just for the citizens of Yampa Valley, but for each and every one of the citizens in your home districts who write a check to a utility company. Vote yes.
Representative Soper. Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Thank you, sir. Honor to serve with you.
Thank you. I'm down here to talk about rural Colorado, Colorado in general. My colleague that just spoke talked an awful lot about what's happening in your districts and what will happen in your districts. But one of the things I want to say, and I want to say it with quite a bit of emphasis, is we all sat in this room knowing that the coal industry is nearly dead. So tonight, we bring a bill that will strangle it before it's gone. We're hastening its extinction. We're asking people in the northwest part of the state to look at a future without a future. It's again, are we open for business or are we not open for business? We look around and we see what is working, and the first thing we want to do is put a nail in it, or just to basically take it out of existence in the state of Colorado. This has happened to one of the communities in my district. Small little town, sitting on a coal mine, but that power plant at the time it was built was cutting-edge technology. They ground the coal very fine, blew air up in it, and it would burn right there. There was very little pollution come from that. But it was one of the first ones that had to be negotiated away. 70% of the tax base, the town of Euclid School District, was gone. It is gone now. You can't tell where that building was. It had to be torn down to the point that it couldn't be used for anything else. So it was completely razed. In the northwest part of the state of Colorado, I was a kid when they opened those mines. I can remember we went to Craig when I was little, and there was nothing there, literally nothing. Very small town. Really had a hard time. The people that lived there worked for the state highway department, my aunt and uncle. Once those coal mines opened, they stopped working for the state and went to work for the coal mines. They got new houses. They ended up with life. Today, I'm not sure what they're going to do. They're not sure what they're going to do. But the kids have left, so there's no family left. They're all in the process of doing something different. Maybe the recreation industry, but not in Craig. So, you know, we come here with grand intentions of making things better where we live, particularly on the Western Slope. You know, really, in fact, Western Slope legislators seem to hang together regardless of which side of the aisle they sit on. Because we recognize how closely tied we all are to one another. So when an individual like Representative Will comes down and talks to you about his district, he's not making a sales pitch, he's actually telling you what it's like in his district. It was said earlier, he knows his district well. He's been there for a lifetime. He knows what they think, he knows what they're saying, and he brings that message here, which is one of the things we on the Western Slope all try to do. For me to tell you I know what's going on in Craig and in Hayden, I can't tell you for sure because I don't live there. But I do know what happened in nuclear. On a very small scale, to be looking at Craig. I do know in Montrose, we closed a candy factory with 437 jobs. They walked away. They weren't the highest paying jobs in the community, but they were steady. They were the kind of jobs that people got that would, one of the couple would work there, the other one would work someplace else, and they could make a life for themselves. That's gone now. That's what's happening in Craig. Now we come with another bill that says, by the way, we're going to make it that much harder. You know, I can remember when the state of Colorado went to the severance tax fund and stripped it of $300 million and said, we'll pay you back. We haven't been paid back yet. We talk about DOLA and all of the things that DOLA can do and all of the things that we plan on it doing for us in this building. But it's funded with severance taxes. I come down and talk to you about water almost every week. Our water projects are supposed to be funded from severance tax. That's a joke. We've asked people in the past if they were willing to tax themselves to create more water storage in the state of Colorado. The answer was no. So we go to the coal fields in northwestern Colorado and tell them what we're going to do now is take away the opportunity to make any money while you're dying on the vine. I said it earlier tonight, we seem to be after every dime we can find. Maybe that's a good plan, maybe it's not. But I can tell you, try not to say that, but I'm aware of the fact that Colorado is shutting down incrementally. If you're not one of the chosen industries, you don't have much of a future. We're not talking about the future of all of Colorado. We're talking about those that have been anointed. Ones that seem to have, they fit in with a different plan. But Colorado is still Colorado. We still have some bills to pay. We still have some things that are going to impact our future much deeper than we're thinking. Oil and gas, coal, have been a great part of our past that brought us to today. They are poised to help us go on into the future because energy is going to be the linchpin for the future we talk about. But in the meantime, we're in the process of strangling an industry that's already been, the death knell has already been rung. It was mentioned earlier from one of the speakers today, that product that lays out there in northwestern Colorado is a marketable commodity. We need to be thinking about how we may not be interested in buying it, but the rest of the world is. And we need to figure out a way for us to get there. One of the ways of being able to get there is to leave this program in place rather than strangling it down by 2026. This amendment speaks to the future of Colorado. Energy is a big part of our future. We're not going to be able to keep up with our future on just alternative energies. We need to help with these people. We need to help with these industries. This is a good amendment. Vote yes.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
You as
So members, I also rise in support of this amendment. I represent a part of the state that definitely has been impacted by the closure of coal mines. As a matter of fact, recently the Denver Post wrote about the impacts to Paonia from the closure of 2 coal mines in the North Fork. There's a 3rd coal mine. And I can remember back in 2014 when all 3 coal mines were in operation, there were 1,000 workers, the severance tax dollars were up, and life was good. Fast forward now, 2 of the coal mines have closed. We're certainly only at like 300 employees with the 1 coal mine that's still there. And this article really sums up best what happens when you start making coal mines pay for their demise. It impacts workers. It impacts families. We heard earlier tonight about Craig and Hayden, Routt County. We heard from my colleague down in Montrose County about the west end of Montrose. Well, now I would like to talk to you about Delta and Gunnison counties and the impacts. Colorado's coal country searches for the next thing to keep communities afloat as the state embarks on a year-long effort to protect people, Main Street, and budgets. High schoolers shuttle desks and whiteboards down a hallway that used to be lined with algebra textbooks at Paonia's High School. You see, members, Paonia's High School is now closing because the population has dwindled enough to where they can't sustain their own high school. As a matter of fact, the Friday before last, Paonia's only drugstore, Hayes Pharmacy, closed. And this is from the impacts of coal mines closing. It may not be felt overnight, but eventually the impacts will come. And if we don't have this amendment, what ends up happening is coal mines will pay for their own demise. So late this summer, Paonia will merge with longtime rifle Hotchkiss High School, which is 10 miles down the road, in the idyllic North Fork Valley in western Colorado. And I'd like all of you to come visit. It's actually Representative McCluskey's district. They'll call the new high school North Fork High School. It'll be located in Hotchkiss, and current Paonia principal Randall Palmer will stay on to lead it. Locals have been asking him what the transition will be like. They want the story behind the story, Palmer said. The story is our enrollment is down. There are 309 high schoolers between the 2 towns. It'll drop to 292 in 2024. And after that, well, Palmer doesn't want to go there. The enrollment reflects the rapid decline of the mining industry around here, around Paonia, around Somerset. The enrollment decline is directly linked to the mining industry. In 2010, there were 426 students and 3 coal mines. Now there's just 1 coal mine. It presents profound challenges, particularly for the workers who relied on coal, which has always been a boom and bust, but this time it's not coming back. Paonia officials estimate that every coal job has represented at least 5 other jobs in the area. The Colorado communities have relied on coal, now have to find a way to replace the billions of dollars in revenue and stave off barren main streets. Reality starts to set in, Palmer said. We don't have the support for the mines, and those other services that supported the mining are no longer. It's tough. It's real tough. Members, as a matter of fact, in Paonia, you can't even buy a 2x4 or a sheet of plywood. And not because it's overpriced from inflation, but because there is no lumber yard in Paonia anymore. There's no lumber yard, as a matter of fact, down the road in Hotchkiss either. Delta County, which is received, which is where the bulk of the workers live, we're down to only 2 places where you could buy a 2x4. Big John's up in Cedar Edge, and then Bolton Supply in Delta. Colorado's state government has made a promise not to leave behind the more than 1,000 people directly impacted by the coal closures. We shouldn't continue to leave these communities behind, which is why eliminating the credits and exemptions for coal, as House Bill 1312 intends to do, we're impacting both the communities who receive the severance tax dollars, and we're making the coal mines pay for their own demise.
Representative Soper, make sure to reference back to the amendment.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I forgot to mention, that's what we're trying to do with this amendment, is unhitch that. So Colorado state government has made a promise not to leave behind the more than 1,000 people directly impacted by coal closures, and the thousands more indirectly affected, like electricians, truck drivers, security workers, and others who serve the mines and plants. It approved the Office of Just Transition in 2019 to help with retaining or relocating coal workers or paying them to retire early. The Office of Just Transition plans to expand into oil and gas in the coming years. But this project isn't something many people in coal mining areas are even aware of. According to interviews with workers around the state, in fact, it's only now getting any real resources. A couple of employees approved in the 2021-2022 state budget a possible $15 million in seed funding through House Bill 1290, and then an extra $5 million annually through 1312, the bill that we're talking about here. But the $5 million is certainly a slap in the face when it comes to reducing what's coming back to these communities, and then having an impact, which is why we're running this amendment to unhitch this part of the bill. It's about fairness. And we want to be fair in Colorado. It's very vulnerable. Back to the article that relates directly here to the impacts of what will happen if we don't adopt this amendment. Quoting Senator Chris Hansen from the Denver Post news article, "We are not going to insulate the state from change." Let's be very clear about that. And then it goes on to say he's a Denver Democrat who specializes in energy policy. This is not going to be a, hey, we want everything to be like it was in 1975, or it will always be that way, or we have to help communities reinvent themselves, finding the next best thing. Still trying to get our arms around it. Colorado currently has 7 coal-fired power plants and 6 coal mines, the largest of which is the West Elk in Somerset, just east of Paonia. By 2030, the state expects there will be just 1 unit of coal-fired power plants left, Comanche 3 in Pueblo, and anywhere from 1 to 3 coal mines. It's Wade Buchanan's job to oversee the Office of Just Transition and figure out, among other things, how many workers the state will need to help access the 11 counties that are most likely to see the impacts. The state has no working estimate for how many will be indirectly affected by the coming job losses. Montrose, Moffett, Routt, Rio Blanco, Morgan, and Pueblo counties, and I would also add Delta and Gunnison counties, are the highest priority. And there are 1,129 coal workers in those places now, the state estimates. The second tier includes 562 people in Delta, home of the North Fork Valley, El Paso County, Lamar, Gunnison, and La Plata counties. We are still trying to get our arms around it, said Buchanan, who is the we in that statement. He's the sole employee of the office so far. It's not because we haven't been trying, but just because there's one of us and we're trying to be as accurate as possible. There is real urgency in the counties seeing that deadline. Take Rick McGahee, who on May 7th shut down Hayes Drug Store, a prominent feature of Paonia's Main Street. For the first time in 115 years, Paonia doesn't have a pharmacy, and the owners aren't sure why they fit in, or where they fit in, I should say. Things evolve and they change, and I'm not anti-change, McGahee said, but you have to maintain a cohesive community, and right now, that's really not there. Unlike other coal towns, this one isn't dying. Paonia's housing market is hot with retirees, second homeowners, and remote workers that have moved in, driving up the prices by double from a decade ago. There's a vibrant agribusiness and tourism scene going on. But tourism jobs don't pay as much as coal mining jobs that pay $100,000 or more per worker. But Paonia also is famous for their fruit orchards and wineries and ranching. Having millions of dollars in payroll coming in forfeited the community, McGahee said, of the mining jobs, which had paid $100,000 or more on average. Now we have a lot of other workers. We have fiber internet, and why not come here? It's a beautiful place, and a lot of people can work from here.
Representative Soper?
Yes,
Gentle
Madam Chair.
reminder.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So once again, I want to remind members why I support this amendment, because it unhitches from the bill the provision that would eliminate the credits and exemptions for coal severance and will force coal mines to pay for their own closures. And without this amendment, what ends up happening is communities like Paonia, which this article is talking about, the very painful tradition from coal, actually in real time, because this article actually mentions the bill that we're on, and the very reasons why we need to at least not cause our communities to go in a free fall when they're transitioning away from coal mining. I think most people know that coal mining at some point in time is not going to be the way it is today, but we shouldn't be forcing this to happen so fast and using our state's tax policy to also impact the communities in which they're in. And that's exactly what this article is talking about, and the ill effects that if we don't adopt this amendment, what we're actually seeing from the ground. The transition is evident in downtown Paonia with the recent proliferation of shops. So, I mean, there are some things that are happening in these towns, but it is also, as you can see, if you're losing your high school, you're losing the heart of your community. If you're losing your only pharmacy in your town, it means access to health care is also diminishing. To continue on, they interviewed this man, a man named Kim Johnson, who puts it like this: you like, but you don't need. This time was downtown. There used to be 3 hardware stores and a stoplight. Now they have no hardware stores and no stoplight. They have to drive 25 miles away to get the essential products they need. Her husband, Chris, used to load coal into the train cars, each with a dozen of cars every day. It was 1 or 2 trains a week. Eventually, he was laid off. The couple got by on a 401k and reinvented themselves into counselors. Their 6 kids moved away, and their story is like many other people in coal mine communities that are being directly affected. People know each other. It's a wonderful sense of community. but you take away and impact these communities. If nothing left. A hot housing market means stable property tax revenues. But not every town has that, said State Representative Perry Will, who serves Moffat County, Garfield County, and Rio Blanco County. But north of Paonia, what has been happening when coal declines, new businesses and people don't necessarily move in. This has killed my district, the Republican said flatly. He has little hope where he lives for the kind of reinvigoration that may be trying to happen in Paonia right now. To be able to help communities like Paonia continue to try to reinvigorate, we need to adopt this amendment. To be able to allow them, to have the severance taxes that they have expected to come through, whether it's to the county or other places, but also not to have the coal mines pay for their own demise. They're already suffering. And to force the last remaining coal mine out of business in the North Fork, which, by the way, I talked to the manager there recently. They're doing well. Their business is doing well. But a bill like this, without this amendment, will definitely damage them to where they're not real sure they'll be able to make it. But right now, they're employing hardworking Coloradans from places like Delta County, Gunnison County, and Mesa County. When I was out walking door to door, it was pretty amazing. Out in Fruta, which is at least an hour and a half away from the mine, I actually ran into someone who worked in the mine. So it shows that the economic impacts are felt far and wide, not necessarily in the exact location where the mine is located. And so if we don't adopt this amendment, what ends up happening is we push these towns into a further free fall. We take away that economic incentive, that base, the taxpayers, the population that's there. In some counties, the coal industry is the largest taxpayer among all residential and commercial plots. It accounts for nearly half of the property tax revenues in Moffat County. The state estimates it will take nearly $3.2 billion in new commercial property value, 10 times the value of the Denver Broncos Stadium, to replace the cumulative tax revenue losses felt in Colorado's coal counties. Let me say that again. The state estimates it will take nearly $3.2 billion in new commercial property value, 10 times the value of the Denver Broncos Stadium, to replace the cumulative tax revenue losses in Colorado's coal mining counties. Without this amendment, this just speeds up and it makes the problem even worse. Other Republicans who mainly represent the affected areas initially scoffed at the idea of an Office of Just Transition. They had rejected it at first, but now we've come around. So we certainly appreciate the element in the bill that definitely helps the Office of Just Transition. But in a place like Paonia, there's few left in the mining business want to stick around, said Mike Ludlow, president of Oxbow Mining outside of Paonia. He's one of 3 workers at the shuttered Elk Creek mine. There used to be 380. It'll take several years for those 3 to restore the former mine site to its original state before closing entirely. His colleague Doug Smith stood next to him outside of a large office on the site that's filled with a lot of empty space and photos of the old days. I show up till they tell me not to show up anymore, said Smith, who's been laid off before. I just keep waiting for someone to say, okay, don't come in tomorrow. Some of their former coworkers stuck around the valley. Others moved to Utah or Wyoming. Ludlow told a story from a few years ago that when he worked for a Colorado company that shut down mines in Kentucky, they transferred 35 families from Kentucky to Colorado. paid for all their expenses, paid them for relocation, Ludlow said. One family stayed, all the rest went home. Not everybody is willing to relocate to new places. Some people have very, very deep roots in the North Fork Valley.
Representative Soper, you're really
Thank you, Madam
talking
Chair.
kind of more
I
about
appreciate the subtle
just
reminder.
transitions, so
Yeah, so back
maybe,
to
maybe you're
the
reaching a
amendment.
natural conclusion.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
Maybe you're reaching a natural conclusion.
We're getting there. We're on the path towards the conclusion for why I support the amendment and definitely want the entire body to know the ill effects of what will happen if the amendment is not adopted. So Xcel Energy, which operates 3 of the state's coal-fired power plants, recognized this. And they believe that they can retain as many as 300 workers in their plants with different jobs, but that's not the same with coal. So if we don't adopt this amendment, what ends up happening is of our coal mines that are left here in Colorado, we will definitely speed up the demise. It will affect the workers and the communities. And as this article says, just to quote one person here, we can't put solar farms and wind farms up there. It just doesn't make sense. We have to be more creative. And I would, I'd certainly agree. And to be more creative, we'll start by adopting this amendment so that we aren't in this free fall. For all the fears already recognized and the families displaced, Colorado is at the vanguard of a national just transition effort, which is gaining popularity among unions. As a matter of fact, Colorado has the first of its kind, according to Dennis Doherty. Much of what we do talk about when it comes to really helping our communities, of course, we've talked about in other bills. We have one bill to put $15 million towards just transition. We recognize as a state that the industry is about to be greatly affected. This bill, without the amendment, will greatly, greatly turn a really, really bad problem or horrific problem into our worst nightmare for rural Colorado. As this article that I've been reading illustrates to you, coming from the North Fork, we can't afford to make it any worse for that part of Colorado. We like to talk about what we can do to help. Well, let's first adopt this amendment. That's the number one thing we can do to help. I know some in the labor community think that we should be prepared to put at least $100 million a year for at least 5 years to help these communities. I personally would agree with that. There's probably been more than a dozen elected officials and industry leaders and labor leaders who've also said the exact same thing. But among the priorities of the energy sector, when it comes to, for example, Delta County, the top taxpayers have been the coal mines and the railroads. Gunnison County, the same way. I know when I think of Gunnison County, I do think of Crested Butte and skiing, but they receive a lot in severance taxes from the coal mines as well, or at least used to. 2 out of the 3 have closed. And this amendment definitely would also help counties like Paonia, where you don't necessarily think that they receive so much from the coal industry, but in fact they do. Coal funded Gunnison County's new courthouse, for example. Coal and severance tax dollars funded the expansion of their airport. But if we speed up the closure of our coal mines by making them pay for their own demise and by not adopting this amendment, what we're saying to these rural communities is that we don't care. We as a General Assembly don't care about you. And I don't believe that's true. I don't think anyone in here believes that's true, which is why I'm asking each and every one of you to think long and hard and to adopt this amendment. Now, back to Paonia and how it's the example of the long, horrible burnout from losing their coal mines. There needs to be a complete understanding of what the closure will mean in terms of job losses, career losses, schools being closed, property tax losses. People need to figure out how the total sum is going to be paid to the community. It's a really hard thing for folks to understand, but it's not too late. Adopting this amendment will help it not be too late. However, it may be too late, well, I should say not maybe, it is too late for Paonia's High School, of course, because Paonia is now merging with Hotchkiss, and it'll become the North Fork High School. Enough families have moved away that combining the schools just became inevitable as an attempt to keep staff employed, to keep teachers employed. But they also, the school district, really want to continue programs like music and Future Farmers of America. And if they hadn't have continued the schools to have enough of a population in each one, these key programs would have been completely lost because the schools would have been so small. And all this stems back to the closure of coal mines and families having to leave. And without this amendment, the last coal mine will be sped up on the same path, and their fate will be complete. Now, members, the request is that the bill instead refer this complex tax policy. Would love to refer this to the Legislative Oversight Committee. I mean, that certainly would be great. But what we have learned from that, for where the basis of this amendment came from, was from the report that came from September 2020 of the Office of the State Auditor. It was a 28-page report on coal severance tax expenditures. And I just have a brief excerpt, very, very brief, from that report that illustrates why we need this amendment. The General Assembly may want to review the effectiveness of the coal tonnage exemption and clarify its intent. As discussed, we found that the coal tonnage exemption is meeting its purpose to a limited extent because it provides financial support to Colorado's coal mines. But it has not likely made a significant impact on the coal mine's long-term ability to stay operational. That's found on page 25 of the 28-page report. Therefore, the General Assembly may want to review the exemption's effectiveness and amend the statute to provide performance measures to clarify the exemption's intent, which would aid future evaluations. That's also page 25. The coal tonnage exemption is meeting its purpose to some extent because it has reduced the severance tax liabilities of coal mining operations and may have helped some coal mines, particularly those operating on the margins of profitability, stay operational in the short term. That's page 8. Members, coal mines are not an overwhelmingly profitable industry, especially right now. And without the ability to effectuate what's here through the amendment, it's just going to become harder and harder and harder for our last few remaining coal mines to stay operational and to stay open. And I know when I say the words coal mines, people may think billionaire mine owners. The reality is, at least for the North Fork, we're talking around 300 employees. These are real people, real Coloradans. They have real families. They love their families. They love Colorado. They love the North Fork. And they wouldn't otherwise be able to live in the state we know and love, and especially the North Fork Valley, if we push these coal mines over the marginal edge to where they operate at a loss. You can't operate a business at a loss. A billionaire coal mine owner will mothball that mine. We saw it with one of our local mines up there. It's owned by a billionaire who lives nearby. When he couldn't make a profit, he closed that mine. He still lives in his multi-million-dollar compound. I think it's worth $400 million. He flies in on helicopters and jets. He doesn't care about the workers. A mine is not going to stay open and operational if we push them to where they're operating at a loss. And without this amendment, I guarantee you the last coal mine in the North Fork Valley will be pushed over that edge, and we will see 300 hardworking Coloradans be put out of work. This is not too big of an ask to adopt this amendment. It's actually a small ask. It doesn't change the overall intent of the bill. It doesn't change what it is that I know is trying to be accomplished from having read the bill. I know that. But what this amendment does do is for a few more years in the short term, market forces are naturally going to be at play. It helps those hardworking family members stay employed, be able to start planning for how the a transition looks like on their terms, not on arbitrary terms that we're setting out by changing tax policy. Now, the world turns on tax policy. There's an expression that says if you want more of something, subsidize it. If you want less of something, tax it. I think that might have been said by a president. And that's the same thing that's true here. Without this amendment, we're actually, in effect, increasing the tax on these coal mines, a greater burden, which means we will tip them over that edge of sustainability. And when they have pushed over that edge, this isn't a market force, this is a tax force. If it was a market force, you could respond to that, you could find other markets. But this is a permanent change to where they already have the market forces in play. It's already a hardship. This is not an easy industry. And to change the tax law on these coal mines means they will close. It does spell the end of these particular coal mines. This amendment won't solve the mine's market force problems. Every business has a market force problem. But what this amendment will do is it will say, as a state, we believe it should be the market force. We want to let the free market decide the fait accompli of these coal mines. Thinking about the Von Trapper coal mine, I'm sorry. These other coal mines that are, for example, in my good colleague's district from Garfield County, they're in the exact same boat as the North Fork mine I've been talking to you about for the last couple of minutes here this evening. And they would have the same effects happen to them if this amendment is not adopted. What I'm asking for here is that the members will seriously consider this amendment. It's not a big ask. It doesn't change the intent of the bill. But what it does do, it helps hardworking Coloradans. It helps families. It helps communities. It ensures fairness. I mean, we talk a lot about fairness. It's not very fair if an industry is already on the ground, being kicked by the market forces, to then have the state come in and say, you know what, we're going to use tax policy to finish you off. We should be thinking about the workers, the families, the communities. They're Coloradans too. They deserve respect. They deserve the fact that as their state legislature, we should say we believe in the free market and we're going to let those forces play out whichever way they do. I think most of us have an idea of which direction it's going to head. But we shouldn't once again put the lethal blow right here and right now into the last few remaining coal mines. So members, in closing, I ask for your adoption of this amendment here tonight. Thank you.
The question before us is Amendment 36. A division has been called.
I don't care.
They can continue.
We will finish talking about the amendment, and then there will be a division. Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise before all of you this evening, listening to the pleas of Representative Will trying to fight for his people. Unfortunately, what we know where I'm from about energy jobs is oftentimes a person with a little lower education, maybe from a little lower socioeconomic level, lower income environment, can get a high-paying and high-income job because energy provides that. Traditional energy provides that. Now, we've heard the representative from House District 57 talk about the hundreds of millions of dollars that Severn Tax provides from many of these counties all over the northwest part of this state. Multi-county impacts, because what you may not know here in the urban corridor is people where I'm from drive from 2 or 3 or 4 counties to go get those good jobs and provide for their families. They might drive 30, 50, 100 miles a day one way to get that high-paying job. In this case, that may be in the coal mine, in a different county, maybe 2 counties away. And then they come back and they bring home the bacon. I will tell you, I am saddened today. I'm saddened to see tax policy being promulgated in this chamber by people who are bringing policies that truly are the death blow to the mining industry. Now, many of you have heard me say this before, and I'm going to say it again tonight, that there's 3 things that put the gold on the gold dome. One was the mining industry in this state. The other was energy, oil and gas. You walk downtown here and you see how many buildings are named the petroleum industry, Denver
Representative,
Energy
we're on
Center.
the amendment. Just a friendly reminder.
To the amendment. When you take that away from Colorado, the economic impact is near irrecoverable, and folks here don't even see it. These communities are dying. Have you heard that plea? Or are you tone deaf? These communities are dying. The horse is dying, and you continue to beat it with the buggy whip. Just beat it. That was a song from the 80s, I remember. I won't try to sing it. Just beat it, beat it. Just beat that horse. Beat the coal
Okay.
mines down.
Representative.
And this amendment right here keeps you from beating those coal miners down. They're trying to keep their families in the mountain communities. They've got good paying jobs. They're providing for their families. But now you want to take it away from them. In fact, you're going to backdoor their livelihoods by taking away those tax exemptions and tax credits that they have had for decades, 30, 40 years. Oh, that's intentional. It's deliberate. I'd say it's scoundrelous. It just doesn't right. Now, I'm from the Eastern Slope. I don't have a coal mine one in House District 64. But I care about the little people. See, us country people care about the little people, the little man, the low-income folks that are out there trying to eke out a living. That energy has given them a high-paying job and raised their standard of living. Because the truth is, as we talk about just transition, and we want to throw $10 million at these regions, it was pointed out by the representative from House District 57 that one county may produce 10 times that amount in severance tax. And my colleague, the good cowboy from House District 67, he's got, I think, 6 counties. And that's just one county. And that's why the other day I was talking about there is no justice and just in that. In fact, what we're doing right now is unjust. If we don't take this amendment, what we're doing right now, I believe, is unjust. This is important for these communities. Now I will tell you, ladies and gentlemen, when I was asked to come to the Capitol, I was told to stand up. Stand up for rural Colorado. Stand up for what is ours. Stand up for what gives us an opportunity to survive. And here I am, trying to stand up for rural Colorado and the Western Slope, because there's people that want to tear it down, and they don't care. For those coal miners, I want you to know there's people that don't care about what you do. They don't. They want to run you out. And it's evident by the policies we promote in this state. It's even evident by what is in this bill. This horrible language that just kills these mines and makes these miners have to go on what? What are they going to go on? Unemployment? Welfare? They're going to have to move out of state? Here's another problem I have with Colorado. And I represent the blue-collar man and woman. I represent the working folk that roll up their sleeves every day, drink that cup of coffee. They go to work. They're hard-working people. They're proud of what they do. They might have hard jobs, but that's okay because they're not afraid of hard work. I will tell you what seems to be happening in Colorado is we just going to become a resort and tourist state where no one can afford to live in this state because the price of property is too high. And all us blue-collar folk, we can't even rent property because the rent's too high.
Okay, Representative Holter, we're on Amendment 36.
I understand that. You put this amendment in there, and those blue-collar folk can actually keep their jobs and go to work. They can actually keep their families. They can live in those high-dollar mountain communities that y'all want to run them out of when you promote this type of legislation and make it impossible for them to sustain themselves. With this amendment, those kind of people get to stay in those mountain communities. And yes, they're expensive. They're full of elitists, wealthy, ultra-wealthy, and rich people. All they think about is their clean air, their open spaces and parks and recreation. And maybe those coal mines are just a nuisance. Maybe those coal mines are just in the way. Because this is their resort state now.
Let's bring it on back.
Well, I will tell you, I don't have coal mine 1 in my district. I don't have coal miner 1 in my district. But I stand strong with Representative Will, and I will tell you, the representative that offers this amendment on the Western Slope, your people are my people. I stand in solidarity with you for the working man and the working woman that's out there every day trying to earn a living. I will stand strong and fight for your people because your people are like my people in this state. And I want Colorado to know who's fighting for you, who's standing up for you, and who wants to keep you in those mountain communities and not have you run out because you can't afford to live there because you can't even get a job to live there anymore because we've promulgated policy and statutes that have run you out. Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know if I can speak to this anymore as I have received a note here that I must take time to read. Thank you.
The question is the adoption of Amendment 36. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in favor of Amendment 36 to House Bill 1312, please stand and remain standing or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. Dylan, what are you doing? Or is he meant to be standing? Got one on the screen. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing in one place until the count is taken. You may be seated. The amendment is lost. The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1312. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no? No. The ayes have it. 1312 is passed. Madam Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to proceed out of order for immediate consideration of House Bill 1319.
Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1319.
House Bill 1319 by Representative Duran concerning temporary modifications to general prevailing rate requirements for certain state contracts for public projects.
Representative Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1319 and the committee report. No report.
There are no committee reports. To the bill, Representative Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Senate Bill 19196 established prevailing wage and programs to support apprenticeships in state construction beginning July 1st, 2021. The COVID pandemic significantly limited the Office of the State Architect's workload and required the office to prioritize pandemic response activities, negatively impacting Senate Bill 119 implementation plan. So here we have House Bill 1319. It will provide the Office of State Architects the necessary time to fully implement Senate Bill 196. It'll be delayed from July 1st, 2021 to January 1st, 2022. We've worked with DPA, AFL-CIO, Building and Construction Trades, Associated General Contractors, Colorado Contractors Association, IBW, Plumbers, Pipe Fitters, Carpenters, AGC, and CEA to come to this agreement, and I ask for a yes vote.
The question before us is the passage of House Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L001.
Amendment L001 has been properly displayed. Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What the bill does is it moves the dates out for the House bill that passed several years ago, or actually Senate Bill 19, passed in 2019, 196. And what that does is said we need to start using prevailing wage, a state level, not federal level, state level, in July 1st of 2021. The bill, because the state level is not ready, is just going to have us rely on the federal level a little bit longer. I think actually we should continue relying on the federal level even longer. So what this does is it moves the bill out actually, it doesn't move it out that far at all. It moves it out to January 1st, 2024. So it moves it out 2 years, and then moves the report back as well. But just instead of starting it on January 1st, 2022, it would be January 1st, 2024, 2-year delay. Ask for a yes vote.
Representative Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is not a friendly amendment, and I ask for a no vote.
The question before us is the passage of Amendment 1 to House Bill 1319. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment fails. To Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And fear not, I do not have an amendment. I just want to urge a no vote. Wait. Yeah. I urge a no vote on the bill, although it is somewhat confusing, because I do think it's a good thing that we delay this a bit, because the federal government already publishes a prevailing wage that our workers in Colorado are using and can continue to use. There are just some issues with the bill, so ask for a no vote.
The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1319. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. 1319 is adopted.
1 second.
Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to proceed out of order for immediate consideration of House Bill 1294.
Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1294.
House Bill 1294 by Representatives Byrd and Gonzalez Gutierrez, also Senator Rodriguez, concerning an evaluation of the statewide systems used to measure the performance of the elementary and secondary public education system of the state.
Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1294 and the Appropriations Committee report and the Education Committee report.
To the Appropriations Committee report. Representative Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, in appropriations, money was appropriated to fund the audit, and we refined some language around data privacy protections for students. I ask for an aye vote.
The question before us is the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is passed. Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez, Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the Education Committee report, we just corrected some language in FERPA, and we narrowed the scope of this audit. I ask for an aye vote.
The question before us is the Education Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Education Committee report is passed. To the bill. Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our state has long had a tradition of recognizing the value of K-12 education for our children and thoughtfully holding our public schools accountable for delivering a high-quality public education. Our current accountability and accreditation system is largely based upon laws passed in 2008 and 2009. Since that time, this system of accountability and accreditation has never been audited to determine whether it's actually making our public schools better for our kids. It is high time we conduct this audit, and this bill will ensure that the audit is conducted. I urge an aye vote.
The question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1294. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1294 is adopted. Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to proceed out of order for immediate consideration of House Bill 1304.
Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1304.
House Bill 1304 by Representatives Sirota and Garnett, also Senators Fenberg and Buckner, concerning measures to establish a unified early childhood system in Colorado in connection there with creating the Department of Early Childhood.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the Appropriations Committee report and the Education Committee report. And the bill.
To the Appropriations Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask for an aye vote. We made an appropriation to House Bill 1304.
The question before us is the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is passed. Speaker Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would urge an aye vote on the Education Committee report. We added an amendment for an additional transition working group to make sure that we can handle all the issues around kids with developmental disabilities, and I would urge an aye vote.
The question before us is the Education Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Education Committee report is passed. To the bill. Representative Mr. Speaker Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a bill that's very important. It reduces duplication, it streamlines efficiencies, and this will help set us off on a plan to stakehold and get a bunch of good information to make sure that we are providing the best early childhood we can to our kiddos, and I would urge an aye vote.
The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1304. Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This idea makes me real nervous. This is more involvement by the government in the raising of our kids. It's just not a place where we ought to go. We raise up our kids up to beyond the preschool age, and we entrust them to our schools, to the educators. Reaching down earlier and earlier and earlier is just not a place that we ought to be going. For the state to step up and say, let me take on your kids from the very beginning, is just, that is not a healthy society. We need to not be going down this direction. It frankly has me in fear that this is a real domino that once it's pushed over, we don't recover from that. And our community is changed forever. This is not what we ought to be doing. So I ask for a no vote on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it is an honor to serve with you. So members, I promise I will speak quickly, but this is a very important bill, and I rise in strong support. And I want to lay out a couple of reasons why. Because, and we heard this in the Education Committee, and indeed there was differing opinions on my side of the caucus, and they are both coming from, I think, genuine places. So we, as the state of Colorado, passed Proposition EE, which passed a substantial increase in taxes on nicotine products. I was opposed to Proposition EE. It was a referred measure, but nonetheless, the people of Colorado passed it. So now we have all of this revenue coming into the state, and one of the things that the governor said he would spend the revenue on was voluntary universal pre-K. So now we have this revenue that will be ramping up and coming into our state. The problem is, right now, our early childhood programs, and as they are administered in the state, are spread across several different departments, including primarily the Department of Education, but also Public Health and a few others. My concern is that absent this bill, this money will be going and spent in a disjointed way. I also, for the very reasons that my colleague is opposed to the bill, am very concerned about the Department of Education being in charge of spending this money for pre-K. We have a good Department of Education. They are focused on K-12 as they should be, but my fear is that the preschool program should not be an extension of the K-12 system that we have here. We have what's called a mixed delivery model here in Colorado, which includes, people that do treat preschool as though it is part of the K-12 program, and that's fine for some families. We also have some families that want to use it as more of a child care option. And we also have some families that want to use it 5 days a week, 3 days a week. Some folks want people in their neighborhood watching them in a more informal setting, someone more formalized. But the point is there's a vast diversity of opinion on what we want childcare to look like in this state. By pulling these functions out of CDE and out of the other existing agencies, we're going to create a new agency with its own culture that will not bring biases towards shaping this into a K-12 program or towards shaping this into a public health program, and will have its own culture, its own direction, and its own vision. I think this is critical if we're going to maintain a mixed delivery model when it comes to childcare and early childcare in this state with a universal voluntary system. I think it's critical that we have its own department, which is what this bill will create. And indeed, we can have this discussion next year about how much funding to allocate and all of that, but this is simply to lay the groundwork to, in my mind, ensure that we preserve the mixed delivery system that we currently have in Colorado. And because of that, I rise in strong support. I do applaud both bill sponsors for bringing this, and I would urge members on both sides of the aisle to vote yes on this important bill tomorrow. Thank you.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to the bill, and I agree. I want to second all the comments that my colleague, Representative Baisley, mentioned. For early childhood, the best thing is not the state to come in there and take over an awful lot more and more of these things and turn into the babysitter. The best thing is to strengthen families, and families can take care of their children better than the state ever can. Please vote no.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have one amendment to the bill. I move L3. It's a very simple amendment that simply expands the definition of parent to be more inclusive, and I ask for your aye vote.
Amendment L3 has been properly displayed and is before you. The question before us is the passage of L3. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment passes. To the bill. Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee. I want to say that I'm so proud of all of the work that has gone into this bill from the early childhood providers and parents whose children are served by these providers all across the state have been working and meeting for months and months and months. Nearly 1,000 Coloradans have engaged in this policy design process about the future of preschool, and I am so proud of where we landed. We have identified a path forward that this community is so thrilled and so excited about, and I'm sorry they're probably all missing it because it's now 10:30 at night, but they will be thrilled beyond belief to know that we have taken this step forward to ensure that Colorado is a place that lifts up and supports our youngest Coloradans and our families who are in the greatest need during this time of a child's life. And so I ask for your support for this bill.
The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1304. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. 1304 is passed. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1302.
House Bill 1302 by Representatives Harrod and Doherty, also Senator Winter, concerning a grant program for small businesses affected by economic hardship caused by the COVID-19 pandemic and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Harrod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1302 and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Appropriations Committee report.
You want business first? The business affair. I'm sorry. I move the Business Affairs and Labor report.
Now to appropes.
Well, I move the Business Affairs and Labor report. Now to appropriations. Thank you. Members, the Appropriations Committee appropriated the funding necessary to administer the program. As you'll see in the fiscal note, it's $15 million. I ask for an aye vote.
The question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the Business Affairs and Labor report. Representative Harrod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the Business Affairs and Labor Committee report. Ask for an aye vote. The Business Affairs and Labor Committee made some technical amendments for the Energize program, specifically around the self-certification and ensuring that those who are underfunded receive funds. I ask for an aye vote.
The question before us is a Business Affairs and Labor Committee report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. To the bill. Representative Harrod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a great bill that will do a lot for small businesses in Colorado. Energize Colorado has already been at this great work of ensuring our small businesses can survive through the COVID pandemic. This will infuse another $15 million into the program. I ask for an aye vote.
The question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1303. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
1302. Hold on, 1302. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. 1302 is adopted. Madam Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to proceed out of order for immediate consideration of House Bill 1279.
Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1279.
House Bill 1279 by Representatives Young and Holtorf, also Senator Fields, concerning the regulation of practitioners of occupational therapy and in connection therewith enacting Colorado's membership in an interstate compact concerning the limited interstate practice of occupational therapy and providing for the issuance of provisional licenses to certain qualified individuals.
It's a little too high.
Representative Young.
I thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 279, the Appropriations Report, and the Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services Report.
Just the Public and Behavioral Health Committee report to that committee report.
Okay. What we did in Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services was add an amendment to have the safety clause in order to ensure our participation in the when the compact is formed in the original group that will form the rules.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And you know how I always push back on the safety clause. But ma'am and esteemed colleagues, in this case, there are exceptions to most rules. The first 10 states to enter in these compacts get to have a seat on the board of directors nationally in these interstate compact cooperative entities. And therefore, I think it's imperative, and my esteemed colleague here to my left made it very clear that we want a seat at the table, so we're not on the menu. So I will tell you that I'm happy to support this, and I think the safety clause in this case is so important that I stand here rooting for the safety clause in this particular amendment to strengthen this bill.
The question before us is the Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services Report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those against, no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Young.
This compact creates an opportunity for occupational therapists and occupational therapy assistants to join an interstate compact, which is a constitutionally authorized, legally binding contract between states. It addresses the increased demand to provide and receive occupational therapy. It allows both telehealth and in-person practice across state lines in OT compact states where the patient, student, client is. It's in similar form and function to the other occupational licensure compacts. We did one earlier this year for speech and language. It facilitates continuity of care when clients, patients, and students relocate, and very importantly, it promotes cooperation between occupational therapy compact states, ensuring consumer protections and a high standard of care. Especially during this pandemic, we have seen the essential services that occupational therapists and occupational therapy assistants provide. I attended a virtual tour of a kidney dialysis facility, and they had integrated occupational therapists into their services and care.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm so proud to be standing here with my colleague from Weld County, who is a champion, a true champion for all of the medical technical fields that really, truly need interstate compact consideration. She is so thoughtful and she is so much a champion to push for these things. And as we were talking about this, I brought to the attention of the committee and to my esteemed co-prime, I said, you know, when they were doing and are still considering the criteria and the merits for selecting the United States Space Command headquarters, one of the things that was a negative consideration for the state of Colorado that must be highlighted is that we did not have a prolific and comprehensive program for interstate compacts across so many career fields, but especially in the medical field. Now you might ask, why is that important? Well, I will tell you, after serving 29 years in the military, serving on 3 or 4 continents, serving in dozens of countries around the world, and being involved in the military experience, those spouses that follow their service members all around the globe and are part of these military communities need this consideration. And the Department of Defense looks very closely at this as criteria for their selection for basing, bases, commands, headquarters. And I will tell you, a 4-star command, permanent 4-star U.S. Space Command in Colorado, with bills like this and the leadership that my colleague from Weld County brings in promoting interstate compacts, we increase our probability of securing those permanent headquarters, especially the permanent headquarters Space Command. We are showing good faith here, and I believe we will be rewarded in Colorado for these efforts. So I encourage a yes vote on this bill.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and we heard this bill in public health. I really like this bill. Some of these professions, it's hard to go from state to state without having to take the licenses for the, and boards for the new state. And so if we can work on these compacts and get these professionals to be able to move from our state to our state across borders with ease, I think that's to our benefit. So I'd urge an aye vote on this bill.
The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1279. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1279 is passed.
What I'm talking about.
Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the committee rise and report.
Seeing no objection, the committee will rise and report.
The committee will come to order. Mr. Gregorio, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Mr. Speaker, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report as under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1230 as amended, House Bill 1279 as amended, House Bill 1294 as amended, House Bill 1302 as amended, House Bill 1304 as amended, House Bill 1312 as amended, House Bill 1313 as amended, House Bill 1319 passed on second reading, and ordered, engrossed, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Representative Froelich. Thank you, Representative Froelich. Members, you have heard the motion. There are amendments at the desk. They will go alphabetically. Mr. Gregorio, please read the ransom amendment to House Bill 1230, which is L005.
Representative Ransom moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee not adopting the following Ransom Amendment L05 to House Bill 21-1230 to show that said amendment passed and that House Bill 21-1230 is amended passed.
Representative Ransom. Members, please direct your attention to the will.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the Ransom Amendment and ask for an aye vote.
Thank you, Representative Ransom. That has been properly moved and displayed. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Ransom Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Okay, for those participating remotely, Representative Neville, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Neville votes yes. Representative Burnett, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Burnett votes no. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
No.
Majority Leader Escar votes no. Representative D. Valdez, how do you vote?
No.
Representative D. Valdez votes no. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Michelson Janae, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Michelson Janae votes no. Representative Gray is excused. Please close the machine. With 22 aye votes, 39 no votes, and 4 excused, the Ransom Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Gregorio, please read the Rich Amendment, which is L22 to House Bill 1312.
Representative Rich moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee not adopting the following Rich Amendment L22 to House Bill 21-1312 to show that said amendment passed and that House Bill 21-1312 is amended passed.
Representative Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the Rich Amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
Has been properly moved. Is there any further discussion on the Rich Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Rich Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Neville, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Neville votes yes. Representative Burnett, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Burnett votes no. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
No.
Majority Leader Escar votes no. Representative D. Valdez, how do you vote?
No.
Representative D. Valdez votes no. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Michelson Janae, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Michelson Janae votes no. Please close the machine. With 23 aye votes, 38 no votes, and 4 excused, the Rich Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Gregorio, please read the Van Winkle Amendment, which is L26 to House Bill 1312.
Representative Van Winkle moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee not adopting the following Sandridge Amendment L26 to House Bill 21-1312 to show that said amendment passed and that House Bill 21-1312 is amended passed.
Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the Van Winkle Amendment to the Committee of the Whole to avoid raising gas prices.
That has been properly moved and displayed. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Van Winkle Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Neville, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Neville votes yes. Representative Burnett, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Burnett votes no. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Majority Leader Escar votes yes. Representative D. Valdez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative D. Valdez votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no.
Votes no.
Representative Michelson Janae, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Michelson Janae votes no. Representative Rich, please close the machine. With 27 aye votes, 34 no votes, and 4 excused, the Rich Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Gregorio, please read the Will Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole, which is L36 to House Bill 1312.
Representative Will moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee not adopting the following Will Amendment L36 to House Bill 21-1312 to show that said amendment passed and House Bill 21-1312 is amended passed.
Representative Will.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the will amendment to the committee of the whole, and let's save some coal mines and some jobs.
That has been properly moved and displayed. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the will amendment to the report of the committee of the whole. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Neville, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Neville votes yes. Representative Burnett, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Burnett votes no. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
No.
Majority Leader Escar votes no. Representative D. Valdez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative D. Valdez votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Michelson Janae, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Michelson Janae votes no. Please close the machine. With 26 aye votes, 35 no votes, and 4 excused, the will amendment to the report of the committee of the whole is lost. There are no further amendments on the desk. The question before us is the adoption of the report of the committee of the whole. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Neville, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Neville votes no. Representative Burnett, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Burnett votes yes. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Majority Leader Escar votes yes. Representative D. Valdez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative D. Valdez votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Michelson Janae, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Michelson Janae votes yes. Please close the machine. With 38 aye votes, 23 no votes, and 4 excused, the report of the committee of the whole is adopted. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to lay the balance of the calendar over until tomorrow, May 22nd at 10 a.m.
Seeing no objection, the balance of the calendar will be laid over one day until Saturday, May 22nd. That brings us to announcements and introductions. I have one. Representative Herod will replace Representative Gray on Finance Committee tomorrow only. Representative Basenecker will replace Representative Doherty on Finance Committee on Monday only. Any further announcements or interjections? Representative Byrd.
Guess what? If it is Friday night talking about Saturday morning, it's finance. So I know it's time to get really excited. So there's an update since our last announcement. So previously I had talked about House Bill 1301. That will be laid over. But we will still be hearing at 9 a.m. tomorrow House Bill 1306, House Bill 1314, 1315, and 1229 in House Committee Room 0112. I will see you there tomorrow at 9 a.m.
Further announcements or reductions? Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, before you walk out the door, a couple of things that I just want to go over for, well, first of all, tonight and then for tomorrow. If you have anything on your file cabinets, please clean them off because we've been here a late night. We want to make sure that staff get to go home, so please take care of that. Secondly, tomorrow, we are planning to convene in the House at 10 a.m. We will allow a relaxed business casual dress code. So jeans are okay, but like no sweatpants, no t-shirts, but appropriate jeans are okay. And with that, we still have a lot of work to do, so just be prepared for tomorrow. And with that, I ask that, that the House stand in adjournment until tomorrow. I move that the House stand in adjournment until tomorrow at 10 a.m.
Seeing no objection, the House will stand in adjournment until Saturday, May 22nd at 10 a.m.